So here's what we're going to do. You see the agenda here. I want to do how I normally work, which is that I alternate work with procrastination. And so we're just going to do that together today. And okay, no one's complaining about echo. This is hey, we're here. Now I'm going to bring the agenda over here to the other screen here. So let's go to our main screen. All right, this is going to be our main screen. And we're going to have Illustrator open in a second. I want to start actually by just orienting you a little bit here to what the hell I'm doing. So here we have a book. Actually, I'm going to hold on. Just hold on. Just be patient here. We're not going to look at that yet because I want to just explain the whole situation first. So for anyone who's not privy to what I'm working on, it's a book. It might be called Everything, Story of Everything. Haven't really decided yet, but it is. It has a wide scope. It's a lot of fun. It's a little daunting. Here's the table of contents. So you can see ignore the page numbers. That's just the manuscript. Although it will probably be about that long, maybe even a tad longer, but you can see the scope, right? We start at the Big Bang. We do a lot of astronomy and various things there. And the origin of Earth and geology and plate tectonics and how did the air get here and how did the water get here? And, how does the Earth work? Then chapter 2, we have the origin of life, and we go all the way through evolution to the till the moment when humans and chimps diverge. So that's kind of like the animal story, but now we focus in on the human story. In chapter 3, we go from the moment chimps and animals diverged all the way to kind of the agricultural revolution. So it's like, how did humans become humans? Because the moment chimps and animals diverged, those ancestors, they're kind of gnarly. Those aren't we don't want to really spend too much time with them, but then they become us slowly. So we talk about that. Then we go from agricultural revolution in chapter 4 all the way to we're in the first cities and writing and stuff like that. So how did we go from hunter gatherers to civilization and cities? What the hell? In chapter 5, we go through basically 2500 BC all the way to 1500 AD, just tons of history. Chapter 6, we talk about the modernity, the last 500 years. Then we talk about today. Then we go into the future. Then we talk about the future is this huge chapter based on interviews I did with hundreds of people and scientists and tech people. And then we talk about superintelligence, and then we go to the far future. So that's just an orientation a little bit about what the book is about. Now, there are a lot of drawings for the book. Okay. There's a lot of drawings for the book. And I've done about half of them, and I'm in the middle of doing more. Okay. Still no one complaining about any tech difficulties. Amazing. Okay. And so these days are funny because they're kind of fun. So why not just draw with a bunch of people? But also I end up getting more done because I just have longer work days, and the procrastination breaks are actually less long than they would be normally. So it's a productivity hack. And so I want to start with, let's start with, should we start drawing yet? I mean, the problem is we've kind of eaten into a little bit of our procrastination. Let's do a little bit of procrastination. Okay. I'm going to do one of my favorite activities, which is, let's move this over here. Okay. I don't know why we're in Tucson. Okay. So get out of here. I don't care about Tucson. Okay. Um, Tucson. Why are we still highlighting Tucson? Get out of here. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick somewhere in the world. This is like, I can't believe that this activity is available to us. And we don't really do it. We don't like, it's like insane. So we're going to just street view somewhere, right? So like, where should we go? Like, so where's the little guy? Get out of here. Okay, here's the little guy. Let's like see what's, okay, so I'm always been, what the hell's going on here, right? I don't think there's many people here. What's this called? Like the Takla, what's it called? That's something that's not on here. It's not the Gobi is like, I think a bigger region, but this is like the Taklamakan something. Now, let's just see if there's anyone there. All right. Okay. No, there's no one there. Okay, let's see. How about we'll just like go over here? What the hell is going on right here? Okay. Oh, hey. Yeah. I think these people were on a long drive, and this is like their rest stop. Yeah. Okay, and these are like prayer flags. Saw a lot of those in Bhutan recently. Okay, that was kind of a dud. Let's find somewhere else. Okay, what's going on in South Sudan? Okay, what's happening here? Okay, we got a road, a headless man, footless. It's a real impediment. So my question is, who took this picture? And how is it 3D? Like, how is it 360? And then how did it get on YouTube? Like, what? I just am always perplexed about this. Like, how did this end up here? But it did. And there's just like amazing 360 views everywhere. Okay, we're gonna do one more. Normally I will do like, other times I'm gonna do like 8 of these, but right now I think we should get to work, you know? It's like it's been a rough beginning here. Okay. What's going on here on this road? Okay, now we're in Madagascar. Jizosimammanji. Jizosimammanji. All right, and this looks nice. Looks like it's pleasant weather. Very pretty. Yeah, Madagascar. So, and then so not only can you just go anywhere in the world, you can then like go down the street, you know, and check it out. So yeah, all right, okay, I'm gonna get to work. You know, I'm gonna get to work, and then we're gonna come back and do more of this. I have a lot of activities, a lot of procrastination activities that are things I normally do that we're just gonna do together. But I think we should probably close this. Okay, so let's move on to the first drawing session here. All right. So I use Adobe Illustrator, which is new. I never did that before. I always use Pixelmator. So let me just quickly explain the difference here. So here's Illustrator. And I think I want to make it like not fully full screen so you can still see the agenda and me. But there. And let me just take a look at how that looks here. Okay. Let me go live. There we go. Okay. So it looks like I'm a little bit over the edge here. So I'm just going to move this here. Like that. All right. Now does it delay? Basically, you have the option to do no delay, but it like is probably a little bit worse quality, and so we decided to like do the middle ground delay quality. Okay. Now, so draw. Okay. So I used to use Pixelmator, which is it's totally different. It's like equivalent of using Photoshop or Microsoft Paint back in the day. And what you're doing is it is like paint. You're like painting pixels. And each pixel has its own color and stuff. And then it's very hard to do anything with it. It can be much easier in a way than Illustrator, which uses vectors. So vectors, like you can make them big, small. It's always perfectly sharp. It's like they're objects instead of like painting on a canvas. So it's much easier to work with them and manipulate them. But it is, if you're used to using like the very intuitive paint programs like Pixelmator or Photoshop, it is the craziest learning curve. It just doesn't make any sense at first, and it's maddening. And I wanted to like throw my computer a bunch of times, but it starts to make sense. And then once it does, it's like, oh wow, this is way better. So that's how I feel. I'm now a big pro Illustrator, even though I'm still not very good at it. And you're gonna see if someone is good at Illustrator here watching this, you're going to be frustrated because I do lots of hacks that make no sense. I'm sure I'm doing things inefficiently, and please point them out. Help me. But I've gotten at least better at it, and I think it's just like already way better. So this is our like template doc. You can see there's like a blue line here. That's like I can't go out there because that's like too close to the margin. And the red is like where the actual page ends. So if I wanted to have like a color that bleeds all the way to the edge of the page, then you want to make it go all the way out here. But otherwise, you want to stay within the blue line. And I'm trying to be cognizant of page count. So I don't want to have an 800-page book, right? It's just going to sell fewer copies. People are going to be daunted. I don't like when someone gives me an 800-page book unless it's like, you know, some legendary book like Shogun or whatever. This is not going to be short. It's going to be, it's the story of everything, right? We cover so much. There's over 100 topics in the book. So trying to find that middle ground where it's like, you know, like, I don't know, Sapiens long or like, you know, where it's like, it's definitely a meaty book, but it's not like the crazy long book. So my goal there is under 600 pages. So in the 5s. And if you took out all the drawings, I want the drawings to only add 100 pages or less. So the writing should be like 470 or something. And the drawings will make it like 560, 580, somewhere around there. That's the goal. Endnotes, which would normally add 100 pages, we're putting them online using like a QR code at the end of the book. I don't love that. You know, it's nice to have, we're going to have these really thorough endnotes where I have like the most thorough fact-checking team. It's going to be like unbelievably well-sourced. And I feel like, you know, people can't see that as easily, which is just nice make you realize how well-checked the book is if you see a lot of endnotes. It's okay. It's worth it to not have an extra 100 pages. So that's the plan. And so therefore, I'm rarely doing a drawing that takes up this whole page. This is a page of the book. So my goal is always like, can I get it as a 20% of the page or 30%? Or can I even better get it as like an aside that will actually have text wrapped around it? So these are all the things I'm thinking. Now, the first book, someone says, I'd like to read a 100-page book about you. And that's very nice. And I know that a lot of people who really like Wait But Why will read a long book by me and be happy about that. But, you know, then you give it to your friend who doesn't know Wait But Why, and they're like, what? I'm not reading this. You know, and so that's why I'm trying to not shoot the book in the foot by making it like crazy, crazy long. Okay. So I'm just going to pull up. We're going to do it the first drawing here. Oh, and then for my hardware, I use this guy, Intuos Pro. It's a Wacom tablet. As far as I know, Wacom is they're the GOAT with tablets. I actually have one that I used in the last live streams that has a screen, and it actually you can look down and see it. It like is a computer screen that mirrors your screen. And I just found that I was never really using that. I was still looking at the screen, and this is just so much smaller and more nimble, and it's wireless. The other one had all these cords, and I can just throw this in my bag and like do it on the plane. So yeah. And let's just see. what we're doing first here. Okay. So the first thing I want to do. So also because the book is all over the place, the drawings are all over the place. Like we're going to do stuff on geology and, like ancient history and the weird future things with biotech. We have a lot of interest. We have linguistics. You're going to learn about English if you stay here long enough. Today we're going to start in ancient Egypt with a little friend that I call Khufu. Okay, so here's what we're doing here. I'm trying to explain the pyramids, and we talk about the pyramids. I'm not going to, I'm mentioning in a footnote, like there's a lot of like weird controversial footnote, pyramid stuff, right? Like, are they really much older? Like, are they aliens or whatever? Did aliens make them? I'm mentioning, like, I'm like acknowledging these without fully talking about it, because I don't think there's that much credence to these things. So we're gonna make so I'm just explaining it kind of normally, like what happened and why they started the pyramids, and I want to show what it was like for the people, right? So we've got so Khufu is the pharaoh that made the first big pyramid. It was like his idea to go super big, and so I was like, how do I draw Khufu? So let's just pull open some things here. Don't keep going there. Get out of here. Okay. So here's Khufu. I'm gonna have to draw this guy. And I was like, okay, so is he wearing like that little helmet, or is he wearing a cone hat, or is he a cone head? So then I found this one is a kind of the more prominent thing you see when you see Khufu. And then I was like, okay, so now he's got this hat. I feel like I can draw this hat better. This little cap. I don't know what the hell. I just like, So, but then I was like, well, what color is that? And I found this. And I was like, first of all, I don't know, who the hell drew this? Do they know what they're talking about? But I did like that it was the same shape as this. I was like, okay, it's red. I don't know about drawing that snake. Let's keep it simple. But like, definitely don't know about his little chin strap. But did they wear these things? It looks just like it would get really uncomfortable throughout the day. And what is it? Like a little like homage to a beard? It's very strange. But then what is this? Is this the cone head? So do I draw that part? Does it go up? So what I decided, here's what's great about having fact checkers. Fact checkers are awful people. I love mine as people, but they're awful people. Like there's nothing I can do that have fun in the book that they won't be like, no. And they just immediately are just like, it's like anything really fun. They're like, that's not what happened. Like that's not, or like there's no evidence for it. So it's just like, I'm just going to, but they're also amazing in that I can just do this. I can make the cone. I can send it to them, and they'll go and research it for a million years and come back and tell me if there was actually a cone or not. So we're going to draw it with the cone. I'm going to put these over here. I don't need this one, I don't think. We're not going to draw this guy. So I need these two for reference. Okay. Now, we'll put him here. Actually, you know what we can do? I mean, this is what I normally would do is I could like, if I really wanted to be, here's what's cool about Illustrator. It's just very, so I can just screenshot this, and I can paste it here, and I can make it smaller. And I can do the same with this guy. All right. Okay, whatever. Okay. All right, so now we zoom in a little bit. I can just reference these guys as I need to. All right, so we're going to do this brush. I'm going to start with one stroke. Is that too thin? I think that's okay. Maybe I'll do like 1.2. So here's another thing I love about Illustrator. I can just like do this, right? And I can be like, okay, here's a head circle. That's a really bad head circle. Here's a head circle. Okay, it smooths out a little bit. I reduced it. I like a little smoothing because I would usually in Pixelmator, if I did a line that was too jagged, I'll just go and painstakingly like erase and try to fix it. Here it does a little smoothing, but I don't want full smoothing, obviously. I don't want perfect circles because then it has no style or anything, and it doesn't look like it's a WAP-Y drawing. But anyway, if I'm just like, in Pixelmator, if I'm like, I want to make this bigger, it's like, oh, I'm just like screwed because it's going to start getting low res. Here I can just be like, whoop, whoop. And then I can also be like, actually I want it to be, or I can be like, actually I want it to be thicker. So like thicker, thinner. Oop. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that, but it's like, you know, so very like, you can just work with it. You know, it's not like you make these things and then you can manipulate them, and it's not like this. You did a painting. Now here's your eraser and here's a paintbrush, and those are the two tools you can like erase and paint. You can like actually, it's like physical objects, and you can like mold them and work with them. So it's really nice. I don't have to like get it right on the first try. I can just take a crack at the thickness and then, so that does seem a little thin. Let's just move him to like 1.2. Okay. Now I'm gonna draw Khufu over here. I think there's a dialogue here that they're gonna have. This is, so the scene here is he's like, they had pyramids, they had tombs, they had big tombs. It was already a big thing in Egypt. But then Khufu like went crazy with it. Khufu was like, he just did something really weird, which is to build the first big pyramid. And he didn't build it, of course, like the people built it. So we're gonna just kind of get to that. Here we go. Okay, so what do we have here? Head circles. Get used to me just having, head circles are always so hard for me. No. Don't love it. Don't love it. No. I think it's too, I think we're too thin. I think that's the issue. 1.5. Let's try that. Okay. Let's zoom in a little bit. Okay. No, I just want to get this right once here. Okay. All right. Can I work with that? Can I work with that? Okay, so here's what's cool about Illustrator. At least I can like now go fix it. So I can go here and I can just drag these. Okay. And I can go like this. All right. Oh man. All right. And then Khufu's head. All right. Move this up a little. All right. Yeah, something like that. I don't, why is it so pointy down there? All right. All right. So that's kind of a head. Okay. Now I want to tilt it a little bit because he's looking down right now. The head should be a little oval, you know. Okay, so there's Khufu, and we'll see about thickness later. All right, now this might be want to be a tad bigger. Okay, now let's draw his body. And his little legs. It's a little too small. Okay, so that's Khufu, and he's very regal. Let's draw his little arms, but he's going to be saying something. He's going to be saying something, so. Oh. So he's going to be like, if you're saying something, you know, a stick figure is saying something, he wants to be like, you know, and then like that. Okay, a little bit more down. All right. Okay, so even like this, if I want to be perfectionist, I don't want that little extra. It's because you see there's two anchors there, so I can just go minus sign and get rid of it. Very nice. All right. There's a little one here, but that's kind of like his hand maybe. No, I think I'll delete that. All right. Okay, we'll see how that looks at the end. So now he's talking. This is one area where Pixelmator is better. It's just like really annoying to like delete. You can't just like erase. You can, but it's not like. So I'm gonna cut. I have to cut a piece out here. And what's his expression gonna be like? I need to know that before I know how big a piece of mouth to cut. Is he smiling, kind of, or is he like? No, he's not smiling. Okay, so he's gonna go like, we're gonna cut here, and we're gonna cut here. Then we're gonna delete that. And now we're going to, I wanna make the mouth line a little thinner. In general, mouth lines should be a little thinner with my things, and eyes should be a little thicker, the eye dot. That's too smiley. That's fine. It's like an appropriate amount of like alpha kind of alpha energy of not really giving a shit. Okay. Now we want an eye, which is just going to be probably a perfect circle, and I'm going to make it a little bigger. So I'm going to make that 1.8, and we'll see. Oh, see, that made that 1.8 because okay. Now go here 1.8. I'm at 1.3 for 1.5 for his rest of him, and then 1.3 for the mouth, 1.8 for the eye, and then I think he's going to be looking at these three guys here. We're going to have three more guys. Okay, I can work with that for now. We can always go, once we look at it at the end. Now the hard part is his hat. I'm just going to do a separate object here, and I'm going to, or I have it in my thing, but that's actually not useful. I'm going to just use this drawing here and move it over. Okay. This guy. Yeah. This guy's got some real mojo over here. All right. So over here, delete. Okay, now I'm gonna, do I want a black outline? I don't think so. I think I'm gonna wanna do it in red, but let's just start here with, okay. Now, all right. Okay. So we're gonna go up here like this. All right. Boom. Boom. Is that two out? I think that's like two out, right? It's more like vertical. All right. Now, let's just fix this. All right. And now we have one more line here, and that's, I think goes like this kind of. Oh, that was a nice first crack there. Okay, it's a little short, but hold on. See, I can drag this. You can't do this in Pixelmator. You can't like move things around. Sorry, I feel like I'm trashing Pixelmator, which was good to me for years, but it's just now that I realize there's such a better way. I had to, by the way. The reason I didn't want to, I resisted using Illustrator, but Random House, who's publishing the book, for print, you want things to be super high res and be able to be scaled on the page during page design, and they're just like very anti me using anything other than Illustrator, so it forced me. It's a little higher, right? We got like that. All right. I don't know if that, okay. I think that's kind of, now, oops. And then let's join these four guys first of all. Philip Detmer of Kurzgesagt, very close friend. He makes the best YouTube channel, Kurzgesagt, best animated YouTube channel. So he was watching me doing Illustrator, and he told me that the way I was highlighting like four things by click, click, click instead of just dragging, he said it was like when your mom has her finger over the shutter when she's trying to take a picture. So that hurt. But he was helpful. Okay. So how are we liking this? Is he looks like a chef's hat too much? I think it's a little high on his head. Let me make it a little wider here. I don't want him to wear a chef's hat, but maybe the red will help. All right, and then maybe this should be more of a straight angle here. All right, so you have to click first. Okay, and then something like that. Something like that. Okay, Khufu. It's definitely not what Khufu looked like, but we're gonna assume no one really knows what Khufu looked like. So now, here's what's cool about this. If I what did I do? Yeah. Now, if I want to get this exact color, I just go over here and I can go and I can like pick some of the brighter part there. Now I can go over here. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Now I can go over here and I can make it red. And then I think I'll make the background, the thing like a darker red. I think a black outline doesn't make sense there. Oh, why am I in RBG? Oh, no. Okay, I'll deal with that part later. I should not be in RBG. I don't know why I'm in RBG. I should be in CYMK, which is a different color palette that we use for print, and I don't know why the setting wasn't correct there. I think it's, yeah. No. Needless to say, this is now pissing me off thoroughly. Okay, I just want here. There we go. Okay. And let's make that a little thinner. 0.7 instead of 1. Okay. So here we go. These corners are a little pissing me off a little bit. Just come up here a little bit. Oh, I see there's two things there because I joined paths. So we can go like that, and then I can drag. Yeah, it's just a little bit too much. All right, so here's Khufu. Oh, no, we were going to do the cone too, weren't we? Let's see if we have any thoughts here from the chat. I've been ignoring you because I've been trying to focus because everything's so hard for me. Tim Rigg helpfully noted the reference image is hidden under the video. Oh, yeah, it's hiding the video of me, so you can't see me toil miserably and be so sad. You can't see how sad I am. Okay, as I try to figure out how to draw. Document is in CYMK. Okay, see? I love this. Everyone's helping me. He's definitely a chef, not a cook. Yep. Oh, it's coming on past midnight. Hey, by the way, I as someone who has a deep love for, I listen to so many great things to fall asleep. It has to be very specific. It has to be kind of interesting and mundane in the perfect combo. Like it has to be mundane, general. It has to be it has to be mundane and interesting. It's hard to describe. Like the radio show In Our Time, the British radio show In Our Time, really good. Sometimes they have a cough though. They don't like edit it, and a cough can wake me up. So it has to be also very level, very monotone. I don't want other voices. I don't want like anything extreme. And I feel, and I just got some confirmation that this video might be a good, interesting but mundane video to fall asleep to. And I'm paying it forward because I'm so grateful to the people who put me to sleep. Oh my God, History of English podcast. Kevin Stroud. That man has put me to sleep like hundreds of nights. Stephen Fry, Mythos. It can get a little animated, which can wake me up, but it's so good and it's such good bedtime stories. And Stephen Fry is just, who else do you want like singing you to sleep? So I'm very honored if someone can fall asleep to this video. Now, I think the cone will be, let's just add the cone. So I don't even know what the full cone looks like because you see it's just this, and then the other guy is just like a cone head. But I'm just going to do it and see if it might just look cool, you know? And maybe there's a chance that we don't really know. Sometimes the fact checkers are like, no one knows what he looked like. Oh, hi.
Hey,
It's my little daughter is here.
And you,
I just don't think I want you on YouTube. So as cute as you are, I'm going to hand you off. It's a shame because I really, really would have liked to have her as part of this. She is very funny. But I don't know how much I want her on YouTube, you know? Okay, so reminds me of that incredible video of the guy doing like the serious news thing and his kids come in the room and the mom likes dragging them out. It's great. That was much higher stakes than this. Okay, so what are we doing? We're doing black here, or are we? I think I'm gonna do like an eggshell type thing. So let's just start with black. And what did that guy look like again? Is that thing coming out from the, okay, it's like kind of smaller. Okay, no, that's awful. It's more of like a cone. And let's just go under here. I'm gonna go like this. See, make it an object. Now I can put that behind it. I can put this behind it, and I can make it whatever color I want. I actually am so confused why this is showing me the RGB palette, not my normal swatches, but it's probably just some setting I have to. There we go. There's your answer. Okay. Swatches. Let's go. Like I'm just picturing kind of like a lightish yellow thing. So let's just start with yellow here. And then let's go here and make it like very light yellow, like that. But not fully yellow, right? Like maybe add a little of this in. Not green. A little red in, maybe? And it's a little orange. I don't know. How do you do eggshell? I think it's just like very almost white. So I'm just going to try this. And then I'm going to make this the same color, and then I'm going to make it a little bit even lighter. Nope. I don't know. What are we doing here? This looks absurd. You know what? It looks terrible. I'm going to just go like this. I think it should just be more of an outline. Let's go here. And then let's just get rid of that. What does that look like? You know what? The cone is not working at all. I've never seen something work less well than this cone. Is it the size is the issue? This is sorry, Khufu. Sorry, Khufu. No cone for you. We're taking it out. This is good enough. I think it's good. It signals that he's more important than the other people. He's the pharaoh. Okay, now we're going to do the other guys, which have nothing on them at all. Do you have any thoughts here on Khufu? Just a thin black outline. Yeah, it just didn't work. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Now I want to make him a little lower. Make them all a little lower because there's dialogue above them. Now we need 3 guys. Let's just not make this take forever. So what did I do for him? We want the same thickness. I did 1.5. So we're going to go to 1.5 here. I used to, at Pixelmator, I had keyboard shortcuts to get me to like the bigger size, and I just like don't know how to do that here yet. So first, I'm just going to draw them next to him so I can make it pretty similar. It can be a little smaller, maybe. In the old paintings, that's good enough. These guys are less central than Khufu. I don't love this. Nope, that didn't work. But in the old paintings, like if you look at like the standard of Ur is from old Mesopotamia city, where there's this famous painting that kind of shows both the war and the peace side, like it depicts them. And what they do, and they do in so many things, is they make like the important people like much bigger, and the servants are like tiny. They're like miniature people. So we can do a tiny bit of that here.
This might be what you're looking for.
Do I hear something? Oh, okay. Alicia says, can't help but feel like you're ignoring Slack. Yeah, good point, Alicia. Sorry, I was supposed to be looking at Slack. You're talking... That's so funny. Alicia's been saying all the same things that I've been hearing here. Sorry, Alicia. I've been ignoring her as well as you. Now this isn't 1.5, so let's make it 1.5, and then let's make it a little bigger. For the record, by the way, Alicia and I tried to do our due diligence. We yesterday tested the shit out of this system. We were like, let's just not have a huge technical difficulty to start like we always do. And then we did. All right. Okay. A body. Now, let me know if the mic is still too quiet, by the way. And the music has stopped for me. I still don't know whether you could hear it before or not. I thought you couldn't, but in case you can. Turn it back on. I think it's just kind of nice to have the vibe, which is like the similar vibe that I would be writing to normally. Okay. All right. Someone says RGB, not RBG. Yep, that's embarrassing. All right. So I turned the music on. I hope you can hear it. By the way, I'm going to be here fucking all day. So I hope some of you stay or come back later. Because I need to get a huge drawing day in today. And we have a lot to talk about. Okay. Now I hear... Now I hear something just went off with my... My headphones just turned off. It's 18. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I hope you hear the music. And if not, Alicia will figure it out eventually. It's like, I think I could be decent at like IT stuff, but Alicia is so good at it that it's made me really, really like incompetent because I just have no need to get good at these things. Why is this so hard right now? Hold on. I think I'm just too zoomed in. Okay. Let's just draw these dudes. Come on, these guys are not that important. Now we're down to the wrong size, but at least I like that. So let's just do this. Okay. We're almost done, because once we just do this once, the second pane is just copying these guys over. There's nothing to change. So we'll be finished soon. But anyway, these pyramids, each stone in the pyramid weighs like multiple times, like more than a car. And there's 2.3 million stones, and it's just wild that ancient people did that. And what it really emphasizes to me is A, they had a lot of ingenuity, but B, labor was cheap, you know? They just had a lot of people who could all just be told, you're doing this for the king, for the pharaoh, and that's kind of, they actually didn't call them pharaohs in Khufu's time. That started like around 1700 BC or something. Okay. I think we'll leave him a little imperfect here, but just get that guy there. All right, I don't mind his little foot. All right, so that's that guy. He's just going to be going like, they're just like, you know, haplessly, some hapless arms here. Just, okay, now I want to go to 1.3. I'll do all the mouths at the end together. All right. So that's one guy. Let's see, maybe he's like here. And then we have another guy. All right. That'll do. Okay. All right, I'm making this worse. All right. I just made that whole thing worse. That's fine. That's good enough. Okay. Now. There we go. I'm sorry if this is painful to watch someone who is so not good at something do something. But that's what you're watching today. You know? That is the activity. All right, go like this. Let's pull this. I think he's tall enough. Now let's go this and move the. I don't like when it does this. Okay, hold on. I just want to move this whole thing over. Let's see if there's anything new from. The music is now super quiet. Okay, you can hear music. Yeah, we are rocking here. Everything is working. I can't believe it. I'm going to try to make it a tad louder if I can, the music. Yeah, music is working. Wow. Let me know if it's too loud, but I'm pleased. No. Okay. Okay. So, here we go. Come on. These stick figures are taking a long time. And what's annoying is that when people see my stick figures, they think that took 7 seconds. And it doesn't take me 7 seconds. It takes me a long time. All right. here we are. Now we go like this. This guy's also hapless arms. And we have one more. He's going to be up there, but let's just draw him here so we're not crowded. All right. Can I work with that? No. The question is always like, is it more time to fix this thing or just draw a better one? Okay, there we go. Love when I nail it. All right. Let's just fix this part. All right. I'm sure there's like some very useful like smoothing tool in Illustrator that I could be using that would make this way less just gonna overlap. We're just gonna overlap. It's not my head, it's his problem. Okay. And then let's just turn him a little. Okay, and now let's draw one more body. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's slanted, but we can fix that. All right, and he's a little short, but we'll fix that too. Okay. Delete some nodes sometime, Tim. Yeah. I know, but you know what? When I delete nodes, then it's like then like the line becomes uncurvy, and I have to figure out how to fix that. I know. There's if I like just like watch some YouTube tutorials or just like messed with it for a while once, I can probably figure out a lot. But it's getting the job done, even if it's inefficient. Okay. Now one of these guys is saying something. So do we want him having an arm that's in a different place? Maybe I'll have this guy's arm like a little like that. Okay. Now, so if he's going to be the one saying something, maybe he should maybe be the one in the middle guy. Okay, so I'm going to move this guy here. Like this guy can be here, and we can have our talking guy here. But I want them more like in a semicircle around him. We'll try this. Try that there, and then this guy can go down a little since I need room for his dialogue. Okay. Now, he's going to be saying, what did I write here? Okay. So, we're going to use some Vaporwave font here. So, I've decided I want my tomb to be like hilariously big. Okay, what do we need to do here? This is definitely too big font. Let's just make this smaller. We're a little crunched here. Okay, maybe these guys should just move a little back off a little, give them some space. How about start there? And also these can just be a little more square, I think. You know, vertical space is what's at a premium in the book. Either if you're going to be in a side, so then you want to be less than half the width, and then that's great. If you can cut out that much horizontal out, like if it was just one frame, and the text can wrap around it. Because the point is, what you don't want to increase page count. You want to reduce page count. And what is page count? If you just pulled out all the pages and stack them, it's just vertical. It's a big vertical scroll. So when I just chose to make this more square, I am also choosing to cut, add 3-4 lines to the book, right? So I just added 1/10 of a page to the book or whatever. And you're trying to avoid that. So I'm always thinking about vertical space. Horizontal, once you're not going aside, you might as well go the whole width, right? It's horizontal space means nothing. Okay, but anyway, so he's going to say, so it's going to be like hilariously big. And this guy's going to say, how hilarious, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Okay. And now we need faces. I'm going to just copy these 3 dudes over before I do that, because I'm going to have a different one talking in the next pane. Try to get in a similar place. And then he's basically gonna, I think, just have the same, I think I can just have the same expression or something pretty similar. So we're good there. But now I want to go and make this guy say something. So we're just gonna give him an open mouth. Okay. So we're gonna go. Very neutral expressions here is the you don't want to have the expressions be, respectful, neutral. So now we do B 1.3, and we can go like this. His hand is just very like earnestly asking. No. I like that. And now I need expressions on these guys also should be neutral, facing him a little bit more. So this one can be facing a little bit this way. No smile, no frown. So that's a smile. Doesn't work. Too frowny. No. That works. And then down here, this guy's looking a little bit more. This guy's looking a little bit more up at him. I just did Command S because sometimes Illustrator crashes and it's devastating. Imagine if this crashed right now and I had to just draw these guys again. You can just see why that would suck so much, and that happens to me. So gotta be Command S all the time. I think that works. They were a little unhappy, but that's okay because they would be here. So now we're going to go up to 1.8 and draw some eyes. Okay, and we'll draw the lines that go to the text at the end all together. So now, I think actually, yeah, it's fine. Whatevs. Okay, so I'm gonna just do the eyes here while we're here. While I have this pen out. Boom. And now I'm gonna go down to 0.3. And he's now not saying anything, but also neutral. And who's the one talking here? Probably the top guy. So neutral. You don't want any frown because that kind of kills the joke. The joke is in the dialogue here. Sometimes the joke is in the facial expression. And I want him to now be saying something. So we're going to go boom. All right. Oh, 1.3. Neutral. Is that the right expression for him? I think it's too similar to the other guy. Well, let's first just show you what he's saying here. So then he's gonna say, oops, he's gonna say, it's gonna be long, so we'll have to figure out how to fit it. Let's say 480 feet high. By the way, I'm doing feet for the American version of this book, and then the European and other versions will have metric. I love that they can do that. Using 2.3 million stones that each weigh it's 2 to 15 tons, but would it be like weigh between, it's a little wordy here, and 15? I don't want to write out 15. I think I'm just going to see if we can get away with this. Is that clear? Each way. Maybe I'll just write the numbers between. I don't like writing numbers above 10. It feels really weird. I certainly don't like writing one number and then writing out one number and then not the other next to it. That really looks dumb. Okay, so let's see if this can fit. It's a little big. I can go down, so you can go down to 6-point font. I'm going to make all of these just one font smaller. See on the page, sometimes I zoom out to see how big it'll be on the page. And it's like, yeah, you can still read that. The page is going to be about 6 by 9. A little bit tad bigger. And that's a little more compact anyway here. So now we see if we can get this into 4 lines. Yeah, I think that works. And then this guy says, fuck. Okay, now, I'm gonna kind of put that behind him a little bit. Now, what should his facial expression be? I like this guy's. I think his arms are still down. I think that's funny if he's not. Oh, I need to get this guy's arms down. He's not talking anymore, but I think that's funny if that guy's arms, it could, you could go both ways. That guy could be like holding his arm out and saying it, but I think it's better if his arm is just still down. I think down arms are funny. All right, so let's first just go here. Oh, that's 1.5, that's correct. So I'm just gonna go. All right. Okay, and also I want to take like a quick poll here. Do you want me, so you're going to see maybe, I don't know, 7 to 15 drawings depending on how fast I go. That's too much of an expression. I mean, almost, It's too much. My question is, do you want to, so those are, when you get the book is not coming out till the end of 2027. Random House takes a full year after I hand my shit in. Let's just pause for a second here, because I want to also pull this out. Okay, so here's the book timeline. All right. So I should have done this at the beginning, but we started right after basically What's Our Problem came out. Took a couple months of paternity leave, and then I got rolling. First draft took 2 years, and it was definitely the hardest part. It was, you're every day looking at a blank Microsoft Word page. That's the hardest thing you can be doing. It's just like, I have to make words, and I had to research every single thing. And, structure. I'm not just going to say this happened, then this happened, then this happened, right? It has to have story. It has to be a story. It has to be multiple stories that weave together, right? So that it's just a lot of work. But I also knew I had fact checkers. So I didn't have to, I could research, I could read a few book chapters, get the idea, write it, and know that they're going to go and say, does this actually completely to the word match the latest research that's out there? Also, a lot of fact checking isn't just saying this is like the wrong number. I mean, I wish it were. It's often saying that you presented theory A as if it was the only theory, but actually theory B and C are also still debated. Okay, so now I have to change the wording. I can say one prominent theory, it's still up for debate. One prominent theory says, and then do theory A. So I can just change how I'm presenting it, or I need to bring in theory B and C. But a lot of what I did for getting from B1 to B2 is trying to change the wording to express the correct level of certainty based on what the scientific community knows. So I would say what we think probably happened, or humans, migrated here, which may have been caused by, as opposed to which, because of this, because of a long drought, they migrated, or which may have been caused by a long drought. So right there, it's just like, every word, that's very carefully chosen in the book. When I say it may have been, that's because that's the level of scientific understanding right now. That's where we are. So there's that. That was, and the second draft also was, first draft was like 800 pages of writing. My goal is as I said, 480. Second draft, I got it down to 600 pages of writing, cut out about 25%. So that was a beast too. I had over 10,000 comments from fact checkers. Some of them saying verified, but a lot of them saying part verified, not verified, misleading, whatever. Now we're in drawings. It's the right time to do it because I didn't want to do it before the first big round of cutting, because I just cut whole sections. I don't want to do all the drawings and then cut them. But also to do the final draft, I need to know where the drawings are. I need to have a sense of where all the drawings are. So then now the next stage will be, okay, let's take this 600 pages of writing with drawings and cut it down to 480 and improve any, remaining, but just polish it up, another round of fact checking, make sure every page should either be gripping or funny. That's my goal. I won't succeed at fully, but my goal is that every page is fun, either because it's really interesting or it's amusing. So okay. So now the reason I brought this up is because this is not coming out now for another year after this, right? A full year, 2027. And you will have it'll be a spoiler to have some of these drawings, but also it's not a fiction book, right? Seeing this and then seeing it again in a year and a half isn't a big deal. But my question to you, the reason I brought all this up, would you like to, throughout today, see some of the drawings I've already done? Or would you rather just save them for the book and not see any today, knowing that it's about a year and a half from coming out? So just let me know what you think about that, because I can show you some other things I've done as part of this. Okay. Tim, during first draft, did you still take notes for yourself on potential drawings? Yeah. So what I do is, and when I do the first draft and the second draft, whatever, before I do drawings, I have a bold in brackets description of every drawing. I know where the drawings are because, for example, a drawing often, in this case, it's just in it like a little like comedic embellishment, but a lot of the drawings are explanatory. And so I'm not going to do a paragraph of explanation because the drawing's going to do it. I need to know if I'm going to. So sometimes I say I'm just going to do this. This rest of this explanation is going to be the drawing's going to do most of the work, so I can just move on. Plus, I just want to have a sense of, I don't know, just where it's very important to know where the drawings are. So yes, I have a description of them as I go. Okay, people want to see the drawings. Okay, so I'll show you after this another drawing. And let's see. Okay, so now let's keep going. Let's finish this guy. We're almost done. He needs to be said. I need the right expression though for this. He's kind of the punchline here. And sometimes it's not like I have an idea of what I want. I do it until I'm like, oh, there it is. But no, it's just like he's like not saying it. So I can also just go like, you can go totally different, right? But I feel like that kills the joke. The point is that he's like saying it with a neutral expression on. Almost a smile could be funny. No. Let me try like a full. That's kind of weird. No, that looks super weird. All right. I think I just go like. I think that's good. That's a very neutral expression. Now, do I want the fire arrow's expression changing at all? I think I'll do another mouth, even though I want a similar vibe. I don't think I want to just photocopy the mouth. No, it's a little weird. No, smiling, no smile. That works. It's pretty similar to the other one, but let's just get this guy up here. All right. Greetings from Ukraine. Hey. I love the internet. I love how many people, like how wide-ranging geographically people who read Wapawai are, and it just is delightful. It's just crazy. People are like, you can just write something and you can reach people anywhere. That's new. That's like crazy. I don't know. Internet is amazing. Now the expressions look a little different. Like he's like more upset. I think unfortunately, but maybe I can manipulate this a little rather than redraw it. Okay. All right. I think that works. That works. Okay, now I need talk lines. This eye is a little. Let's go a little that way. All right. Now, let's do talk lines. Talk lines should be very thin. Let's go down to 1. Let's see if that's thin enough. I feel like Illustrator does more of this than Pixelmator did, where I like just get a little hook that I don't want there, and I like can't help it. I feel like it's too sensitive to like the lifting your hand up. aspect of this, and that's like something that I feel like really good software would account for. This is a little curved too for my liking. Like in Pixelmator, I rarely had to like manipulate these. These were like easy, and here I feel like I'm always dealing with this. All right, and then see, got a little hook to delete that. There we go. All right. Oh, okay, let's save. Okay, now, is it done? His hat looks stupid, but it gets the point across. He's the important guy. Let's see. Bulgaria, Romania. You guys should hang out. You're like right next to each other. Germany, Hong Kong, Netherlands, Iran. Oh, man. Hope you guys are doing okay over there. I'm really, really rooting for you. My wife's family is from Iran. So I just have heard a lot about this for 15 years now and just feel extra kind of, yeah. All right. Luxembourg. Man, I don't know anything about Luxembourg. I picture it being kind of like, it's always like the highest per capita in like wealth and stuff, but I think that's just because it's really small. It's just like if you took any like fairly wealthy province of Switzerland or Germany and you made it its own country, it probably would be like that too. But I don't know about what's like I don't know like the Luxembourg culture and how it differs from its surroundings. Is it like Switzerland, where like when you're the part that's near Germany is Swiss German, it's much more German. The part that's near France is much more French, and Italy, etc. Is it like that, or it's kind of like, yeah, all right, cool. New Mexico, okay, why not? Czechia. So are we calling it Czechia now, not the Czech Republic? I feel like that's something I've been seeing recently. I feel like they just kind of subtly did that. India. What would you say to someone who's recently explored your work? I don't know. If you like it, there's a big well of stuff to dig into there. Or if you like it, but you want other things, check out XKCD, check out Astral Codex 10, check out Hyperbole and a Half. There's a lot of other people doing work that I think probably the same people would like. All right, I think we're done. Okay, I think we're done. I'm satisfied for now. So I'm going to save, and now what I'm going to do is, because we're going to want to put it into docs for people to get feedback on, I can hide these guys now. I'm going to make the artboard smaller. To just, even though this is how it will be on like a page, we'll look at that in a second, but okay, and now I'm gonna save to here, Kufu. I want a TIFF. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to go back here because I want it to stay. So you see, this takes up about how much? About a quarter of the page. So you can see here the page. This is exactly the size of our real page. So our page is about 9.5 long, which is, again, that's the key metric, is length, and the drawing is about 2.5. About 2.5. So, it's between a third and a quarter, 30% of a page. And that's something that we then have. We have a big spreadsheet where we have an estimate for how much of a page each drawing takes up. And the total we wanted to add to less than 100. And we got it down to like 80 something. So we're planning ahead there. so that we don't do extra drawings and then be like, oh, we have to cut so many of these. There's too many. We don't want to get it right the first time. Okay, so that's a finished drawing. I'm going to run to the bathroom while I let you resume looking at, hold on, back at 12:19, or I guess it's 1:19 Eastern. Look at land names. Okay, be right back. Let me just... All right. Are we back? Are we back? And is everything working? Right? This is the question. Did something break in those 2 minutes? Because that's the kind of typical shit that would happen. Let's see. I don't hear music, for one. Why is that? Hey, we're back. Okay, so someone sees that. Now, why is the music stopped? Okay, it started. Okay. And we can hear the music, and it is the right volume. I think the music should start now in like a few seconds. Let me know if it does. Now, here's what I was going to do. What I was going to do is I'm going to add, I guess that's kind of show and tell. So I'm going to just switch show and tell with story time. Well, no, it's not show and tell. Just everyone calm down. Okay. Hello, and it's back. What's the difference between a cape and a gulf? Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I think a cape, isn't a cape the land? Let's just look for a second. So a cape, yeah, the cape is the land, I think. I think the cape is like a Cape Cod, right? It's like a little like kind of like a hook land. It's like a very sharp peninsula maybe. And the Gulf is is water like inside of a region. That's my guess. Okay. Now, what I was going to show you is, let me pull it up here. I was going to say, if you thought that drawing took a long time, given how small and simple it is, I want you to just imagine for me how long you think this shit took me. Just imagine how long you think this shit took me. You know how long? You know what the hardest part was? So okay, just what this is the invention of writing. Okay, so this is an epic poem, one of these epic poems from ancient Mesopotamia, and it depicts what the Mesopotamians believe is the origin of writing, and and so it's like, the king is saying, go travel here to get this, and the guy's like, no, and the joke is that it's taking 3 months each time, and he keeps saying no, and then he goes back and whatever. And then on the middle to bottom pane, there's that long, you don't have to read it, but that's actually, other than the first and last line, that's the real quote. That's the real translation of the actual epic poem of what he said. King Enmerkar of Uruk in 3200 BC. And the guy was like, the messenger was like, I literally can't remember that, obviously. And so he basically came up with a hack, and he etched symbols on clay, and it was like, here's how you use these to remember what I said. And that was the invention of writing. Now, it's probably not actually what happened. That's the Mesopotamian legend about what happened, but I was depicting it. And the point is, this took me for fucking ever, because just the throne. I'm not good at drawing things like that. I had to mess around so many times to get that throne looking anything like a throne. It's intentionally shorter than his head, by the way, because our pedantic fact checkers have determined that Mesopotamian thrones didn't go up like that high, the back. And yeah, took a long time. That's all. And then just like getting the angle right for the guys and their beard took me forever. Anyway, so maybe I'll show you some old drawings. I've done many, many drawings already, and maybe we'll look at some of those throughout the day. Now, the question is, should I do one more drawing before we procrastinate? Okay, I guess it says story time next, so I'm just going to do that. Here's the story. It's not a good story, so expectations should be down. Here's what happened. It's a story time about something that happened last night. I was getting ready for this. I'm a little tired today because I was obviously getting ready for it kind of late. I wanted to make sure all the tech was in place so that we didn't have technical issues. And just picking out, what drawings am I going to do today? Is there a lot of research that has to happen for the drawings that I can do now, so I don't have to sit there and do research and bore everyone for 10 minutes or 15 minutes while they're waiting? I can just jump in. And as I'm doing that, I notice there's a cockroach on the ceiling. Now, first of all, I obviously can't just go back to work because he might fall on me. He's not over me at that moment, but is he walking to? I just keep, so it's a huge distraction. Now, I could leave the room with my laptop and go and work in the other room. But then I come to the office the next day. Where is he? He's somewhere. And I have to live in paranoia. So I was like, I can't. I have to deal with this. So I got a broom. This is hard for me to talk about. I got a broom, and I got a really heavy book. And I reached up, and I knocked him down. And he scampered under something. My heart's going 400. I'm not, this is not one of my manly qualities. This is how I interact with insects. Goes scampers under something. I lift that thing up, and he scampers, and he's going so fast, and I drop the book on him. And the book was really heavy, and that was definitely enough. But just the thought that I might open it and he starts running, I stepped on the book. And I even did a little dance, I back stomped on it a few times. And then I lifted the book up, and it was like a liquid mess. This is a bad story, I told you. There's nothing good about this story. And I had to go wash off the book, and it was both harrowing and gross. But he's gone. But I thought when I left New York, I was like, okay, there won't be cockroaches where we're going. It's why are they everywhere? How? How do they get here? So anyway, I missed the winter. Winter in Austin has good weather, and also there's no bugs. And they're back. It's March. The crane flies are back. I guess the cockroaches are here. So that's all. No, the book was not What's Our Problem. Very good question, though, because that is a big-ass book. It's a big-ass book. But no, it was not What's Our Problem. It was this book. Here. It's a big book. I wasn't going to risk. This is a book my wife got me for, I think, my birthday. It's like the ultimate guide to rebuilding civilization. It's a good match for my nerd preferences. But no, this book weighs like 15 pounds. That needed to be a book that big. You can't take any chances with this kind of thing. So that's the first. I have more stories. Better stories for the future, but that one it's on my mind, and I had to get it off my chest. Okay, so I guess we're supposed to draw again, and then we'll procrastinate. Then we're going to do like a nice, good, long procrastination break. And by the way, this might extend past 10. I got bored writing those agenda without anything happening yet. Okay. I capture my bugs with a cup and then escort them outside. That's very nice, Marie LePage. Marielle Page. Sorry. Has anyone ever called you Marie LePage before? Sorry. Marielle Page. That's nice for you. I hope you do that, and I'm glad for the bugs. I was not going to try to catch this guy with a cup. It was so fast. Imagine trying to do that, and he runs up the cup on your hand, or gets into like a crack, and you can't get him. No chances taken here. Yeah. Okay. Planning a meetup in Austin? Yeah, we probably will. Basically, everything's on hold while this book is being done, and there was the last book, so everything's just been on hold for like a decade with Wait But Why, because I'm a silly person. So things like Wait But High Part 2, or like just meetups, or writing regular blog posts, or I don't know, starting a podcast, or so, I don't know. We have a lot of ideas. All of those are just on hold until this damn thing is done, because I don't just want to get it out. But so yes, maybe after this is done. All right. Yeah, it's a good book. All right. So let's do a drawing. I think for drawing number 2, I think let's just move to a totally different kind of drawing on a totally different kind of topic. The next one we're going to do is about the observable universe and the affectable universe. Now, I don't know if you know what these are. But we're going to talk about it. Let me just get my notes open for this. All right. I don't want... Yeah. Okay. I have a lot of notes for this, unfortunately. Okay, so I wrote this. And this is a passage from my book that I've pulled out that explains what it is, so I can refresh myself with it. Basically what I wrote is, even though the Big Bang was 13.8 billion years ago, so you'd imagine the farthest thing away you could see is 13.8 billion years, because that's how far light has traveled since the Big Bang. That's not true, because space itself expands. So the farthest things we can see, the light left them maybe 13 billion years ago, when they were 13 billion light years away from us. But now space has expanded, so those same galaxies we're seeing as babies are now grown-ups that are 45 billion years away from us, or as far as 45 billion years away from us. Because space has expanded. So we'll never see what they look like today. That'll never happen. It's not possible. But the observable universe is officially 93 billion years across. It's like a sphere 93 billion years across right now. And that size is growing every year, because the farthest away galaxies are getting farther and farther away, but we can still see them as babies. So it's like, I don't know. It's a little bullshit to me to say that it's 93 billion years across, because yes, that's what you are seeing things that are now 93 billion years away from each other on either side. But like the snapshot you're seeing is not 93 billion years away. So I don't know how I feel about it. But anyway, this is what we call the observable universe. It's an incredibly, I reference it a million times in the book. And it is, it's just a very, because you can't say the universe, right? Because the universe is, let me just make sure I had nothing new here. Not getting any new. Okay, nothing new there. So you can't just say the universe because we don't know if is the observable universe a large part of the total universe, or is it like, you know, who was it? Some book I read. I cited in the book, but some book I read said that it could be, I think it might have been Max Tegmark's book, but if the observable universe, if the universe is, the full universe is the Earth, or the observable universe is one grain of sand, like maybe, we don't know. And that's crazy. But anyway, since we don't know, what we can talk about that is something we do understand is the observable universe, which is plenty big. We have plenty bigness there to we don't have to, you know. Now, in this chapter, I also do talk about the full universe, and I also do talk about the multiverse, and I also do talk about the many worlds theory and other crazy things, but this is kind of an intro to all of that. And I'm just talking about the more normal stuff. Now, Toby Ord, great thinker, great guy. He wrote an amazing book called The Precipice. And I interviewed him as one of the many people I talked to for this book. And I asked him about, you know, what he calls the affectable universe. And what this is because space is continuing to expand, if you left like Earth at nearly the speed of light today, you could, things that are within 16.5 billion years from us, you could one day get to. Anything farther away is moving away from us, because the universe, nothing can move faster than the speed of light within the universe, but the universe itself can expand at faster than the speed of light. So things that are farther than that, because the farther things are away, the faster they're expanding away from us, because physics is weird. So anything farther than 16.5 billion light years from us is moving away from us faster than the speed of light, which means there's nothing we could ever do to not only not reach them as ourselves, but even if we shone a laser right towards them, they will never see it. Even if that laser was the most powerful laser and never lost any kind of strength and it just went straight at the speed of light towards something that's 17 billion light years away, it's past that horizon, so they will never see it. The light will never catch up to them. And so I want to illustrate this as part of a much larger discussion. Now, by the way, 94% of the galaxies that we see in those Hubble Deep Field, you know, the ones that we can see in the observable universe are outside of our affectable bubble. So, again, we can see them. They can see an old version of the Milky Way, a very young version of the Milky Way, but there's nothing we can ever do to them. We can never meet each other. We can never send a signal to each other. Nothing that we can never, ever communicate. It's out of our affectable zone. We can never affect them, ever. And each year that goes by, the observable universe grows older and, you know, bigger, but the affectable universe just keeps getting smaller because more things are receding out of it. So this should be a very easy drawing. Sometimes I say that and it ends up being not easy, but I think this one should be easy. So let's open our template. Let's save as. I'm gonna go to live stream. I'm just going to put this. I'm just going to put this thing. I'm going to put the template in there, so it just automatically saves to there next time. Okay. So we're going to call this. Let's just call it observable. Sorry, I'm leading over here. Affectable. Okay. All right. So this, I think we're just going to use clean spheres. I don't see any benefit to like me drawing a imperfect sphere, which often is what you do want. But I think the point here isn't to be like, it's not a comic, it's just explanatory. So we're just going to go L. We're going to go like this. Now let's just think, what are we doing here? I think, so here's the thing. If you were going to do a big one, you really don't want to do a big circle. Because look, it takes up 2/3 of a page, right? It's a circle is not a friendly shape for this book. Because we're trying not to take up vertical space. We like things that are wider than they are skinny. And circle is by definition, of course, not wider than they are high. So what I would do instead is, if possible, I would make it small and make it an aside. So then that's fine, because now I can go here and it can kind of be this box and text can go around it. That's a good way to do it. What you don't want is a circle in the middle where it's now, this is empty space. So, you want to use all the space. Now, if it had to be detailed and it had to be big, then you have two choices. You can just say, look, this is one of the few, there's a dozen books, there's a dozen drawings that are going to get like a half page, maybe 4 or 5 that get a full page in the whole book. It better be worth it. It better be really detailed, like a really special thing, almost something you could sell as a poster, something that, you put it on X and it would just kind of take off because it's such an interesting drawing. It has to be that good. It can't just be any other drawing to take up more than a third of the height. And this is certainly not one of them. This is simple, so this can be small. So the other option, if I had to make it detail, is can I instead just do, like, I don't know, a cone that shows the edge of the circle and what's happening there. Like one drawing I'm doing is showing the surface of the Earth and how little the space is between like airplanes and the Mariana Trench at the bottom of the ocean compared to like the full Earth, and how it's just like this tiny little film on top and below the surface, which is the deepest and highest that we ever go. So that's an example of something. I want to show that with some detail, but I don't want to do this whole Earth. So I'm going to do a cone, right? And it's going to be a little cone where you can just show it in detail and it doesn't take up that much space. So I'm always thinking about that. This is only because I'm doing a book. With a blog, I don't have to think about any of this. Vertical space is free. It's so cheap, it's free. I could just use a comic and just go, you look at some of my comics, it's just like big square, down, it goes down. It doesn't even go across. It's just like, I would only do that on a blog, of course. Now I'm always trying to do a condensed. That other drawing I just showed you of the invention of writing, that one would be on Waypo Y, like this long thing. Here I had to cut out some of the like funnier panes. There's some funny panes I like where they're just staring at each other. Can't do that. They always have to, the dialogue has to be crunched into each pane here, and you have to fit it on one page. But that's a full page that I'm using, and I can't make it more than one. So anyway, so the observable universe, how big do we want this? I want it to be small enough to be an aside. So, but I think that's things can go around this. Now, here's how we're going to do this. If the diameter of this, let's change the ruler to points. That's a pretty nice Earth round. No, this is not Earth. Okay, so this is, if we change this to points, we can see, let's just get this more on an exact line for now. Here's how we're going to do this. So, so 240 to 4 looks like those 436. Okay, so it's so close, but it's not quite 200. So it's 196. Okay, 196. So now what we want to do is we get our calculator and we go, because it's the effectable universe. Remember, the things that are 16.5 billion light years away. So the diameter is 33. So what we want is 33 divided by 93. That's the percentage of the observable universe diameter that the effectable universe diameter is. Now we're going to multiply that by what I just said. What did I say? 196. And so we get 69. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy. And we're going to try to get this to be about between 69 and 70. So what's that start at? 280. Okay, so 280, 353. We want this to be at 353. What the hell, man? Why? It's really pissing me off. Okay, there we go. Width, oh, I can just do that. Width 69 and a half. There we go. Okay, so there we go. Now the question is, should I put a little earth in there? No. Because I want to make, it's I think it's just, do we want to show diameter? Do we want to show, I have this thing called library where I put like, Tim, you can do calculations in the scale field in Illustrator. It might be easier to get exact percentages. I should absolutely do that. I've been doing so much like inane calculator math. Scale field, okay, I'm gonna remember that and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do that because I do so much of this. Okay, sorry, this has been lagging here. Hold on, let's just get rolling here. I've got my library. Where the hell is my library? Here it is. Library, I've just got some shit that I use again. Here's an animal eye. Here's stars if I need them. Here's just not the 256, but just like if I want to do a measurement. Here's like a bracket, things I use a lot. So I'm just going to pull, this is a smaller drawing, so I'll pull a small arrow in. Scale field. I need to remember this and get good at it. Now, do I actually want an arrow? Because okay, so here's what I could do. I could do a little stick guy in the middle, maybe to symbolize like you, but, and then I'm not going to do circles. I think I'm going to do like solid objects, but first let's just, okay. Now, because the thing is, in the text I'm saying 16.5 is the number I'm using, which is radius. So if I then jump to diameter, I think it might confuse people a little bit who are like, wait, what is that? I thought you just said 16.5. So let's do radius. I don't think we, I think we do some curved lines here for that name. And then, I think I do a little stick guy in the middle. And then I could, rather than, okay, because it's like, yeah, I could, okay, I think what I'll do is I'm going to say affectable horizon. Well, first let's just start with something I know I'm going to do, which is this. Let me make a copy, make it bigger. And I'm just going to write on this. Oops. Oh, I see why. I see the problem. Okay. Now I'm going to do type on a curve, type on a path tool. And I'm going to say affectable universe. Now let's make that way smaller. And now let's, okay. Where's that? There we go. Like that. And then this is, I'm getting, This is, yeah, okay. Okay, effectable universe. Is that like centered-ish? Okay. Now I'm gonna do the same thing up here. And we're gonna say observable universe. So that's gonna get some of that. That's gonna like relieve some of the burden of having to say that later. Let's just go over here. Okay. Now the text feels a little small. This one could be a little bigger because it is bigger. And this one could be one notch bigger, probably, just for clarity. Okay, now I have to go. I should have centered it, but okay, like that back there. All right, and now we're gonna go here. All right. Now, if I want to be, I can just go like this and see where the midline is. I think it's like sometimes I just try to eyeball it. Like, this is the midline of this, and it matches up with the midline of that. And this is the midline of this, and it matches up with the midline of that. That's how you can kind of test it. The midpoint here, when you click on this, matches up with the midpoint there, just to make sure you're centered. I mean, again, you can eyeball it. If it looks centered, then that accomplishes what you need to. In fact, this looks a little not centered to me. The observable universe does not look centered to me. I don't know what's going on. Too much in the other direction now. In fact, this could even be bigger. Just because I have to remember that if it's in the side, this is going to be pretty small. Okay. I think that's good for now. We can tweak later. No, I liked it more before. Okay. So now we got that. Now, what are we doing here? I think I'm going to make this not a solid thing. I think I'm going to make it like, what color would the observable universe be? Like maybe gray? Or maybe like a dark blue? Should we go dark? Or like, yeah, let's just try it dark and see what that looks like. Nope, wrong thing highlighted. This obviously would have to be white. And then this could become like a lighter blue. Do we like that? Picture this in the side of the page. It's a little dark. But like the universe is dark, you know? Black wouldn't be, you don't want like some giant black circle on the side of a page, I think. But like, I don't know, kind of like this. Let's see, anyone have any gradient to black? Yeah, gradient, the problem is, I want sharp lines here. I want like, I'm showing like it's just two discrete distances, so I don't want a gradient here. Big fan from Iraq. Wow, man. I went to Erbil. Are you from Erbil or like the southern part? Okay. So, yeah, gradient. I don't think we want a gradient here. Just because I'm showing like two discrete things. Okay, so let's just move this over a little now. This here. Getting this centered is actually annoying me. And again, this is the kind of thing I'm sure there's some really, really easy way to do this, and I'm just not doing it correctly. But okay. So now what are we doing here? I could say 16.5 billion years, just at the distance. I could do 33 across. Maybe diameters. I think I'm just gonna do, okay, no arrow. I'm just gonna do a line and see how this looks. Oops, a line. Let's make it white. And where's the center there? It's over there. Okay. Selecting both objects and right-clicking make it reveal in a line. There is a line option over here. I do a lot of this. I probably could do that. I probably could have done that there. Let's just try it. So if I go like this and I click a line. No. Maybe it is a line and that's why. Let's see what happens if I do it up here and I click this and then I click a line. No, I don't know. That's not working there, but I do that a lot. Or I do use those align tools a lot. Okay, now we're off kilter here. This needs to go a little farther to the left. All right, a little more. Okay. And do I want, oh man, why is this over here now? I think I might have just, when I clicked a line, I might have just messed something up. Okay. All right, so now I'll be writing like, just my labeling, 16.5, probably just BLY, light years. It's gonna be too small if there's no way to make this, even if I made it the smallest possible font, this is not gonna work that way, unless I mean, I could do this. I don't like this though, it's just too big and prominent. I think. I don't, light years looks stupid. It should be 2 words anyway. I'm just gonna say, and hope people understand that it's like B-L-Y. Is that Bly? How do we like that? Do people know what this means? I just said it above. I just said in the text 16.5 billion light years. I think that's going to work. And let's make it white also. Okay. Now, and I don't know if you want a little stick guy in the middle or not yet. Okay, now, I think to be clear, let's not have this, because I could just do like, I think I'm just going to have this like, you know, something like that. I could have it straight down. I think it's like a nice diagonal here would do the job. And then let's make it a different color. Yellow. Sometimes it's like you also just don't want a whole different color here. It's like it's blue and white, and that's nice. And like, do we want to bring yellow into this? And then it really highlights that as like a thing. It makes it like, so like, or I could do, you know, gray and white on the outside for the long line and the observable, and then it's like light blue and dark blue for the 2 lines in the middle. You know, it's trying to always think a little bit about aesthetics, even though Wait But Why has quite silly aesthetics usually. I think that yellow, well, let's just see what it looks like. So here I would say 45 billion light years But maybe here I could spell it out. And then people would get the point above. But then it's not consistent. You know, these are all the little things to think about all the time. Okay, and then we can make this a little bigger. This can be even a hair bigger. I think I don't like what's happening right now. I don't love what's happening. I do want it to, it's important that the words extend past this boundary, because otherwise if just say the words were just here, it would look like I might be saying that this distance is 45 billion light years, even though, you know, you need to, that would be you can't have that. So I don't think the yellow is working for me here. It's highlighting that as if it's like the important thing when it's not. It's just one of the things. So we're going to go back to white and see what that looks like. And you can't do black because the outer thing is too dark. I could do black here. Could do that. But you know, it doesn't need to. I like to do different things when it has to be for clarity, but like it's clear that what each of these are referring to. Now the next question is it too weird to have BLY and then billion light years written out, even though there's obvious reasons for it? It's just inconsistent. This is the kind of thing Alicia will yell at me about later. She'll be like, I feel like it should be the same. And so I'm just like trying to like get yelled at in my head so I can fix it now. Maybe we compromise and we do like a 45B light years and we make it the whole thing a little bigger. I don't know. So this is the kind of thing I would just kind of like leave and we'll like evaluate it later. Let's see if you all have any thoughts. Definitely be consistent, yeah. LYRS, yeah. Maybe remove the BLY and let people infer that from the second label. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm gonna, something's wrong with this. Something is wrong with this. But maybe the text size being different is just kind of weird, actually. Let's make this 8 if we can. Is it too big? I think that can fit, and then this can be 8. And then I don't want to just say 16.5B here because it's like what I don't know. People will get it, but I just think it like looks weird. But yes, LY is stupid. I think we can all agree that LY is stupid. I mean, would it be better like lowercase? I don't think so. And then the next question is, would this be better lowercase? No, definitely not. I'm gonna leave it like this for now. I think this is good enough. This is an easy drawing. We shouldn't spend too much time on it. We'll come back later. But so it's like, and by the way, this can probably then be even smaller. Like small is good. If we can do something well, small. So sometimes you just need to make the text bigger and then the whole thing can get smaller. Let's just see how that would look. Like this. Can you still read this? Probably not. Now the text is probably too small. The text is 5.62. It's a little small. We could go like that, make it 6 and drag it down a little bit. All right. And then this can be bigger for sure. You know, it is what it will be at this time. One little thing I've learned is see this like unsatisfying kind of like angle. I can fix that by going here to stroke and then going rounded. Yeah, see? Um, all right. Let's see what other people think. At least be consistent in capital letters or not. Yeah, fine. It just feels like the light years now are going to be like screaming in your face. You say, it's like light years, but I think that is better. Maybe I should just do BLY there too, whatever. This is the kind of shit I sit there and think about, and it doesn't feel like great use of time when I'm doing this kind of thing, but I'll just obsess over this for a while. Does the B maybe look like an 8? Mm-hmm. You know, it does. Okay, let me here's just to get crazy for a second. No, it's gonna be too small. The font will be too small. What I was gonna say is, what if I did and then just made like a hair smaller? No, right? No, now it's so wordy, so unnecessarily wordy. Let's not do this. We all agree this isn't ideal, but I think it's the kind of thing. Now, sometimes you have to step back. It's like, should I even be labeling the radius? Is it better to label the diameter? That would certainly help the problem, but it's not really how I talked about it in the text. And then you can be like, well, should I change the text to make the drawing work? And then also, you know, here's where I could also just choose to go deeper and put some galaxies in and actually have an arrow to one and be like past the affectable horizon, like no ability to affect this, and then put the Milky Way in the middle and like that. But I think this is a simple drawing, especially because I'm incentivized to make it simple because it's a circle, and adding more will make it bigger, which takes up vertical space, and then it becomes hard to make it in the side, and I'm always just, yeah. So I think I'm going to leave this one simple for now. It does look like an 8, but having a space and just like a... What is out of the observable universe? More universe. It's just we can't see it. And maybe like a lot more universe. Again, like if the observable universe is a grain of sand, the whole universe might be the Earth. Observable universe top. Oh, in light years. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. You think I can remove all instances of light years? Then you're just saying like 45 billion. 45 billion what? I don't like having units. But I am just saying above that in the text. Okay, you know, like this is a, how about 16.5 over the beam? 45 under the beam, in between the beams. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's creative. Getting rid of light years would solve all kinds of problems. But if it just says 45 billion. Yeah. I could take light years out of this one, write out billion in both, and then keep ly here. No, I'm going to leave this. I'm not going to do this because this is, this may not even be the final thing. And it's supposed to be just like a little like embellishment to the paragraph. It's like as you're reading, you can like, it's like an aside is very different also. And then it's like, as you're reading, it's like, there's a little bit of extra info over here versus if it's a center drawing, which most of them are, then it's much more like text, like stop, now look at this. Now we keep going, as opposed to like, as you're reading, you can glance over and see this. So I think it's also an aside, and I want kind of aside energy for this, which is just not that involved. But yes, we'll have to think about the solution for the other thing. Okay, let's let's save this for now. 45 space B. Then it's just a B. I don't like that floating B. I don't like that floating B one bit. No. Light years curving along the bottom left. Yeah. But then it's just like, what is that? Like light years, it's like, it's the unit for these lines. It's not just like, it's not part of the circle. It's not a unit for the circle. Yeah. That's interesting. Arrow pointing inward and outward is kind of interesting, but no, I think for now, because the text does a lot of work here explaining what I'm actually talking about. All right, I appreciate all the feedback though. So we're gonna just try to shrink this down so that in the actual, this is just for, I'm shrinking it now so that we can put it into documents that, like, you know, editors and other people will read. If you're one of the Patreon people who volunteered to read, thank you. You're awesome. Okay. It reads a lot like 458. You know what? It does. It does. And it makes me sad. And it makes me sad because you're saying it and it's not untrue. And it looks like 458. And it does. God damn it. Okay, well, what if we just did this? What if we do that? And then that'll help people see that this is a B. Now I'm sad that you're sad. Well, it is saddening when you're just trying to do this. I think Patreon volunteering is full, but if you are a patron, just go. I think it's a few Friday posts down, and or email Alicia at waypointwide.com because she's managing that, and I don't know if there's still room, but there might be. Would love to have you if there is still room. Okay, this is better. People like it more. I think it does look better. I think it does look better. And now people now that helps this travesty up here be at least clearer because it's like I see what he's doing. There's a B there. Okay. All right. See, that was a little improvement there. It's not a great drawing. Like it doesn't do. I don't like drawings that don't actually add much that the text isn't already saying. You know, I think I think there should be something else should happen with this. I don't want a drawing to be like, yeah, you just said that, and here it is, like two simple circles. I mean, it does help to just see it's inside. See how much smaller it is. Like it's way smaller. But if it's in the side, I also just have lower standards for it. I'm like, it's okay. If it's just like a little bit like, oh, there it is. That's how big it is. Like, that's okay if it's in the side. If it's a main drawing, especially a bigger one, it has to prove itself. It has to earn that spot much more than this does. Okay, let's move on. Now, I think we can procrastinate. I think we can procrastinate. So I wrote down a bunch of potential procrastination activities here. One of them is let's play Worldle, not Wordle. Worldle. Okay. Now this could be embarrassing if I don't know it. Okay. So you have to guess the country, and if you guess it wrong, it'll tell you how far away you are. Now this one, I know. This is an easy one. This is Germany. But just to show you what would happen if I got it wrong, let's say it's Afghanistan. And it's going to tell you, it's going to say, no, idiot. Afghanistan, you want to go 4,900 kilometers west, right? So that would be your hint, and then you'd be like, oh, it's Germany. Okay, that's actually that was too easy. Play next round. Okay. Ooh, what's this? Neighbors. I don't want to do that. I just want to do a country. All right, I guess that's it for you. Have like one a day. All right. Can you guess these 9 neighbors of Germany? All right. That looks a lot like Switzerland to me. Okay, I think I got it right now. That is... I want to see them. I want to see all of them. Hold on. Let's just see. Let's just do the ones I know. This is France. Okay. Then we can narrow down. This is Denmark. Okay. This is, I do recognize this, and it touches Germany. This is like the Czech Republic, or is it Austria? I think it's Austria. I think both touch Germany. I think that looks more like the Czech Republic. I'm going to try Austria here. Well, hold on. Let's just hold on. I want to... now, what the hell is this? I'm just going to say Austria here. That looks really Austrian to me. Yes. Okay. Now, what surrounds Germany? There's Luxembourg. I don't want to upset our Luxembourg friend, but I don't know the shape of Luxembourg. I really don't. I don't think it's this because I don't think it has like an archipelago, but what else surrounds Germany? Poland. Is this Poland? This big guy? Probably, right? Poland touches Germany, right? Yes. Okay. So far, so good. Now, what else touches Germany? How about down below? There's Switzerland, but then there's also, does like Slovenia touch? No, it's on the other side of Austria. Czech Republic, I think, does, right? So this looks more like the Czech Republic than other places. But I think we're supposed to call it Czechia. Let's try that. Oops. Yeah. See, Czechia. When did you guys do that, and why? I guess it's better. When you're like the United States of America, that's not a real country name. It's just a description, right? And Czech Republic, like why can't you just have a real name? So I like Czechia. Yes. Okay. We're doing well. But now we have hard times. Oh, you know what? Fucking Liechtenstein touches Germany, doesn't it? Liechtenstein and Luxembourg are going to kill me here. But what's the other one? Before I start guessing those. What's like... Okay, so you go east from Germany, you get to Poland. Czech Republic. South. Does it touch something else in the south? Doesn't touch. I don't think so. What's to like the France, Denmark. I'm gonna get things wrong. I'm gonna try Liechtenstein for this guy. Let's just try it. I'm glad they spelled it for me. Oh, what? Damn it. Okay, well, give me more guesses. Is this Liechtenstein? No. So what the hell? So is this Liechtenstein? It can't be. There's like islands. You've already guessed Liechtenstein. I know. Not for that one. Wait, does Liechtenstein not touch Germany? I swear it was, you know what? It might not touch Germany. It might touch Switzerland and Austria. It's between Switzerland and Austria. Oh, what a mistake. Okay, let's try Luxembourg then. Which one is Luxembourg? I guess I'll try this one for Luxembourg. Okay. Now, this is on the coast. Now, does Germany touch the Netherlands? France, there's like France, right? And then you've got, oh yeah, of course. Wait a second. Because Germany would always go through Belgium to get to. So it must be Belgium, because Germany would always go through Belgium to get to France. Every time France was like, we did it. We've secured our border as long as they don't think to go through Belgium, and then Germany goes through Belgium. And they're like, how did we? So it's got to be, right? It touches Belgium. So this is Belgium. Yes. Okay, I don't know why I didn't think of that. That was obvious. Now. Wait, I thought this was Belgium. Huh? So wait, I guess that wasn't Belgium. Now I'm confused. This doesn't look like, this looks like, okay. I'm officially in the Netherlands. It must touch the Netherlands also. All right. I think I did pretty well. The Liechtenstein thing threw me off, and then I should have thought of Netherlands and Belgium. I was just thinking those kind of nestled within France, but they're not. They're between France and Germany. Okay. Do we like that? Now, you don't have to zoom. You can guess any of the 9 I say, but I wanted to guess them right. Okay. Okay. Well, let's just, I'm not going to probably do more, but let's just see what the next round is. Capital city. Well, that's easy. Now let's, can you guess where Berlin is? It's right here. Duh. Okay. Can you guess the flag for Germany? Duh. This is easy because it's Germany. I mean, if they did, you know, Mozambique, I'd be having a harder time. Which of these facts is true about Germany? Top 20 in chocolate consumption per capita. Well, that seems for sure. Observes daylight savings time. Who knows? I think they do. Is it dependency territory? No. Is part of the USSR? No. So, I mean, I guess the reason is I do video calls with my friend, and I feel like it's always my German friend Philip, and I feel like it's always the same time away. I feel like it's never like, oh, my clock's changed and his didn't. But top 20 in chocolate consumption, I mean, it's one of the main chocolate countries, right? It's like right next to Switzerland. I'm just going to say that. No, damn it. Oh, wait, no, I didn't click. That was unfair. I didn't see that. I didn't even see what that was. Of the famous there's famously no general speed limit. I knew it. I knew that because, again, Philip drives at an insane speed limit on the... Wait, sorry, what was this? History. The unification of Germany as an empire in 1871 was formally proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of... I don't know this. I don't know this. I don't know this. I don't know why it would be. I mean, Versailles is a palace. Is that the thing? That's the only palace here? But why would it be in Versailles exactly? Maybe France was like, you did it. You're a country. Let's just try it. Yay. Okay. And next round. Can you guess which landmark is in Germany? Oh, clearly these castles like that. The Cinderella Castle in Disney World is based on German castles. So it's got to be this guy. Yes. Okay. Wow, we're getting deep on Germany here. It wasn't really what I was planning. I thought we were going to just guess country border shapes. But can you guess what the above landmark in Germany is called? Okay, now we're getting boring. Who cares? Let's just call it this. Yes, because it's a castle. I'm kind of upset with them. Like, how many more do these drive? This is not becoming interesting. You know what? I'm going to quit. This is not interesting. Let's go do Wordle. Instead. And then we're going to get back to work. Play. Okay, I always start with stare. I just don't see why I would want to test anything other than those obviously most 5 important letters. Plus, you get the consonant, you get S and T at the beginning, which is where they would normally be. You get the E at the end. A is the other vowel you want to test. Why would you want to test vowels other than A and E? Slate you could do, but like stare to me is the way to go. Okay, let's see. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm... Wordle, exactly. Good catch there. Now, when you have an S, right, and then the A is... Well, it's actually a little weird because normally I would be like, well, how about I test an H, for example, because it could be SH, but then you would have, the next thing would be a vowel, and it can't be an A. So it's like shoal, S-A, no, that's with it. It's like S-H-O-A, or S-P, S-L. I'd want to test a bunch of things that could go after the S, like consonant, like S-P, S-L, S-H, S-C, right? So I would test something like chimp, S-M. But again, here the A is throwing me off because it seems like it would be SA or something with, it's like it's so like it could be salad, for example. I might just test salad because I'll test two other consonants, and I will also just get a feel for, I'll know where the A is. It's not the best guess. I could do better. I could probably lay up more and test more letters because I'm not going to get it right. So why am I wasting a letter on the S? But let's just do this for now. Okay. You see, we learned something here. So now we've got SL. It's got to be a vowel. So SLOA or SLIA, or the L is at the end. So it's like, sumac? No. What would even be, okay, what would even this be here? Sloan is not a word, right? It's a name. I don't think there's anything here. So I don't think that's what it is. In which case, and I don't think it's IA, SLIA. So it's got to be the L at the end. That's my guess. So we know there's not an A as the second letter, right? So we're honing in here. Is this how you spell shoal? I'm going to try it. Hey, okay. I'm pleased. So a 3 is a birdie. 2, you have to get lucky. I don't think you get skill points for getting a 2. I mean, but 3, if you consistently, I want to get more 3s than 4s is my goal, or at least even. I want my average to be like 3.7, something like that. Very into it. I just play it every day. Okay. We're gonna stop. I want to do more. Oh, other people were saying shoal. Okay. Let's go back to work. You say, this is what sucks. That's what sucks, is you have to go back to work all the time. I often, I don't want to go back to work, but then I have to. But that's okay. You're here, which makes it less bad than it normally is. All right. We've done 2 drawings in, if you include all the technical difficulties, 3 hours. That's not a great pace, but it's, Let's try to move along here. So, I'll close my observable universe doc. All right. Chart. Okay, let's see. What do we want to do next here? We can do more stick drawings. Let's do an easy one. That's just words. All right. So, okay, so I have a bunch of fun facts for you here too. So let's just talk about the names. Why is it? It is March 10th, 2026, but why? Why is it March 10th, 2026? By the way, the music stopped, didn't it? Okay. Let me just see. All right. So why is it March 10th, 2026? So first of all, let's start with the months. Here's the months. March used to be the first month of the year. Let's close this. We don't need this. Well, we'll keep it open if you want to admire our work later or fix it. All right, I'm gonna just go here and open this. I'm gonna save this as months. So the Romans named the months about, the length of a moon. So that's why months are about 30 days, 20, 29, 30, 31 days. Because that's how long a lunar cycle is. And they had 10, even though we have 12, right? This moon cycle happens about 12 times a year, which is why we have 12 months. Why did they only have 10? And the answer is that they needed months. The labeling months isn't like necessary. Why do we even have to label the months? We don't label the weeks, right? We don't call week 32 like, some name for a week. So it's a little weird if you think about it. We also don't label the years, although the Romans did. They named them after the consul. But like we just do numbers for years. So why do we have names for the months? And it's just because they found it important for agriculture. And guess what? In the winter, during what we call January and February, there really wasn't much agriculture. It was kind of the time off. It was like in between it was like, after the last season ended, before the next one begins. And then they start with March. So this is why, if you look here, this is what I wrote in the book. Oops. God damn it. All right. Oh, okay. So double click, pissing me off. Okay. All right. April's really making this whole thing ugly, isn't it? Now let's just get it in Y font. And let's make it a little, I think we want this to be, man, that April is killing the vibe here. Because we also could, without April, we could almost just be like, anyway, we'll figure out the details later, but I want to tell you about it first. So March is named after the god Mars. Why did the music stop again? Why must things be this way? I think I was like out of a playlist and it was just playing one song and stopping when it ended. Okay. All right. So March is named after Mars. April's annoying because they don't know when. So first of all, it might be Aphrodite, which would just make it easy, but AP, APR, Aphrodite, April. But they also might be after the Latin aperiere, which means to open. Because that's when flowers open, right? So May was named after Maya, whoever that was. June was named after Juno. That's like Hera in the Greek myths. Quintilis was just the 5th. Sextilis was just the 6th month. So that was what we call July and August, was Quintilis and Sextilis. And then September, October, November, December were the same. Now October, octagon, 8, right? October, 8th. Sept is always 7. Nov, right, is always 9. DEC, like decade, right? We have, it means 10. So that all makes sense, the 1st through the 10th month. Then Julius Caesar was like, wait, actually, January and February deserve months too. Sorry, the winter deserves months too. And they were like, hold on, I have the details here. Oh no, sorry, it wasn't Caesar at all. It was in early Roman history. Like legend says, in 7th century BC, the Roman ruler Numa Pompilius was like, let's just round it out here. And so he added Januarius, which was named after the god Janus, and Februarius, which was named after the Roman purification festival Februa. Okay, and so we ended up with those months. And then they, I guess they decided to make those the first 2 months of the year instead of the last, which was too bad, because if it was last, then September, October, November, December would still correspond to the right things. But instead, it bumped everyone down 2 months. So you end up with the month that sounds like 7, that's supposed to mean 7, is the 9th month. October is the 10th month, etc. So that's what happened to the months. Then Caesar was like, also, let's just like get it on track here. And he like made the Julian calendar. And then later, like I think a monk Gregorius was like, actually, let's make it even more correct and have like leap years correct and stuff. And he did the Gregorian calendar. But anyway, the main months were in place way back, like 7th century BC Romans. Now, why is it 2026? And it's because it actually, the year one, like there was some night. This always kind of bugs me out. There was always some night. There was some night when people went to bed in what we call BC, and at midnight it became AD, and they woke up in the morning and it was AD. It was what the year. It was January 1st, 1 AD. That date, if you went back, did happen. It was at one point 111, but no one there called it 111. They didn't think of it as anything special at all. It was just the year of their consul, whatever month they were calling it. It wasn't until 525 years later, in 525 AD, that the Christian monk Dionysius Exiguus, he was like, wait, actually, why are we naming, because I think for a while they were naming that they had the year count going off of one of the later, Diocletian, one of the later emperors, but he was super anti-Christianity. He was like the last emperor that really persecuted Christians before Constantine was like, actually, Christianity is the way to go, and then everything was fine for them. But so he was like, why are we going off of this asshole? Why don't we go off of Jesus? Is how that's his birth should be the beginning of the new. It should be before Christ and Anno Domini, after our Lord, whatever. So he tried to do that, and he did his best estimation. And he thought, okay, Jesus was born 525 years ago, so right now it's 525 AD is what we're calling this. And everything before Jesus is going to be BC. And it turns out he was wrong. Jesus was born like between 4 and 6 BC probably. We don't know for sure, but he wasn't born then. So he actually got it wrong. It really should be like, right now it should be like 2031, 2032, 2030, something like that. And then even then it didn't really catch on for a while. It was the Anglo-Saxon historian Bede helped popularize the AD system in 731 when he used it in his Ecclesiastical History of the English People, which became a huge viral hit. And a few decades later, Charlemagne further helped the cause by using it as the official system of his empire, and like the rest is history. Then, as Christianity spread the world, this numbering system for the year spread, and now all around the world, it is 2026 AD. So, good job, Dionysius Exiguus. And then the last question I have is, so why is January 1st on that day? Why not like on Jesus' birthday, December 25th? And it turns out that January 1st just relates to like the months, the lunar cycle, that whatever. December 25th is when we celebrate Christmas, but it wasn't actually Jesus' birthday. We don't know what Jesus' birthday was. It coincided with a popular pagan festival at the time, so the Christians were like, we're also going to celebrate during your big celebration. We're going to do our own celebration for Jesus' birthday, even though it wasn't then. And the 25th was mistakenly, it was supposed to be the solstice, the winter solstice, which is why the pagans were doing it then. But the pagans had it wrong, and so then the Christians had it wrong because that's not the winter solstice. It's more like December 21st. These are all the things I've learned that are all in the book. But what I wanted to do is, I'm making the only illustration here, everything else is in text, is this, I just have this list. If I'm going to do a big list of months like this, why not just make it visual? If it's going to take up that space anyway in the book, like might as well. And use some color. So I guess what we're going to do here is, do we want the numbers? I think so. Yeah, we want the numbers because it's kind of part of the story. But I don't know if we want those parentheses. One dot. Yeah. And I think the parentheses works well there. Okay, so now the question is, we'll do color at the end, but like, what am I doing with April? Am I just accepting that it is hideous? Or are we gonna do, can we do better here? Maybe I can just uncertain origin star, and then at the bottom in finer text put that. I don't love that either, but let's just get these others in order and we can take a look at it. I'm so annoyed at April. Okay. So, here we are. It's the kind of tedious shit I do. A lot of. When you're out living your life, I'm here doing shit like this all the time. Okay. There we go. Also, is annoying that December is not aligned now because of the 10, but that's okay. You see? I mean, I could literally like put this line like go like this, and then literally like move this. Wait. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I could literally go like this and put it. Oh my god, that's so slow. And I could do this. Wait, let me first put the space here. And I could go like this. And then keep December aligned. But now it's also not aligned because something's weird with it. I guess because there's a space there. I guess I would have to just do, yeah. Well, I can deal with that tiny thing later, but I kind of feel like that's the way to go to keep them all aligned. Why is this not aligned now? You see? Why do things like this have to happen? I think it's just because maybe the 10 is not like as, you know. So I can go like this and do yet another one of these things and go like that and get it aligned. Anyway, it's kind of cool when you say December, November, September. You're literally saying Latin words. Like those were the same. That's what like the Roman senators in 400 BC were like. December, it's November. It's kind of crazy. Oh, by the way, quintilis and sextilis. We didn't talk about those. What the hell happened there? Literally, after Julius Caesar named all the things, like, changed the calendar, like got it right, and there was a Julian calendar. I think people were like, let's just like throw him a bone and we'll name quintilis July instead, or Julius is what it was called then. And then Augustus was in power next, and he was like, well, I feel that if Caesar gets to have a month named after him, I should too. And everyone's like, fine, you can have Sextilis, and it became Augustus or August. That's why those happened. And I don't know, I bet the next emperor was like, okay, so September is now going to be, and they were like, no, we're done. That's it. We're keeping the other things as they are. Anyway, all right, so now. Uncertain origin, I could say, I could just accept this. I could accept the ugliness. Maybe color will help a little. So let's do this. Maybe with the one in green. Blue? It's a little light, I don't know. We could also just get weird, you know, and be like, you know, orange and clash a little here. That's a little too flamboyant, right? For this boring chart, like what? I think I prefer the blue, but a darker blue. Okay. Okay, I'm down with that, I think. Um, okay, now we don't need any more blue. I guess we should have July. But it's not, those are supposed to be like, not just what the month is. I think it's supposed to be like Junius, which means June. Because I'm explaining July right after, so I'm going to leave that. These quotes all look wrong, by the way. These quotation marks don't look like the correct font, which is something that Alicia will usually go in and fix at some point, but for anyone who's newer to Wait But Why, Alicia is the Wait But Why's manager of lots of things. That's her title. Oh, I forgot that I made this different. And she basically like does everything that I don't specifically have to be the one to do. Everything from like being the primary book editor to like managing the fact checking process to managing like the new site we're building to admin to she hired interns in Wait But High, which was our big in-person event. Why do I want this highlight? In 2016, that was like, you know, she did that whole thing. And she also helps like keep me on track and like keep my schedule, like keep me honest with my schedule. And often I will share my screen with her so she can see me work to see that I'm not procrastinating. So she also is kind of my babysitter. Very important person around here. Definitely the chief IT support, and I'll call with like an Illustrator question because she's really good at Illustrator. Why won't this fucking turn green? There. Okay. Now that I feel like those 4 blue things look a little weird, it feels like it should be like all of them or not, none of them. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. Yeah, I think the blue is not working for me. I think this should just be green also. No, because I only want the number. I think it's fine. I'm going to leave it for now. Named after the god Mars, uncertain origin. So I guess I could just leave. I mean, the color makes it a little better. It's just ugly. It just could be. Look how nice life could be. This would have to go up, obviously. I should have just made that a group. God damn it. My God. Okay. I'm going to group this with the 10 right now. So they don't... Oh, I can't. Yeah, I'll group it with the whole thing. Anyway, you see how nice life could be? This could be nice, and also it's too big. It doesn't need to be nearly this big. It could be like... I could just say after the god Mars, after, and take away even more space, and it could just be this nice little aside. But you know, and then I could put April's info below. But it's not just uncertain. They have a pretty good idea. It's one of those things, so I can't really get away with it, unfortunately. I think I have to keep it. It's really sad. For now. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it for now. It's not, we don't love it, you know, but let me just move this up a tad. Now let me group this and this and this together so they don't split up anymore. Yeah. Yeah, April's a dick. That's all I can say. There's nothing else to say about it. We don't like it. But I'm going to leave it for now. We'll see how it looks on the page. We'll see how we're doing for space in the chapter. You know, I could easily make it a tiny little small print footnote. I could even put the footnote in here. But, you know, now April's taking up almost more space. It's like, what's this footnote? Oh, we're like, you know, it's taking up a lot too much air in the room when there's 9 other months here and April's inserting itself front and center. So that was that. Okay. Let's move on. Let's make a little tiff here. Okay. Okay. Now, what should we do next? Let's do another drawing. We just, you know. All right, so we did that one. I could do another stick drawing. It's harder, but you know, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, and then I have some weird, interesting drawings that are not with my hand drawing, so they'll go quicker. Let's do one hard one now. Okay, this is another little aside flourish. I don't even know if it'll make the book, frankly, but I think it's worth doing in case I decide it needs to be in there. All right. So now we're going to a totally different part of history. We're going to a totally different part of history to the Olmecs. Do you know about the Olmecs? I don't really know about the Olmecs, to be honest. I didn't put a big section on the Olmecs, which is when I really have to learn about something. But I read a little bit about it, and I wanted to mention them because they're a major civilization a long, long time ago. Let me remind myself how far long ago. 1500 to 400 BC. That's like, you know, when they begin, the Olmecs began in the Bronze Age, and they basically are basically an Iron Age. They coincide with like the Assyrians, the Neo-Babylonians, at the end of their reign, the Persians Empire. But like they started back with like the Hittites. You know, like Homer, and the oldest Greek, you know, the oldest traces of like Western civilization was already like the middle of the Olmec Empire, and they were in modern day Mexico, near like Veracruz and Tabasco. And what are they known for? Well, that's what we're gonna do. They're known for their giant stone heads, and I just felt like this comic wrote itself. As soon as I learned that they did these huge stone heads, I just knew what I had to do. I knew what I had to do. So let's first okay. That's one of them. Those are big stone heads made out of sandstone. Now this is apparently what they looked like, but I don't know if I'm going to... I don't think I'm going to get them clothes, right? We don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I think I'll just have naked dudes. I could put one of those feather things on their heads. I could. I don't want to. I don't want to. Maybe I should. We can decide that later. Okay. So we're just going to put these aside for now. Well, this one very much is coming with us. This one is going to need to be traced. I do not want to, I don't, like, tracing is, I don't normally want to trace because no, get out of here. Because the imperfections, you know, the bad drawing, that is kind of like the style that people now recognize, and like, why would I want to trace something to make it look exactly like it, unless I'm trying to make something that I don't know how to draw, that I do want to, like, I want to actually show what the stone head looked like, but I need to, it's part of a drawing, so I can't just do a photo. We're not really doing photos in the book, you know? Everything should be drawn or not in there. I think maybe there's one or two, like the standard of I think we're putting in there, and a couple things, but why is it doing that? Oh, I see. Okay, so how big is this stone head? Well, what's going on here? I think we're doing one of these. All right, so we're gonna have a 3-pane comic. So I can go like this, and then I can go like add another. There we go. This is a great Illustrator feature that did not exist in Pixelmator, or at least not that I knew of, where you can just make this. I used to have to draw like I would put each rectangle to like line them up. How high do I want it? I guess we need some vertical space, so let's just try that. All right, now we make the black. Okay. All right, so this guy's gonna be here, like there. Kind of want it to be on the ground, but I guess it should be a little bit above if it's not going to be. You could do a little shadow or something below him. We'll figure that out. Okay, we'll put that there. Now, let's just do the hard thing first. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to trace this guy. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna drag one here so I can see it for reference, but I'm gonna make this one very transparent so I can trace over it. And then I'm going to lock that layer so it can't move when I'm trying to, it won't bother me. Now I'm going to, I don't think it should be black. I don't think it should, but I'll just start with black here. We'll do color in a minute. All right. Yeah, these are like the heads of Easter Island, although Easter Island was way later. Easter Island was like during the Middle Ages when they were making those heads, like during the European medieval times. This was during the Bronze Age and the Iron Age in Europe, like way longer ago. 2,000 years before, 3,000 years before. What are we doing? Why are we doing that? Okay. So let's just try to not do this retardedly. All right. So I'm going to fix the little imperfections later. That's really bad there. Let's just cut this there. And now let's keep going down here. This is bad, really bad line. Not even worth it. That was so bad. All right, let's just start up here. So bad, dude. All right. See, and I know there's ways to do this, but I just feel like I don't want to have it done automatically for me. I want to draw everything that's in the book myself. And you see it still will be, obviously, I'm not going to make it this imperfect, but it won't be totally perfect. That was so bad. Sorry, so the question is always, is it going to take more time to fix that or to redraw it? Sometimes I'm like, oh, I'll just fix it, and then I fix it for 10 minutes, and I'm like, I should have just redrawn that. All right, so that part was good. Now, how can I just come up here normally, please? Okay. Okay, that's so wavy here. I think it's just the angle. Okay, it unwaved it for me a little. Let's just go with it. Okay, so now I have to get in there. Let's put this guy. Let's unmute him and then put him. Unlock him. I mean, and then put him here, and we'll relock him. Okay, so we can see him a little better now. Now we want to get it, you know, roughly correct here. So I'm just gonna, this is like the part of the video, if you're watching, if I were doing like a tutorial, this would like be suddenly really sped up to like 10x. And unfortunately, you guys are here in real time. You are in real time on 1x watching this riveting part of the show. All right. So we get this, we get him out here. I think a little waviness is kind of like fine, a little funny if it's a little bit like cartoony. Where is this thing? It's there. Okay. You know what I'm also going to do? I want to make him a little brighter because I need to be able to see him better. So let's move him up to 50%. Yeah. Now let's go like that again. So now we can see him a little better. I don't need it to be perfect lined up, but you know, I want to be somewhat true to the real heads that they made. So this would be in a little bit. This would be in a little bit. Where does that end there? Okay, it's also kind of just... This is like as hard as making the head itself. Oh, not that. Okay. The next procrastination, I think, should be a crossword puzzle. We did those in the last live stream in 2022 at those live streams, and I think that was fun. And then I want to get to more Google Maps because I feel like we didn't find any really fun ones this morning. Okay, now this is where I started to get dicier here. Okay, almost done. Save. The amount of times I've just lost like 10 minutes of tedious work, and it's just somehow something is so painful about doing it a second time. Okay. Now. So this is going to be chapter 5 of the book, by the way. This isn't chapter 5. Chapter 5 is like where we get into all the history, 2500 BC. Which is the first empire, Sargon the Great, the first emperor in the world. It's called Empires, the chapter, and it goes all the way till 1500 AD. So all the way through to the end of the Middle Ages. And I don't tell every story, even though it's the story of everything. You can't tell every story, obviously, especially with history. I mean, you could write a million pages about those 4,000 years, and I wanted to write more like 30, 40. So I do stuff like, meanwhile, in Mexico, and we talk about the Olmecs for 3 paragraphs. That's what this is part of. That's why I'm not sure it'll even make the book, because it's already an aside, and you know, if you're putting an image in an aside, it starts to defeat the purpose of making it a little shorter. But I have meanwhile in places sometimes, because I'm like, this is important. They were there too, doing something really relevant. I don't want to ignore them, but I can't write about every single thing. So some people get thrown into a blue box, into an aside blue box. Okay, and the Olmecs were one of them. But then I just heard about the stone heads, and I was like, this comic has to at least be tried. All right, so I think we've done that. Now we get to the part that I will for sure mangle, but I'm going to try my best. I don't know how to do this. doing the under eye bags here. Maybe a light one. They really like went for it with his faces. They're quite detailed. Maybe go like this. Let me make that lighter. I'm gonna have to do a big brow here. I don't know what's going on in his forehead. And I don't really want to be part of it. Or his cheeks over here. Like, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but I feel like... All right. I guess I could do some jowls here. He doesn't really have one on the other side, but I could pretend he does. I can kind of do a little line. Could do a line here, and then we could do a line there. I don't like that forehead because I'm not going to be able to. It won't look good. Now I'm not going to make all these so thick, and they're not going to be black. So we got to now go first. Just get the shapes right. The general shapes right, and then like this, these hooks, these, get rid of those. This can move a little bit away. Oops. Maybe draw half and mirror it. No, I'm not drawing with a mouse, even though it looks like I am. I'm drawing with this tablet and this pen. If you can believe that. All right. It's been 3 hours, yo. I know. Oh, I'm going like. This is just. I'm going all day, dude. I gotta get through these drawings, or I'm never gonna get this book out. So, you know. Okay. I think we're getting there. What are these bumps here? You see? Got some bumps. That's this thing. Ugh. The tedium sometimes. Okay. There we go. Just get that up there. All right. This can come up a tad. There we go. Okay. Now. Do we like this? Did I do this nose correctly? Let's go just a tad over. I think it's getting there. All right. Oh, there's always something else. All right, here, this thing. All right. Is that it? No, there's a hook on his brow. And Laura does you couldn't publish a book when there's a hook on his brow. All right, so we've got this guy. Now we have to start seeing what we're gonna do here. I think let's color his face first of all. So use that color. Feels like that'll be a little dark, maybe. Try a few. All right, now let's get rid of him. And let's start by, first I have to hook all these together. Join. Okay, now I'm gonna color it this color. Yeah, I like that. Which one's better? The lighter one. And then now these lines on his face, this is a mess. Okay. Now I feel that I'm gonna lock this layer for a second. It's also a mess. I'm gonna lock this layer. Well, I think this should be his outline should be a darker gray. Back to that. Now I'm going to lock this layer here so I can just highlight these guys and try to, well, first of all, I'm going to make some of these lighter. This is going to be, some of these are just accent lines versus like harder lines, and you can see that in his face very clearly. Accent, 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 accent. So let's make those. Why is it the, okay, whatever. All right, 0.5. I could even, if I want to get fancy, I could now, well, first of all, let's make them dark gray. But if I want to get fancy, I could like blur them. I don't know if that'll look good or bad. I never want to be in like uncanny valley of like, this is a stick drawing, but why is suddenly like some of it like looks like a real graphic person did it, or like it like looks like it's trying to do that, you know? But sometimes just these lines are not what it's intended here. Let me try to go really blurry and see what happens. Let me say it's like a hint of stuff. But again, it's like now the rest of it doesn't have that kind of vibe. So what are we doing here? I'm going to group all these together, and I can make that decision later. Now, I'm going to highlight the rest of these. And I thought maybe just this upper lip maybe could be a tad less thick. Okay. Now, yeah, I don't love the blurred thing. I don't think that's the way to go. But let me just do this first. All right, so now we're going to my wife just asked if I could refill her water bottle in the chat, and the answer is no. All right, I'm gonna go. Right, I think these should be not black, but now it looks really weird. No, I don't like how this is going at all. No, this is not good, guys. This is really bad. I mean, is it? Or is the problem the blur? Let's just unblur these guys here. Let's just X out this Gaussian blur. So now I feel like if you're going to do lines like that, you want more. You want like lots of lines, not just like these kind of sporadic lines. Maybe the lines is the problem. Maybe those should just be thicker. Let's see. And look less like, I think that's better. You know, I'm not sure the Olmecs would be so super proud of this piece of work here, but let's pull this down to here like it is in the real thing. And then this down to here. Oh, these different colors now? No, that's not going to do. No, these need to be the same color. So yeah, okay. Maybe there should be some forehead lines. Let's try it. So let's bring our friend back here. Let's draw some forehead lines and see how that goes. Is it too thick? We'll fix that in a second. So one of the most annoying Illustrator glitches is it'll be on 0.75 thickness, and then I start drawing and it changes it to 1 as the second I start, and then I have to go highlight it and move it back, and then it stays at that. I don't know about these. I think I have to just do more of these forehead lines and kind of like, you know, try to like make it like it's like kind of wrinkly up here. All right, let's see how that looks. I suspect it will not look correct, but we're gonna try it. Now let me, you know, maybe that's gonna work actually. Let me just highlight these. And move this down. Looks less bad than I thought it would. It makes it look more like stone. You know what? I might be okay with this. It's, you know, it's not good. It's not good. But wondering if it maybe needs a little bit more like, you know, I should be using the blob brush for this, but I'm not. You know, accentuate some of the things that are accentuated in the image. All right. Maybe a little more like, make him a little junkier down here. All right. It doesn't have any texture. But you know, as I said, it's a slippery slope. You start doing texture, and before you know it, now it's like, well, now it really looks bad because now it should have, I don't know if I like what I just did. I don't, well, it looks a little messier, which is maybe good, but maybe not in a good way. Oh man, you see this is why I should have used the blob brush. You end up with a mess here. Maybe if I just clean it up a little bit. See, this is a blob brush activity. This is the kind of thing that's easier in Pixelmator. This like, I don't know. Yeah, you see, this is just a mess now. I'm just like pulling these lines in weird ways. Oops. All right, and it's a little lopsided and wonky, but maybe that's good in a way. I think that thicker brow is distracting. I think it's not good what I just did. I'm gonna delete it. We can leave that middle part. Um, it's lacking a lot, guys. It's not. Don't. It's like not just detail and relief. It's lacking like everything that it could have. Should I color the eyes? But the eyes aren't colored, so that's not really correct. Some subtle drop shadow on the brow, eyes, and lips to replace a top light source. Yeah, I hear ya. Let's see. Not that one. Oh, stop it. Okay. So I would do some drop shadow. How do I do that again? I go to stylize, drop shadow. See, multiply. Like, what the hell does that mean? Opacity, offset. What are we doing here? Oh, wow. I see. It's way over there. Okay. Blur. The blur is too much. Oh, Jesus. See, okay, and it's in the wrong place. So we want to move this X offset there. And then we want to, Y offset is way too much. Wait, why is it going? Oh my God, it's so like, you know, it's just so finicky. No, 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 don't go away. I needed you. Come back. Here we go, drop shadow. Okay, offset, 0.0025. There we go. That, it seems like it's in the right place. So now we can blur it a tad. Let's also try to do 0.02. Let's see what that looks like. Can't it just preview it without having to disappear when I do this and I have to... So is this what you were talking about maybe? You see, the problem is we start to get to no man's land where it's like, well, what was this a real drawing? Because if this, once it's like, if it's a clearly like bad stick drawing, then it's like forgiving. But like once it's a real drawing, then it's like, well, this is a bad real drawing. It's like at least, I think it's just too much. It's just too much. It does make it more 3D. It needs then like, this is step 1 of like 70 that would have to go make it like 3D, you see? Yeah. Multiply is multiplying the base color value by the top color value. Base by top. Top is the shadow. Or is it the line and the background? That's probably what it is. Maybe this is just too much. Maybe just a more subtle. Because the person did say subtle, and this is not subtle. Also, it probably shouldn't be on this lip here. So let me get rid of that drop shadow. And then the rest of this. Why can't I highlight this? It's killing me. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's blur this more. Is that the issue? And then I just like stay here. When I click, I have to open the dialog box again. You see, this is the kind of shit that annoys me about Illustrator. Maybe it has to be even more subtle. That's a little better. It's a little weird. But it does add, I don't know why I didn't seem to have done it for this. Why can't I click this? Why can't I click this? You see what makes me want to kill myself? Okay. 0.4. And then this guy, the shadow got too big for his britches here. Let's go back to 0.4 there. Oops. All right. Now, we're going to finish the drawing, and then we'll come back and see if this is stupid looking. Yeah. Now I need to get rid of this line here. Why can't I select this? This is making me. Did I like hide? Did I? Oh, I think the shadow is over it. Wow, that's so annoying. Yeah. It's like the inefficiency of 1,000 suns. This is a real low point. It's me trying to find this thing. Okay, I'm gonna move it. Yeah, okay, it's that thing. I got it. Got it. It's this thing. It's connected to this thing. Okay. Now I'm going to try to cut this here. If it will let me. Oh my God. Now what happened? Now what happened? You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I just don't care. I don't care enough. I just think it looks stupid when it's the shadow and the thick line. Just please let me cut there. Why would this happen then? Do you see how bad things are? I can't with this thing. I can't. I'm done. I give up. It is what it is. Either we'll remove all the shadow or not, but this like weird line, which is not look how it's supposed to, is unfixable. It won't let me change it without being so annoying. Maybe I can go like this. No, now it's just getting worse. Okay. You know what? I'm going to leave it. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. I think the shadow probably has to go, but we'll leave it for now. Because I think if you're doing shadow there, then like, you know, you should shadow the edges and at the bottom. I think I got it. I do like the idea. I like it, but I'm going to get rid of it. You know what I'll do, since like sometimes you change your mind, is I'm just going to highlight this whole thing. And I'm going to bring it over here. Oh, wow. Because I forgot that I had, yeah, now I'm going to highlight the whole thing. And I'm just going to drag it there, and I can always come back to this one if I need it. But for now, I'm going to get rid of the unreal, dude. I think the shadow is like making these objects bigger, so I can't like highlight the things underneath them very easily anymore, which is insane, but I think that is what's happening here. So I'm just going to get rid of the shadow there. There's definitely some extremely easy way to do what I'm trying to do. All right, how about we do one thing at a time? Get rid of that. Okay. Now you go like this, get rid of that. Okay. Okay, you see? Yeah, hard to know. Hard to know what the right answer is here. But we have the shadow one over there. Should we change our mind? I just don't like no man's land. And I can get there very easily where I start kind of making things better. And then I realize I made it too much better. And now it doesn't look like a Wait But Why drawing anymore. It looks like, instead of looking like a charmingly bad Wait But Why drawing, it starts to look like an actually bad attempt at a good drawing. And I never want to go there. Unless I can make it good, which is rare. Told you this was a hard one. I knew this was going to give me hell. All right. I think I should shade the eyes just ever so slightly. Ever so slightly, these objects should be. Just feel like. What if I just went like this? No, way too dark. Just like this, just a hair. Does that look weird? Is he like wearing sunglasses now? I think he's like, huh. Do we like anything different here? Like that? I think that looks a little better. Looks a little more like a real thing. I don't know. Okay. We got an Olmec head. I think this should go to the edge. Now, why are these? Oh, I made these a little different color. Okay. Now, I wonder if the outline is sneakily part of the problem here. Like, should this be? What if this were black? Let's just see. Okay, that's clearly not good. What if it were thinner? Is that better? No, I think that's better this way. All right. Maybe this thing is just what it is. You see, here we are. This is going to be a published book. In the store, in the airport, you're going to see a book and it's going to look all shiny and published. And one of the things in it is going to be this. I don't know what it is. I don't even know what to call this drawing I just did. But this is one of the things that's in the book. Yeah. Luckily, it'll be small. If it's in a side, it's going to be really small. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. Let's just draw the guys. Okay, so now there's two guys. And then we have to decide if we're doing their hats or not. Okay, two guys. They have to be taller than this thing. Alright, that's one guy. Let's thicken him a little bit here. And let's give him a body. I think actually needs to be a little bit bigger because I need him to reach to the ground. Without that being weird. He's a little bit tall. Why can't I do this? Why can't I do this? There we go. Yeah. All right. Okay. He's a little slanty for my liking. First, let's just... All right. Now, let's make him less slanty. Oh my God, why? Why does Illustrator do stuff like this? Okay. All right, a stick figure. What's the scene here? Okay. All right. We now have a guy. And what's he going to be saying? Mm-hmm. I think he's straight-handed. And I think okay, this is going to be easy once I'm done these guys. Now, I want to make the leg just a little... All right. So we're going to have a straight arm guy and his friend. You know what? Fuck it. I'm sick of stick figures. I'm going to keep the body. I'll do everyone deserves their own head. This should be a little closer. I don't want to do the hats. But sometimes it's like, if it's not going to be, I'll mush him around a little bit. I don't usually do this, but these are taking a long time. I'll go like this, and then I'll just go like that, and then I'll turn it this way. In Pixelmator, I couldn't do this. This is a new capability to be able to kind of like cheat a little. I'll do the, I'll do separate arms. I just don't want to draw that stupid stump again, the stem. Okay, and let's just make the leg a little different here. All right. Okay, so now we have these two guys, and they're both talking. And again, I think they're fairly deadpan. Okay. that works. Neutral, but not like unhappy. Basically, these guys are trying to figure out what to do with their time. And so they're both like just kind of neutral, but like fine, you know, nothing that's too happy. It's a little weird. That works. Okay. Now I want to make the mouths a little skinnier. I don't like the mouth to be the same as the head. So I'll make these 1.3. And now I'm going to just okay. Now I'm going to go to 1.8 and we're going to do eyes. His mouth's a little too open for my liking. I'm just going to redraw it. I think the problem is that this is a little high for me. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is that dot? What is going on here? I don't understand Illustrator. I don't understand how it did that. I mean, I guess I don't understand Illustrator. Well, I don't want to mess. I liked. Yeah, what is going on? I get when I cut, sometimes I feel like it cuts more than I want it to cut, you know? Like I try to cut and then it randomly like makes a bunch of, it like snips, like it makes like 8 snips when I try to just do one. This is bad stuff right now. Okay. All right. Okay. No. That's okay. It's a little goofy, but like they're different people, which is nice. They don't look too similar. Okay, and let's just make this 1.3. All right. All right. Jeez. Here they are. Now, they're going to go. Oh, I messed up so bad, dude. Okay, hold on. Okay, I need to just copy that. Now I need to go like this. I made a huge mistake. Okay. Now, before I should have done this before. Just up there for now. Now, let's get rid of these guys and paste. Now we're okay. All right, so we got them. Now here, this guy is standing here. And this guy is standing here. They did it. I said the rocks, it was made out of sandstone. It was made out of basalt. Carbon dated to 800 BC. Do you know how long ago that was? Again, Homer. This is when Homer was supposedly alive and writing, if he was even a real person. Way before ancient Greece that we know of as the famous classical Greece. Like, really a long time ago. You know, like, Europe was like not even a thing. Rome hadn't even begun. It's a little small village, basically, Rome at the time when this thing was made. You know, I think the most kind of like advanced part of the world is probably Mesopotamia. Although even the famous Assyrians hadn't really gotten rolling yet. The Neo-Assyrians or the Neo-Babylonians. This is before them. They made this thing. This is real. It's a real picture. Crazy. Anyway. Okay, so those guys are staring at each other. And now I think it's funny for them to be identical over here. Identical is always like a choice. It's very obvious. You're not fooling anyone, but I think you do it when it adds to the humor for them to be identical. And I think we want everything a little lower here because I need space for, I need space for dialogue. So I'm going to highlight all of these guys. And then, why would it highlight everything except for this one thing? Okay. All right. Now here, they're just staring at each other. I guess they're looking down at the thing. I think they're looking down at the thing. Okay, so I want 1.3 for mouth. A neutral. Neutral. That's smiling. This guy looks a little satisfied, but I think that's okay. And then, oh, that's 1. I want 1.3. See, I hate this Illustrator right there. I set it to 1.3. I touch the thing, start drawing, and it jumps to 1. And then I have to go change it back. That, and I looked it up. That's not like me. That's just a glitch. It's just a well-known glitch. And it's like, come on, guys. Sometimes I feel like it's not hard to fix. Is that literally they're just like not that staffed, and like it's kind of disorganized over there, and like it's on some list, and like just no one. It'll just happen like a year and a half later than it could to fix that. Oh, 1.8 I want here. See, now here it doesn't happen. I do 1.8 and I tap it and it stays 1.8 like it should. They're looking down. Okay. Okay. Just about done. Now let's put the dialogue in. What? Yes, capital. What should we do now? Actually, I think just what should we do? And then let's make this way smaller. Let's make a stone head. Okay. I don't want that period there, though. I don't really want a period after the stone head either. I think that's okay. Now, this is definitely we don't have enough space up there, so I think I have to shrink everyone. It's gonna be hard because I don't want to shrink the head. I guess I just have to make this a tad bigger, which again, we don't like doing, but. Okay, so what should we do now? Let's make a stone head. Okay. And then there, it did it. Oh, and then this is gonna say 2 months later. And then they're gonna basically say the same thing over here. Except what should we do now? Oops. All right. And then he says, okay. All right. This is how I imagine that these stone heads came about, was conversations like these. All right. So. I think we have to do one of these here where he goes up and then it goes up, but not like that. Okay. Okay, and then we do that over here. It's funny looking at the chat. It's just funny if someone comes here now for the first time and they're like, the hell is this? I don't like that. This has to go a little higher. And a little bit more that way. All right. I feel like that's distractingly like curvy. But I want it to be below this so the order is correct. Maybe just move this closer to the middle, maybe. I don't know. No. Maybe it just has to go. like that. Okay. Now. All right. All right, I think we've had enough of this Olmec head drawing, wouldn't you say? So now we can, this is there for if we ever want to revisit. But for now, these can all be hidden. And here we are. Basically, I explain the Olmecs for like a second, and then I say, like, they're known for their giant stone heads, and then this comic pops up. I don't know if it's going to work because the Olmecs is currently in the side. I think what'll have to happen is it won't be able to be a side. On the side of the page, it can be a blue box in the middle of the page. And because this is obviously a I probably should make the head smaller, the guy shorter, and this. I should just do that. Let's just see if I can do it quickly. Okay, so let's see if we can get some vertical space back quickly. So this has to stay in the same proportions, but it could be smaller. In fact, smaller is better when your drawing sucks. Because then it's just like farther away, you know? People can't quite see the horrors of it as easily. Okay, now we take these guys. We get rid of this guy. And we get rid of this. Is that highlighted? No. We get rid of this. And we get rid of that. Now, let's just shorten everyone. It's changing the shape of their head. That's not working. Now it's changed. I have to do this. Sometimes you have to go here and just change scale, strokes, and effects. So that doesn't, I don't want to keep the, if I'm making them small, I don't want to keep the thickness of the line or else the lines get too thick relative to them. So we're just going to go like this. They can still see over the top, right? That's maybe a little, I don't have to go, that's this small. Okay, like that. And then this can go a little bigger again. And then, I mean, we also could condense horizontally here a little now, but it's just no need. It won't do anything because we can't use that space anyway. You have to use like less than half of the horizontal space if you want to actually make it an aside. Otherwise, you might as well just use the whole thing. Okay, now we take all this top stuff and we just move it down. And then this guy can move over. And this guy can move down. Oh, this is all messed up now. This guy's over here. You see, this is also just the kind of thing like I can just do this kind of thing for like way too long. You know, and sometimes at the end of all this, I'm like, did I even make something better just now? Or did I just like spend an extra 20 minutes at the end of a finished drawing doing inane tweaks? I guess that has to be high anyway. Okay, and let's go there. And now this. See, that's 1, 2 vertical lines. Not a big deal, but it adds up. If you do that for 100 drawings, if there's 300 drawings and I can do that for 200 of them with a little bit of discipline, that's 400 vertical lines that I've removed, and there's like 30 in a page, so 12 pages shorter book for no loss here, right? 2 months later, should that be down here? No, I think like centered more. I think like there. I had it right the first time. Okay. All right. I'm moving on. Olmecs. Okay. Getting comics out of the way today is good because however annoying it is to do hard drawings, it's less annoying on live stream because there's like some novelty to this activity as opposed to just me here drawing this Olmec head alone and like thinking about like my mortality while I'm drawing this Olmec head. It's like nice to be doing something, making a little, mixing it up. So I should do the hard ones like this today, right? What am I doing? There we go. All right. Name tweaks, good bad name, good band name. Okay. I would make the two guys in the middle proportional to the head. The only reason I kind of want them looking like down at it where they can still see each other. Although, oh, you know what? Shit. I forgot. I think I wanted this. This is an easy fix. Oh, Jesus. What just happened? No. Okay, I think I wanted this over here too. Like, why would the head have disappeared? Let me just put that there for a minute. Oh my God. I guess they don't need to move over that much. Let's just first do this guy. Let's get this there. Okay, now I think everyone just needs to shift just a tad to get out of this dude's way. Nope. Yeah, and then this guy needs to crowd him less. My God. Oh my God, you see? When this thing snips, I could just group these guys and make them one object. If I were gonna work with these guys a lot right now, I would just group it and make it one object. Problem there is if you want to tweak something, it's just like more annoying if it's within a group. You have to kind of go into the group or double click on it. So I don't like to group unless if I'm working with them a lot though, I could just make this head one object and move it anywhere without having to deal with like highlighting. But I'm just doing so little of that right now. I'm not too worried about. Okay. Kind of wanted this to be, I guess now, oh man. Okay, well I could probably shrink this down a little. The inane tweaks. This at least has a reason. Sometimes I'm just tweaking, like when I was doing the shadow there, that kind of thing can just be like a huge rabbit hole for me. Like messing with the aesthetics or something and it just not making it any better. And it'll just, then my perfectionism kicks in where I'm like, I just have to keep going till I find something that's better. And then it's just a huge waste of time. This at least has a purpose. Like if this makes it into the book, this needs to happen at some point. Everything has to be minimized vertically. Every drawing. So, okay. I feel it's a little crowded at top now, but you know, it's fine. People are going to get that the book has to be crowded. Okay, so now it's done. Of course, there had to be a head there. Now I'm going to crop this one last time. I also often just do this, save it, and then I end up going back and doing this again, and then again and again, because I always think I'm done at this stage, and then I look at it and I fix something, and it's just... Okay. All right. Restart comp. Get out of here. No, I'm not going to restart a comp. Okay. All right. we just did 2 more drawings. And I think I have some like quick like fun ones after the next break. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm going to go like this. Back at, let's say, 406 ET. Look at land names. Should I give you something else to look at? What else could I have you all looking at that's interesting? Let's see. Wait, hold on. Pregnancy animation. Huh. There's something I want to find that's really interesting here. Gestation animation? I think you guys are lucky because what I was going to show you is kind of upsetting. Oh. How about week by week? This is not upsetting. This is an interesting thing. Where is everything here? GIF. There, this. Yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. Okay. No. See, it's not going to move here. It's inane. Let's move this over here. I find this really interesting. I guess I don't know how to make it bigger right now without getting into a rabbit hole I don't want to be in. Can I open image in new tab? Let's try that. Now I can go like this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Look at land names and pregnancy. I guess it's not really, that's the woman. It's like, and fetal development. Okay, you look at that. And let's make this a little smaller. I don't want to miss anything. See, now I could have been back already. This is the funny part. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Now it's 406, so we're going to say 409. Okay. All right, I was just talking to myself. Talking to myself. I'll start over. I think you can hear me now. So let's just confirm you can hear me before I talk to myself again. Can I be heard? Yes. Okay. What I was going to say is I'm going to look at the chat a little bit, and I read this chat that said, the fact that Tim is consistently an hour off initially when citing the time he'll be back. Is there a clock in his room that's still not updated to daylight savings time? And the answer is no. I'm in Austin. I'm on Central Time, and I feel like if you're on Central or Mountain Time and you're announcing a time for general Americans, you kind of have to do PT or ET. Because I know if I say we're starting at 10:30 CT, a lot of East Coast people will probably just log on at 10:30 and then realize I said CT. So I'm just usually using ET when I talk to people that aren't in Central Time. That's the answer. Tim, 10 years ago, only 2 guys made stick figure illustrations and created awesome content. You and Sam O'Nella. I don't know who that is. Gotta check him out. First of all, that's not true. There were others. There were lots of good people doing it. Now there are 100 channels on YouTube copying the same style. Most are AI, some good. Your thoughts? Well, that's a stressful thing. Tak Shak Dada. But what I'll say is, it's a good question. And I'm not sure what I think yet. I think that there is going to be a lot more great content. It's, when I started, it was hard to make good content. There was just no shortcut. And that's why there was a lot of bad content out there. Like, not to be a hater, but like BuzzFeed type articles, where the business model was mediocre content, quickly super targeted, and lots of it, just flood the internet. And that's fine. They did their thing. And I was like, well, I'm not going to out BuzzFeed. Let me spend 60 hours on one article instead of up 2 hours. And there won't be many of them, but they'll stand out when I do them. And my thought now is, first of all, just to move out of my own life here for a second, if the internet is flooded with great content, that's a good thing, right? Like, the Industrial Revolution definitely made it worse for people who made really nice frying pans, because now there were just really good frying pans that were cheap, that were made by machines, and that was overall a good thing. So that's the first. Is I'm happy for the world that there's more good content out there. Right now, there's a lot of AI slop. Right, it's not really good yet. Most of the stuff. No one has yet sent me an article in my style or in anyone else's style that I like as much as I like the blogs I like, or the other writers, or whatever, the other comic people. I think that will change, right? It will get there. And I think that's okay. Now, I think if I were starting up now, it would be more stressful, because I'd be like, how am I going to get an audience when there's already so much good stuff? I think I'm fortunate in that I have an audience who knows who I am and likes my stuff, and I think will like to read my stuff even when there is a lot of good AI stuff out there. Maybe it'll go less. Maybe things will go less viral, because it's like the internet's just flooded with good content now, and it's less notable that there's this really good article on this thing. That's okay. I think the answer is to just, because but it's fun for me to make stuff I'm proud of, and if that gets read by X amount or 3X people, yeah, sure, more is better, but I feel currently personally fine about it. I think we'll see. Also, I think it's good to just be adaptable, and if it's what, there's just too much written content out there. No one wants articles anymore. No one needs your articles. Okay, then let's do something else. Let's find something else that's not out there and do a good job at that. Sometimes these things are a blessing if that happens, where it's it forces you to do a different medium, kicks you out of your comfort zone, and you end up finding something else you really like to do, whether it's, I don't know, audio, music, fiction, I don't know, something totally different. So I feel it's cool. Like this book I'm doing right now, I'm just having so much fun. I mean, you see, I'm not having fun. I hate writing and I hate drawing, as you can see today. But and I back up, I'm having generally having macro fun, um, because I'm learning so much about so many things. It's just really fun to make a book I'm really proud of and that I'm excited that exists. And I don't think we'll see. 2027 comes out. It's an eternity with AI. At the moment, I don't think AI can make a book like this. We'll see in a year. Maybe it will, but that's where I stand. I guess I don't really know what to think. Also, it's kind of hard to. It's like, there's like part of me that I'm like, oh no, AI is going to be doing all the writing, and then I'm like, AI also might like extinct us all. So like, that's like the least of our problems, I guess, a little bit. It also might like cure cancer and all of our problems. So like, I don't know. It's just the topic of AI is so much bigger than anything to do with my career that I'm like, I guess it's just not like a top of mind. Yeah, that's how I feel. What else here? We see, when the book is out, would you ever consider making videos on YouTube? Your blog's converted into stick figure videos. There's a scope to reach. Yes, totally. I would love to do that. I think it's time to do that, to try something where I want to do it creative. I don't want to just make YouTube videos that are like, oh, another guy making YouTube videos like that. I would want to do something where it's like, I don't know, animated something with a really well-written narrative. It would be like BuzzFeed, where it's like, I don't want to do just like quantity over quality. It's like I'd rather just spend a long time, make like really excellent YouTube videos that are original and different when they come out. And so we'll see if we can figure out what that would be. But yes, I think YouTube is a medium I should be exploring more. Like for like, what's our problem, right? I think there's so many good concepts in that book. I think they're so applicable to today and really any society, probably any time, but especially right now. But they're buried in a huge book right now. And some people are going to read that whole book and some people aren't. But I think what I should be doing more of is pulling out concepts and either writing short blog posts on individual things within that book or making YouTube videos. I could do a YouTube series, a 12-part YouTube series of like 12 concepts in that book. I think I should do more stuff like that. I think that I've done the hard work already of coming up with these concepts and illustrating them and learning how to articulate them, that now I feel like I should, that's been done already. So why just like leave it in one medium, like spread it through mediums? So I plan to do more stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if all stick figure riddles are responsible for causing lots of unresolved negative externalities like the Industrial Revolution, that's true. Okay. Yes to shorty blog post YouTube series. Yeah, because it's like I appreciate that my readers, the kind of people I've collected as readers, like long, in-depth things. But it's a big world out there, and there's a lot of people who would like the concepts, but they're not going to read long articles. They're not going to read long books. But I want those people to. I want to spread the ideas to those people too. Are you actually going to get back to blogging? That actually in all caps is so deserved. I deserve really big caps with that. Actually, I've been following Maple Y for 10 plus years, and I kind of feel like you've been getting back to blogging for this. This one is, oh wow, that is just, it's just such an on point criticism, and it's just so fair and correct. Yeah, no, I would feel the same way. I know, I said it. I feel like it doesn't feel good to consistently say something to readers who want to trust things I say and then not do it. So what happened was I signed a book deal for this book that I'm doing now in 2017 while I was finishing this blog post on what's going on with our society. Then the blog post got longer, turned into a series. Then my editor actually, at Random House, it was his idea to say, let's make this a book. That's a book you're doing right now. Then we'll do the other book. And I said, sure, I've already done it. Let's just publish it. Once I went into Book Zone, I said, well, this isn't good enough. It's too long. It's not concise enough. Let's shorten it. And the whole last part took forever and took many more years. Meanwhile, then I still had this other book I was on the hook for. Now, so that's one problem. There was 2 books. That's 2 huge things in between, Wait But Why 1.0 and Wait But Why 2.0 that we're waiting to start. The second problem is that I have a mental illness where I underestimate how long things take. And especially for the first book. I will say the second book is going to be done in like 3.5 years. It's on pace to be about half the time as the first book. So I think I am getting better at I think I learned how to do a book and it's going quicker. But yes, it has taken forever, and I don't want to start blog posts. I've thought about doing blog posts while doing the book, but it's a disaster. I just won't make progress in the book, or the blog post won't be that good because I'll be using all my mental energy on the book. So yes, I am going to get back to blogging. Not only that, Alicia has been working with people at WordPress to build a really good Wait But Why 3.0. So what the site right now is actually Wait But Why 2.0. The really OG people remember 2013, the first half of the first year I was blogging, when it was like this really basic site that I made in WordPress. I made it as the coder. That's how basic it was. Then I got a guy, he made a better site. That's Wait But Why 2.0. But it's a mess. It's outdated. There's things that are broken in it. And it needs a big refresh. So we have this great new site. It's basically done. It's going to launch when I start writing blog posts again. It looks amazing, and it's way easier to like find articles. It's not just like a popular posts and then the most recent. It's great. I'm super excited about it. So there's going to be a new site. I have a big list of posts to write that have been building up for 10 years. So yes, I will be getting back to blogging. I'm not going to do what I normally do and be like in 3 months, in 6 months, soon. I am, remember this timeline. Second draft of this book is finished. Drawings are halfway done. We are getting there with this book. So, but that I deserve all the shit I should get about this. Yeah. I'm working on another book after working on this secret till yesterday. No, it hasn't been a secret. I've been very open about this book on like Patreon. I haven't like talked about it much on X or like other public places, but patrons know all about this book. I've been publishing little excerpts from it or thoughts as I write every Friday for patrons. So I'm, it's not a secret. It's just I've been kind of head down trying to do this. So I haven't been. As soon as I'm done, I'll start talking about the book a lot. I'll be publishing excerpts from it and stuff from it. And while I'm doing blog posts on totally unrelated things, while waiting for Random House to do their part, so the book can finally come out. And this book will be a paper book in addition to audio and ebook on day one. Can you help remember how the hell I found your old blog in the early 10s? The old blog, oof, that is, there's like, there's the OG kind of person who was here, back before like the AI post, 2014, 2013, they were reading like the Fermi Paradox post and like the Procrastination post when those first came out. Those are like the really old readers. Then there's the really, really OG people who are reading my old blog. It was called Underneath the Turban. It's still up somewhere. I took out all the curses because I started dating my now wife, and her mom is super anti-curses, and I was like, oh, she's going to hate me if she finds this. And I went through and I took out all the curses. So the whole thing is a little less funny, a little less edge than it used to. I shouldn't have done that. I regret that now. It was a weird time. But that blog was like I wrote in that from 2005 to 2011, 6 years, 300 posts, short, not like big in-depth posts like today. They were more like thoughts about my day, stories, lists. And that's where I kind of developed a writing voice and realized I liked writing and realized that this was like something I could do full time. So I have a lot of affection for Underneath the Turban readers. All right. Let's move. Will you do another Wait But High in the future? Does this qualify as procrastinating? Yeah, it does. But, also, I plan to do this. The bad procrastination is when it's like, this wasn't supposed to be happening. I expected to do some Q&A, some discussion with the thread. That's part of why we're doing this, is to catch up with each other and hang out. Secret turtle links on Wait But Why 3.0. Got you covered. Yeah. All right. Let's move on. Now, where were we? What are we doing here? Should we do it? Okay, I have a couple things I want to do for this procrastination round. First, okay, let's just get things in order here. Okay, so first, I would like to, let's look at a few more places, and then I want to do something else. Me and my wife read the marriage decision some time before finalizing. Good. That is what it was for. By the way, I wrote that post when I was not yet engaged to my now wife. And if you can believe it, she was kind of a collaborator because we were like, I think we should get married, but like, is there any chance we're like doing the wrong thing. We'd be like friends in 5 years and be like, oh my God, imagine if we had gotten married. We play like that scenario. And we're like, oh shit. How do we know if this is right? Like, it seems right, but like, there's also things that aren't a good match, obviously. Like, what's more important? And it was like kind of a mind fuck. And so I was like, I'm going to write about it. And she kind of like collaborated. We kind of did it together. But we are married now, and I think that was a good thing to do. All right. I do have a lot more relationship posts up my sleeve that I've been thinking about developing thoughts on for years that I just haven't had the chance to do them, but there's going to be a lot more thoughts on marriage, relationships, Okay, Sri Lanka. So I don't want to go, well, okay, I don't want to go, let's go to somewhere really random in Sri Lanka. I've never been to Sri Lanka. I would love to go to Sri Lanka, but okay. Like, what's going on over here in this, like, end of this road here? Okay. Not much, as you might have guessed. Not much. I would love to be in a little car driving down this road, though, you know? I love when I get a car in a foreign country and just drive around and you can, like, stop. Rural people are always really friendly. You just can stop and chat, and then they'll invite you in and give you some tea, and you hang out with them. Okay. How about, what's going on here? I've always wondered what the hell this is. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. No, sorry. This strip, it might just be like beachy and people moving, but what the hell is happening here, you know? Is it just a road? Okay, it's just a road. It's just like a... So who's this cow? This cow, you understand where this cow is living? This cow is living on the thin strip of land between India and Sri Lanka. And there's trash. One cow. I feel like there's usually multiple cows. So, like, is this maybe a milk cow for this family? It doesn't seem like it's a farm. It seems like it's this family's particular cow. He has a friend here, a cow friend, but there's barbed wire, so they can't hang out. Okay. All right, look at this little tuk-tuk, you see? I would like, look at this, was this for a well? Yeah, that's for a well. So we're going to talk about a well later today, because I'm going to do a drawing about where all the water is in the world. And there's so much groundwater, so much more groundwater than there is all the water in all the rivers and lakes in the world. And it's just these giant underground aquifers and like underground lakes. And a well is just digging down and tapping into this endless supply of water underground. Let's see what this guy's up to. Oh, it's a kid. Hey, kid. Wait, where'd you go? This kid is like, there's like a Google car going by. He's wearing a little hat. Flip-flops. He looks cozy in those clothes. You see, so this kid lives on this, look where he lives. On the thin strip of land in between the two countries. Like, this is really on the strip of land now. Yeah, so you see. Yeah, you can't really, I guess, can you walk across a little bit? I don't know. So these people are having a nice time. Again, I ask, as I always do, who the hell took this 360 picture? It's this guy, I guess. Where did he get a 360 camera? I don't know anyone who has one. And like, why did he take one here? And then how did it end up on Google? Or is it just like geotagged and he has it in his like Google Photos and they put it up without asking him for permission or something? I don't know. Okay, let's go somewhere else. Let's go like somewhere really, really, really out there. I don't think there's any Google Maps over here. This is the place I want to go most in the world, is this eastern province of Russia, because I once was like, my goal is I want to drive from New York to Mumbai. So here's Mumbai, and here's New York, and I was like, I'm going to drive up here, I'm going to drive up to this part, and I'm going to take a ferry, and I'm going to drive all the way down here. And then I looked into it, and that is hilariously not something you can do, because first of all, roads in Alaska go like not here. This here, which is where I would need to go, there are no roads here. There's an airport, but you can't have your car there. Now, there's also no one here. And so here's Russia. In fact, this is Russia, this island, and this is the US. Isn't that cute of them? But no one lives there, I don't think. But basically, even if you could somehow get a car here, which you cannot, there's no ferry. Why would there be a ferry? There's nothing. And you can't, I was like, oh, can maybe forget the car. Can I get someone to like paddle me across? And the answer is really probably not, because this is the choke point of the entire Pacific, you see? And so it's ridiculously unpredictable, rough waters, and it's a great way to die. Now, third, so first of all, you can't get a car there. Second, you can't get across, even if you don't have a car. And third, you get here, and you will instantly be deported by Russia, because you need not just a normal Russia visa, you need a special permit to go to this province. This is the like secretive land. And it is very like Soviet still, and Russia is very secretive about it. You can't visit there. So I'm friends with this guy Drew Binsky, who has an amazing YouTube channel. He's been to every country on Earth. I'm a little like threatened by him. He like is a cooler version of what I wish I was. But anyway, I was like, if anyone can figure it out, it's Drew. So I told Drew I want to go here with him, and he has to figure out how to get us here to this part. So anyway, you couldn't, and you get deported, and there's probably no roads here either. So the idea of driving my car there is not going to happen. But anyway, let's see if Google, I doubt Google's even allowed here, but maybe there's some like, okay, you see, look, here's something. What's going on here? All right, look. See, I could be here. I could, look at these. I feel like they made the depressing Soviet stone buildings, but they like painted them pastel colors to like pretend that it's not depressing. Now what's happening here is a statue. Colorful crane. Why? It's like the crane. It's like these normally, look at this. It's like we're in like Disney World. It's like cranes that are normally just cranes. Everything here is so cute. They like got really cute about everything. The houses, it's like Rainbow Land. So anyway, I don't know what's happening here. And again, I don't know why someone took a pic here with a 360 camera, but let's see if there's one more spot I saw here. Okay, what the hell's going on here? All right, someone had a nice time. Okay, maybe it was the guy driving this truck. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to take a quick walk with my 360 camera and take a pic and put it on Google Maps. Wow, that is icy. That is icy. That is tundra. All right. I would not want to be like having to survive outside here in the wilderness. This would be a bad place to have to figure out how to survive. Okay. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go like down. Well, I mean, I assume there's nothing in Antarctica, but of course. By the way, I am going to go... Oh my god, there is. I'm going to go to the North Pole and write about it. Mark your calendars. Oh my god. See, this is the kind of shit I love. This is in Antarctica. Apple? You can buy Apple products and Android? This is like a normal thing. We're in not just in Antarctica. You saw where this was. This was in the middle of Antarctica. Why are they... Who even has phones in Antarctica? I love this. Who's in this pic? That must be the people that I don't think there are any year-round. Is this crazy? This could be anywhere right now. I cannot believe this car and this fence are like in Antarctica. Can we just appreciate where I just put? That was here in the middle. It wasn't even on the edge. That was one of the strangest places I've ever dropped a thing. This is what I picture. Okay, this is what I picture in Antarctica. Tourists or scientists doing shit like this. So what the hell was that other place? That's very confusing. Very confusing. Okay, now I want to stop, even though I'm having fun, because I want to do one more thing, and then we have to get back to work. You and I. Okay, quick stop in DRC. Just one stop in DRC. Here. All right. This room is in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It's a buffet. Looks pleasant. Nice little table. Okay. You see? So there you go. Okay, now I want to go to another thing, which is called Wiki Roulette. So this just takes you to a random Wikipedia page. List of storms named Terry. Okay, now you know. There have been 4 storms named Terry. That is random. Okay, next. Polly Gillespie is a New Zealand former radio presenter. She co-hosted the Polly and Grant show on Saturday mornings. Is she still alive? Her spouse is not, sadly. This is her spouse. Oh, Polly and Grant show. Okay, so that's Grant. Oh, that's, man, it's the listeners of this must have been devastated. Okay, she's since left broadcasting industry and retrained to become a counselor and therapist. Okay, good for Polly. Bob Mark, an amateur tennis player from Australia. Okay. Let's move on from Bob Mark. I think we can do better than Bob Mark. Scopula addictaria is a moth of the family Geometridae. It was described by Francis Walker in 1861. It's from Sri Lanka, you see? It's all coming full circle. All right. Let's do a couple more. Damon Glanton is an American former professional football defensive back who played in Arena Football League. He had bigger dreams, Damon. He wanted to play in the NFL. Ah, man. So close, but so far away, you know? He's probably 98% as good as the NFL players, but like that last 2% is a killer. College football, Mississippi State. Yeah. Well, I hope he had fun at least. Fund derivative is a financial structured product related to a fund, normally using the underlying fund to determine the payoff. Okay, well, we know what a derivative is, but like, oof, you're boring me. Sergei Maslov, football. Enough athletes. Let's just move on. We've done so many of these. Michaela Schmidt, an Austrian politician of the Social Democratic Party, serving as state secretary in the Ministry for Housing, Arts, Culture, Media, and Sport in the Stocker government. What's the Stocker government? Okay, it's a party in Austria. She was born in 1983. She's 2 years younger than me. Helder Morim is a Portuguese professional football. You know what? I feel like it's not doing a good job at being random, because it usually is really random, but this is all a bunch of obscure athletes. Mackenzie Secondary School is a public high school in Mackenzie, British Columbia. Okay. Shingdara is a village in Kwahan Badakhshan province in northeastern Afghanistan. I think we should go there. Shingdara. Okay, let's go to Shingdara. Shingdara. Oop. What's that? Shingdara. Yeah, Afghanistan. All right, here's Shingdara. Let's see much of it. They call it a village? A village. Doesn't say the population. Where are the people? This is not much of a village. What's this? That looks man-made there. But I am not seeing oh, is this the village? Like these things here? Jeez. That is remote. You know what? I'm going to take a big guess that there's no Google Street View here. Yeah. All right. Shingdare. All right. Well, now you know about that. All right. I think on that note, we should get back to work. Have I heard of Carl Bushby? He walked across the Bering Strait and has been trying to walk around the world for 27 years. Oh, I have heard of him. He's that guy that's going to London, right? He's super cool, but didn't he have some random problem at the Caspian Sea of all places? Look, I bet you're going to see this. Look at this. Caspian Sea gave him shit. In August 2024, he started to swim across the Caspian Sea, planning to finish in Azerbaijan to avoid going through Iran or Russia, as both countries are too dangerous to enter with a British passport. He was accompanied by a co-swimmer or whatever, but he had problems, I think. Oh, wait. No, he did do it. Wow, that guy is committed to the mission to swim across the Caspian Sea. Oh, I think they, had a boat, and then he would sleep in the boat at night and then swim. Okay, that's fair. I mean, he's sleeping probably indoors on his walk, so why not on his swim? That is committed. In 2025, he was reported to be in Slovakia. Okay. Cool dude. Yeah, it's like him, like Drubinski. I'm like, these are the people that I could have been if I were a cooler person. So here's what he's done. He started there. I don't know what this whole thing is, but he started there. He went up the coast. Across the Bering Strait is badass now. I can confirm. And this is where he's going to go. But right now, it said he's in Slovakia, so he's close. It's great. It's going to be a party when he finishes. All right. We're going to work now. He did, in fact, not go back to work. Yes, I did. Shut up. Okay, here we are. Now, we were going to question whether I should add. I think this has taken enough of our time, this drawing, given that it might not even end up in the book. I will say the head's growing on me. I've done worse. Let me just say that. I've done worse. I've done worse than this head. I do think it's accomplishing its job of being what a Wait But Why stick figure comic would have for that head. So I think the darkening of the eyes helped a little bit. But anyway, I was going to give them funny hats, but I think I'm not going to, because first of all, that'll crush my vertical space. And secondly, I don't know. It distracts from the joke a little bit, because now it's there's other things going on. Let's confirm this book, this ends up in the book before we spend more time on it, okay? All right. What should we do next? All right. So we did draw. Okay, we did, what we actually did here was we did another procrastination. And I'll have to do show and tell next. And then we'll do a draw. And then we'll do procrastination. All right, so we're here now. We're at step 9. All right. Okay. So, what's a good one to do next? So we did Olmec, we did months. There's a lot of good. I picked out good ones for you. Oof. Okay. Should we do a big one? I think we should do 2 family trees that are totally different kind. One is the old school kind, and then we'll do the futuristic kind. Okay? So first we're going to do now, the challenge here is going to be, how do I fit this and not make it too big? There's already a drawing on Wait But Why that is very similar to this. But it's not in vector, and it's probably, probably can be better, because that was, done more hastily as a blog post. Probably, that was back in the post every Tuesday day, so I was probably doing that Tuesday morning, on no sleep. I think we can hopefully improve upon it. But this is a family tree drawing. By the way, if I go back to every week, which I might, because it kicks my ass to do post every week, I think I'm going to go for Fridays, not Tuesdays. And Alicia's going to make me get it to her by the end of Wednesday workday. we'll say famous last words, but that's the plan. And then she can spend Thursday getting it formatted, getting, proofreading it, getting it up on the site ready to go, and it'll go up like early Friday morning. And then I can take the weekend off and try to just do posts that can be done in 3 days. That's the goal, because the limitation is good. You won't get the really long posts, but those happen when the limitation went away, which then, it gets out of control. So I think I would try to knock out a handful of short posts on Fridays. That's the loose plan, but All right. So now we're going to do stick figures. And I really want to get it right because it's going to be repeated a billion times, this stick figure. And I don't think this is one you don't want to do drawn because you don't want any imperfections at all. When you're repeating something, if any imperfection shows up in the big zoomed out view, you can just see it and it doesn't look good. Now the question is, what size should these be? What thickness? There's some decisions to make here, but let's just start by a very basic stick figure. Oops. Oh, no, this. All right. Now what we're doing here is a big ass family tree that goes back 12 generations. Now, I think it should be thin lines. I think it should be thinner lines than this. You know what I haven't done in like a year is check Slack and see if Alicia's been yelling at me to change something that I'm messing up here. Is there lawnmower? I don't know. I'm still talking to you, lol. Because she knows I'm ignoring her. Sorry, Alicia. Let's close this window. How about that? I'll tell you why I opened the windows is because of this thing. My friend Igor made me get a CO2 monitor. 891 is fine, by the way. You want it to be in the 6s or 7s, but like 891 is fine. What I don't want to see is like 1100. If I'm just off gassing in this room and it's a small room, it's going to collect CO2. And apparently, could be an old wives' tale, but I think there is data that people perform like significantly worse on tests in high CO2 environments in experiments. So you're actually cognitively disabling yourself. Okay. So anyway, I opened the window to try to mitigate that, but then you hear sounds from outside. Okay, so let's make this 0.5. That might be a little too thin. 0.6. All right. Now, I might want to fill in the head. Let's just do the whole thing for a second. Okay, so we go 1. A little leg. Now I'm just going to copy that and do this. I think we want rounded corners. And then we can just copy these up. So this is part of a chapter that is going to be talking about like the amazingness that you're even here and how much had to happen for you to be here. And this is one of, we build up to it through many stages. This is just the last stage. This is just for humans to be here was a complete miracle for so many different reasons, through cosmology, evolution. But I need everything to be perfectly aligned here because, God damn it, some of this is quite annoying. See, I want this over just a tad. See, I'm so small here that I can't just use my arrows. I have to drag like this. Oh my God. What? See, I'm clicking here. I think this is just glitchy sometimes. Like, how many times do I have to click this? Like, what the hell, man? This is really, really quite annoying when it does this. I'll drag, okay? That's what Philip would want me to do. I want this. See, I don't want that, no. Sorry, this is painful. And this is, if you think it's painful for you, I'm dealing with this shit all the time. Okay, I'm gonna group it, even though I don't want to group it, just so I can get it in the right place. At least now I can just highlight one of them. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's just get this guy down here. You just have to do this once, and then everything else is just photocopying this guy. His head's obviously too big. We'll fix that in a second. Just want to make sure he's perfectly level and even. I think he's pretty good. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Now let me just make his head smaller. Oh, but see, it's not, see, I turned off scale to lines. That's funny. Okay, so now I can go back here and I can go have him. Now I want to keep the same thickness. I wish there was a short keyboard shortcut for that because I toggle that on and off all the time. Okay. I think that guy's pretty good. As a stick figure. Does he look normal? Something looks a little off, actually. I think his arms are just too high. Okay. I think that's a good stick figure. Now. Now I want to let's make him blue. Not that blue. There's a blue I want that's just not in my palette that I think I need to make because this is too this is like too bright for me, but all the other blues are too like faded and dark. So that's just pure cyan is what that is. And then here we add a bunch of magenta in and add a little black and lower the cyan. So what is it that I want? Maybe I just want that. I want more like rich color. But maybe sometimes it's nice to not have such rich color when you're doing so many of something. Maybe I lower the magenta a little. I want more like a royal blue, I think, but I just don't know how to, I don't know where. Okay. I guess I would add a little dark in, maybe. Okay. Maybe that's our blue for now. The reason I'm trying to get this right is because this is quite annoying to fix if I don't get it right. Once it's done. It's not one of those that I can say we'll figure this out a little bit later. Like that. These legs are a tad long for my liking. Okay. All right. Now, head's a little big now. Now I could do this and just have, I think that looks weird. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. On his, okay. Now is this perfectly centered? All right. So if that's our guy, I think that works. I think that's that. So it's gonna be real tiny once we're in the higher stages here. So I want it to be visible still. Now let's make our lady. So I'm gonna group this. Okay. Okay, now I think the lady is red, right? It's a little, is that a little bright? How will that look really far away? Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's a little bright, but like maybe bright is helpful once we get real far away. Let's see how I can make it one notch less like neon in your face. I could add some dark to it. That might help just mute it just a little. Magenta is all the way up, cyan's all the way down, and yellow. Why is yellow so high? I feel like that's orange. Oh, I see. That's what's weird about CYMK. It's like there is no red. It's yellow plus magenta is red. So I could go more purple here. That's a little more like... It's a little more like typical color, but maybe I don't want that. Maybe just like somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I don't want it to be like orangish, so like maybe like that. Okay. All right, let's go with it. So now what's happening is, and then we have one that's purple, and that's the only one that's purple, and that's the or maybe that's just black. Let's just start there. This we can change later. Okay, so this is supposed to be like you. You're the stick figure here. And let's like center this ish on the page. Okay, now it's not going to be so small at the bottom. Okay. So let's make all these bigger because this is like the bottom level here. Oh, see, now I need to, I don't think I want to do that. Do I want to do that a little bit? Make it a little bit more. And then they get crunched as you get bigger? That's a tough one. I think I do want to do that a little bit. Make it a little thinner at the bottom. All right, so now what happens is, now this looks a little green to me, TBH. I could go a little bluer here. So how do I do that? Yellow is it's not green at all, right? Because we have no yellow. So why does it look green to me? I see, I should have to add more magenta. It's very interesting, you had more magenta to make this bluer, but yeah. Okay. All right, so now, let's just start placing these and we can get the exact order later. I think we want to, yeah, move out a little bit. Now, a nice thing about Illustrator is I don't have to worry about these. If these are exactly level, I can just highlight them and click this and they go perfectly level. All right. think these could actually, I want to keep the version I had there and now. Okay. I just don't want to lose my weightings, my line weightings for the small guys. Okay, now I think we actually could probably go even a little. Yeah, let's just try this. Okay, so now we need these two again and again and again and again and again. They're gonna go here. I think these could probably be farther apart since we're gonna really need to branch out here. Now these two could be closer together maybe. And a little smaller. I am always at risk with something like this. I haven't done a drawing like this in forever. Of doing something for a long time and then realizing I messed something up and it's not something that can be fixed without redoing the whole thing. Prepare yourselves in danger of that situation here. Shrink that a little bit. I think these are a little big. I think we need to move all of these out a bit. We can highlight these to make sure it's even. All right, it's not even. All right, now don't forget to be colorblind friendly. I thought that was red-green. Alicia is the colorblind Nazi. She always will make sure I am colorblind friendly after this is done. I'm gonna see if she's yelling at me currently about this. She's not. She probably has checked out, frankly, but we'll see. Okay. By the way, I write about color blindness in the book because I write about the origin of color vision and then what color blindness is, and it's really quite interesting. Okay. So your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents. I think we're not. Well, let's just try this. We can adjust. Okay, now I think we're on to the small guys, I think. I think this whole thing is a little small, probably. Given how much is about to happen. We're going 12 up, 12 layers up. We've only done 3 so far. And it's going to get real hectic when I get higher. All right. Now I can align all these later. I can just go like this. This is a very good illustrator quality, is to be able to do that. All right. We're going to put lines in later. I guess I should do that now. Because I'm just going to end up deleting this whole thing anyway. Okay, so let's just do that now. Can everyone hear the music? I think so, right? Yeah. You know, we should vibe in here a little. All right. Oh, I'm scared of this drawing. I'm scared of having to go redo everything. All right. Okay, starting to go there. Now this needs to be much shorter. Oh. Okay. At some point the line should get I think the lines should start to get smaller. Oops. Let's make this 0.5 now. Yeah. Now you see why I wasted time already, because this is all gonna go. Because I'm just gonna copy this guy over. Well, this is not the right height. Okay. So this gets copied over. And then this gets copied over. Okay. Okay, it's looking triangular. Probably these should be farther apart. See? Okay. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna make this longer. And we're gonna move this over. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, we ready for our next layer here? Great-great-grandparents. Yeah, see, the problem is you're actually limiting yourself. You see, the issue is now it's like the next layer is basically the same width as this layer, but just like a tad more. And it's just too thin. Too thin. The whole thing is way too thin. We have so much more growth to do. Yep. Okay. There we go. To redo all this. And we're gonna make this way wider. Let's go, let's do this here. sure I could just like do this mathematically and get it correct. Should this be even wider? No, I think that's okay. So now we're gonna take this guy over here. Put this over here. Now the same thing needs to happen here. Alicia says, I am still here, haha. But I'm also mostly relying on Random House to do all our color yelling now. But since you asked, here is one red-green filter on. Oh, Jesus. So let me just show you what Alicia just sent me. Can you see this? It looks exactly the same. You know what? I think that's okay. I think colorblind people are going to be okay, and I'll tell you why. The reason why is that if just say these were all black, it's fine. It gets the point across, right? What you don't want is red, green colorblind people or whatever can't understand the drawing because the color is critical to understanding it. And that's not the case here. You get the point either way. The red and the colors are the colors are just like a nice embellishment that are not. In fact, you know, this book, patrons know because I ranted to them about this. We toiled about whether this book should be color or black and white. There's a lot of pros and cons. So, if you make the book color, so color adds a ton, right? You can just see how much I use color. I want to show you a drawing I did here. It's time to do another little. Let's just show you another drawing. I just did this. It's a Mesopotamian timeline. Now I think this is nice. If I were reading stop it. Okay. If I were reading a book and I saw this, I would stare at it I'd be very satisfied, right? I just think that it really gets the point across about how many different civilizations have occupied the land between those two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, in modern-day Iraq. What we call Iraq is the latest name for this area that has been populated since things were populated. And they were first at cities. They were first at writing. They were first at farming. They were the first empire, Akkadians here. Neo-Sumerians, still almost no empires in the world. They're already on their third or second, major empire. And this was like a little bit chiller here. You have Hammurabi, old Babylonians, and then you've got, this is Bronze Age collapse, so the Middle Assyrians were just trying to like get their shit together again. But then the Neo-Assyrians was was the biggest empire in the history of the world at that time. Neo-Babylonian, another major empire. The Persians then was the next biggest empire of all time. It was the biggest empire of all time at that point. They occupied a lot more than Mesopotamia, but they were in charge for this whole period. And then you had Alexander the Great conquering it, and then you have his general, so this is Hellenistic. Then you have Iranians conquering it, the Parthians and the Sasanians. Then you have the Muslims conquering it, and you have the two caliphates, and these were, again, the center of Baghdad was the center of the Muslim Golden Age. Then the Mongols conquered it. At that point, it never rose back to full glory again. And really, until here, it was the center of the civilized world. It was ahead of everyone else. And then after the Mongols, the Ottomans were a major empire, but it was one of many at that point. And now Iraq, obviously, is a struggling country. But the point is, color does so much here. Now, picture the same exact thing with, instead of color, you've got no fill-in. You've just got black lines and maybe different shades of gray. So much worse. And there's a lot of drawings like that where color adds a lot. Now, the drawback, of which there are many. One, it takes, like, the book comes out like 3 or 4 months later because color printing has to happen overseas and it just takes longer. Second, the pages have to be thicker so color doesn't bleed through. So you can't have those thin tan pages that are in, a typical book. So 500-page book here feels, much thicker than a 500-page normal textbook, book with just text in it, or just with black and white drawings. Third, the more expensive pages, the thicker book, the more expensive printing makes the book cost more. So the hardcover, instead of being, $32 is $48 or something. Lots of drawbacks. And ultimately, I decided it's the same thing that early Wait But Why. It was like, look, Wait But Why is not going to out-quantity things. It's not going to... the point of it is to be the highest quality possible book ever. Like, the writing, the research, the drawings. And so color fits with that. And so we decided to go with color. But anyway, I was very prepared to just make this a black and white book, in which case this drawing would have been fine. It could have just had black stick figures, maybe with 2 different shades of gray for the mom and dad, but basically just black stick figures. Would have been totally fine, but just less good. And so that's part of why, in this case, sometimes color is... there's times when color is critical to the point, in which case you're going to have to make sure colorblind people don't get screwed there. But in the times when it's just like a nice embellishment, then you can't, I don't think you have to worry too much about it. That's how I feel. I think 1 in 12 men are colorblind or something insane. I think that's the crazy number. Women way, way less often. Because the X chromosome is where some of the color cones live on. And so when one isn't working, another X chromosome can compensate in a woman. But with a man, when the X chromosome gets messed up, when the color cone there's no compensation, so they become colorblind. Same reason men get muscular dystrophy and women don't, really. Because muscular dystrophy is a mutation on the X chromosome. So women have one to compensate when one goes wrong. But they can still pass that one on to their sons or their daughters, but it can be devastating in their sons. Anyway, back to the drawing. Okay, so... yeah, thanks, Brad, as I like the Mesopotamian Anthro-Crescent timeline, too. Okay. All right, here we are. See, now it's too wide. You see that? So now we have to either make the bottom part wider or this part thinner, because these are too close together. I want them to be like quadrants. And we're going to keep going out from here, so I do think that, okay, we went too far. You went too far. Just with this top part. I think maybe the other things, I think it's just this line here. Okay. Oh, no. All right. There we go. Now these are a little close together, but I think that's okay. No, it's not okay. These have to get smaller too. God damn, you see, I knew this was gonna give me hell, this drawing. I know I should have just done some math here. And I think that would have. Okay. Let's move this over here. This is just kind of the bottom row is important because these bottom rows, because it's kind of the basis of the whole structure. And once you're constrained down here, you're constrained for the whole thing. Okay. Alicia says the gum chewing is tough. Sorry about that. The problem is, you know what happens is in the morning we've got caffeine time, right? Morning is coffee. Afternoon is nicotine gum time. I want my upper, but I don't want the half-life of caffeine keeping me up at night, but nicotine gum is a nice little, you know, I've never been a smoker. I just like it as a little, same thing people like caffeine for, but it just has a shorter half-life. And I usually have an Olipop in the morning as well, or in the afternoon as well. Okay. Okay. The first line should be half the width of the page. Center everything, and the second half that length. Yeah, I'm not sure I need it to be. I see your point. At some point, I'm going to, I guess I could just do that. Let's just see what this looks like. Yeah. Am I being a little like inane here? Low caffeine tea. Yeah, that would be probably a more grown-up decision. I just enjoy my nicotine gum, but yes, it's probably quite habit forming. In fact, I am in a habit of having it every day. Yeah, so I keep doing this trial and error thing, and maybe media player 7237 is right. Let's just pause here and consider. Do I care? Do I care if these guys are evenly spaced? I think I might. Yeah, I think the outer edge is the thing I should care about. I think I want this one in the middle, and this to be halfway out, like 3/4, 7/8, 15/16 to the edge. I think that is what I need to have happen, but wait, why is this not showing up? I should have a rectangle here that's telling me how far I can go to the edge. Like this guy, this rectangle. just copy that one over. That'll help. I think I should just go mathematical here and spare you all from like, why is this not pasting? Why can't I highlight it? I don't know. I don't know why I can't do that. I don't know where it went. I don't know why it's not there, but I can figure that out. Okay. So let's just think about this. Do I actually care about having it be? I think I do. I think I want them evenly spaced. Okay. We haven't gone that far yet. I love spending time with you here too. This is way better than working alone. Let me just tell you. All right, so let's make sure this one's centered. Let's just do it. We're still early here in the process. So I'm gonna so it's just a ½ inch. Okay, so it's exactly 6 inches is what I have to work with here. From ½ inch to 6 inches. So now, I want this, let's just start off, I want this guy exactly at 3. Why can't I drag this? Okay, god damn. Why is it snapping to the grid? Do I have a snap to grid thing on? I think I have a snap to grid thing on. I must have pressed something by accident. See, here's when we go to, this is, I do a lot of this. Illustrator, snap to grid, keyboard shortcut. Command apostrophe. I must have pressed that when I was trying to do something else. Say command apostrophe. Okay. And now, wait, I don't get it. No, I don't want to see, no. Control plus grid is that. Command plus grid is, oh. Shift control, that's what it is. So I'll shift control this. There we go. Now it shouldn't do that anymore. Yay, okay, see? That's one nice thing about using a very popular program is like just Google the answer and 100 people are talking about the same problem. Okay, so 6 inches. So now we want to go an inch, we want to go an inch and a half out. So we want this guy to be at 1.5. Wow, that's all the way out there. Is that really what I want? No. No. Is it 3? Oh, okay, it's 2.5. Right. So I don't want this at 3. That's also a mistake I made. Okay, I want this at 3.5. And I actually think maybe points are going to be better here. Let's just start here. Okay. So now from 3.5, I want to go down to 2. So this one has to go all the way out here. To 5. Oh yeah, baby crying, yeah. It's a regular soundtrack in this house. Okay. Make them a little bit smaller. actually do this together and then. This is tedious. It is. It is. Okay, 2 and 5. Okay. Now, all right. Now I bet I could be doing something very helpful here. Let's try something. I'm going to hide all these. Well, what if I went like this? And I went like this. Oh yeah, okay. That's what I want to do. Okay, this is going to be a huge time saver. Now I want to get this whole guy. And I want to bring it up here. And here. Wait. I'm lost. I'm lost as a person. Okay. So now, if those are at 1.5 off, I want 3/4 inches off now. I want 5 3/4. Okay, the stick guys are a little small. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why. Oh. Oh. Ah. Okay. I messed up again. So 3.5 is not, this is not 6 inches. It's 5.5 inches. You know what? No. I'm not living like this. I'm doing points. $36 to $432. Let's call it a nice, clean. Okay, no, let's just call it what it is. $396. Let's write this down. $396. Okay. So the first guy is at, I'm going to call it 400, and we can always shrink the whole thing. 400. Okay. So, so the first guy is at 234. Okay. Then the next two are at 234, and then we're going from 36. We're going from 35 to 135, right? That's what I decided. Sorry, 34 to 434. 34 to, so we're just going to add 34. So that's why it's 234 instead of 200. Then we're going to, then we're just going to do 100. So now it's going to be, so 335, 334, yeah. And we're going to be at 334 and 134. Then it's going to be 50, right? We're going to be at 84. And we're going to be at 384. Then we're going to be, just to do that to the left one here, then we're going to subtract 25, so we're going to be at 59. Then we're subtracting 12 and a half, so we're going to be at 47.5. Then 6.25, so we're going to be at 41.25. And then I think we can start to eyeball it. .125, we're going to be at 38.125. You see, and we're approaching the borders without ever hitting them. All right. This is how we have to live. This is how we have to live. Okay. These guys are way too small, so that method isn't going to work. Okay, so this guy should be at, let's start here. This guy should be at 234. Okay. Now, this guy should be at 334. This guy should be at 134. Okay, we'll do the lines in a minute. Now we just said this one is at 84. And this one is at 384. This is crazy. This is terrible. Okay. 59. So I subtracted 25. So 409. 409 for the next guy. All right. All right. This is going to look nice and satisfying when it's done. 47 and a half. We'll get lined up later horizontally. Okay. So 12 and a half. So we're at 396 and a half. Wait, no. I already added 25 there. 409. Let me just add this here. 409. Right? I added 25 and then I added 12 and a half. So I'm going to 421.5. And I'm going to 427.75. Then I'm going to 430.875. This is stupid. This is really stupid. But it's correct. This is crazy. All right. So right here, we're at the one that's at 47 and a half. So now we're at 41.25. For 27. It's at 430. Okay. Something is incorrect. So that looks right. This guy's in the wrong place. The 409 guy went too far. Yeah. This guy should be at 421.5. This guy should be at 427.75. And then the final guy should be at 430. Okay. 430.875, so basically there. Okay. And this one should be at 38.125, the last guy here. All right, so this is a starting place. Now we can start to get horizontal things set, and then we can figure out where the other guys go. This is wild. Trying to think if there's some efficient way to do this. This is okay. Oof. All right. I think I can use the lines to help after that. All right, so let's just get these guys where they're supposed to go. Okay, now let's shrink each. What are you doing here? You get out of here. Okay, now let's just shrink each layer down a little bit. Oh, no, 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 I need you to stay where you are. Damn it. Okay. I think I need this thing. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to make this guy's height 11.2. Okay. This is bad stuff, guys. Bad stuff. Bad stuff, this is. Okay, now, that was 11.2. Let's make this one 9.94. $9.95. No one's going to know. All right. This one then should be 7.96. And then this one then should be 6.88. Yeah. Okay. And this one should then be yeah, okay. I mean, probably should be thinner at that point. They're getting a little fat. No, it's okay. I kind of like it. Damn it, I forgot what this one was. Oh, wait. Oh, this is the top guy. I think he's fine right there. 5.43. Okay, so this is going to be the basis, and then we're going to structure all the rest to just match these guys. 5.43. Okay, 5.44. Now, everyone, now we can get them vertically where they're supposed to be. So first, let's just get them on the same line. And how much vertical space do we need here? Here we had 2 and a little bit. So let's just make that 2. I think that's fine. This row is going to be, if that's 2, and this one can be like, yeah, like 1 and a bit. This is an example of someone I was like, this will be easy. I'm not doing any real drawing, and it's just not. And then this guy, oops. Nope, whatever just happened there. This. Okay, now this can be lined up. And this can be just like 1 above. Yeah, there, it's fine as is. Now I need some space here, so. And then from there, we're probably just going to have to stop with the lines and just get really small and have them all next to each other and just continually shrink the line. So I think this is we have to structure only these guys. Okay, now. Oh, media player, what are you on about now? Copy and shift left, right, entire groups. Then remove overlapping duplicates. I see. I don't really know what you're talking. I kind of do and I kind of don't. So, okay, now, now what? Now, I need to evenly space 2 more of these, 4 more of the, you know, or whatever, 6 more of those. Okay. So now I think the lines can help. So I just need to place one guy here. So I don't care about that centered. I need the, okay, so this was the one that was 84. So we're going to 184. Okay. Now this can be copied, you see? Start to gain some efficiencies here. I don't care about that. Okay. I think later I can highlight entire whatever. Now I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to make sure these are all even. All right, that's a row. Now let's do the same thing over here. So that was 84 and 184. Then this is 59 and 109. Yeah. All right, now we can go like this, and we've got our, why is that not, oh, because this is not even, there we go. Something feels wrong there. 109, 59. This is at 80, because it's not exactly at 84, that's the issue. It's got to be close enough though, right? I guess we can just shift this whole thing here. That's pretty close. Okay. But then these two need to get shifted back. Sorry. This is wild. This is, even for me, this is like crazy what's happening here. Okay. So now we've got our unit there. Now we can just start making, now this part, now it gets easier because now I can go like this. Boom. Boom. And boom. All right. Now I can start to even do copy multiple things. So I go here. And this one is at 47 and a half. So this one should be at 71 and a half. This is why kids should still do math in school, by the way. It's just useful to be able to do math in your head so often in life. You know? Now these are going to get shorter. Okay. Is that nicely lined up, or is that not quite lined up? Something feels not quite lined up there. 47 and a half and 71 and a half. So it must be that this one is not quite right here. Should be right at 59. Yeah, it's just like a tad to the, it's just a tad to the, so this whole thing can go just a little. There we go. All right, good enough. Now this can go here, but then we can copy all of it. See, it's going to start getting a little chiller here. That can go there. Now all of this can get copied for this person here, for these two. And then all of this, except for this guy, can get copied over here. See, we're getting there. Yeah. Got some issues going on here. I think it's these guys are the problem. Now, why is this not quite right? This guy's at 409, right? Okay. And so this one is supposed to be yeah, this one's a little, I don't know why this ended up off a little. There we go. All right. You see now? Okay. All right. A family tree is being developed. Okay, let's do two more of these rows, and then we're gonna start. Then I think we'll just start getting rid of the lines, and things will get a little bit chiller. Where are we here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would be the first 6. This will be the first 128 stick figures, and then I think we have to start doing something different. Okay, so if this one, the second to the top, is at 41.25, right? Then we want this one to be at 53.75. Which is right where it is. Okay. So now we go like this. And we go like that. All right, now we have our unit, our first unit, and we go boom. Now we have this unit. This is it, guys. This is the content you're all here for, is this. Okay, now we take all of these guys, bring them all over here. Now we take all of these guys, except the last guy, and we bring them over here. Oh no, that didn't work out. What the hell? What? I don't understand why it sometimes does this. It's obviously that thing was contained within it, so why would it not highlight? Okay, it's like on top of all my own incompetence, I don't need glitchiness, you know? Okay, let's get that lined up. It's not going to be like perfectly level. Like these guys are too high here. Maybe I can just do one little line these guys up. There we go. And why are we offline at the end here? I don't like that. Something's wrong at the end, but you know, sometimes in life, I'm just going to fix that in a second. So I'm going to go like this, go down like that. Capture their heads, get rid of this guy, get rid of this guy, and I'm going to level them out. And then this, something, we have things wrong here. What's going on here, guys? Okay, we got 390, we have 420, 421 and a half he's supposed to be at. So how did this end up so wrong? Okay. Okay, 421 and a half. And so this one is supposed to be at 398 and a half. No. Wait, 421 and a half. This one's supposed to be at 396 and a half. Yeah, okay, so we just have, this is, there we go. Okay, and then these two can, I don't know what's going on here. This is a little disturbing actually, because 396 and a half to 321 and a half. So we're, see, that's too much. I did something wrong. I'm messing something up. 409. 409 to 421 and a half. That is correct. 409 to 396 and a half. That is also correct. So then why are these guys, which are all the same distance, whatever, I'm not gonna stress about it. I'm just gonna do this, and if it looks weird, we'll cry. Okay. All right, one more. Thank you, media player. You did make it better. All right. I think I would have eventually gotten there, and it would have just been later, and I would have been sadder. So now 38.125, so we're doing 44 and a half. So let's just level these guys out while we're here. I think we can make these lines thinner now. Probably should have done that a little while ago, but that's okay. Actually, I can do that pretty quickly. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to highlight all of this. Then I'm going to highlight just the top thing here. Now I'm going to make it 0.5. There we go. All right, let's add their lines in, and we're going to make it a little thinner still. This. Let's make that a little thinner. 0.4. All right, that's our unit. Oh, the other family tree is much easier. Actually, I promise. It's way easier than this. Now, the point here, the reason this should be starting to begin to be mind-blowing for you is that every one of these is one of your ancestors. So here we're, if a generation is 30 years, we go back 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. So that takes us to like 1840. Like James Polk was the U.S. president. It's a long time ago, pre-Civil War in the U.S. And there were now we're at 128 people on this row, right? I think that's right. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. No, why did I say 128? Not at all. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Okay, fine. Fine, still. 64 people were Yeah. 64 people in the 1840s were walking around. I'm sure different ages that wasn't quite aligned. Plus, maybe some of them married cousins, so there's not quite 64. Maybe there's like 55. Either way, there's dozens of people walking around, probably different parts of the earth. Probably some of them were royalty and others were peasants, almost certainly. Some of them were probably slaves. And they all contributed to your DNA. And if any of them didn't exist, or any of these marriages, or maybe they were out of wedlock, any of these romantic encounters did not happen at the exact moment it did, you would not be here. Isn't that kind of crazy? Okay, so let's just get these in line. This could stand to be a tad higher. And these two could be a little lower. So that's what I'm going to try to... So the reader gets to just look at this. They're reading, they look at this, they're like, wow, there's a lot of people, and they move on. You had to suffer through the sausage being made, and it's not pretty. It's not a nice thing. So this goes there. Media player, you saved my ass. This is like so much. It's just like everything is where it should be now. They're all evenly spaced. It's very satisfying. Okay. I don't like what I see here. Why is this not lined up? Why are these not lined up? Did I move the whole... I don't like that because it means like there's problem. I mean, it's pretty slight. It's pretty slight, but we have some drift going on here. I don't like it. I don't like that. Okay. Those all look good. There's the same drift here naturally. And I don't know whether it's the row below is the problem or this row, but it's close enough. We're doing good. I'm pleased with us. Okay. Now finally I can do the last one here, which is highlighting all of these, getting rid of this guy, and bringing these here. Oh, gotta copy it. All right. This is, by the way, like when my computer would crash. And I wouldn't have saved since like I started doing this, and I would be back when it was like 5 messy guys below. That's happened to me so many times, and it's just so heartbreaking. It like is it's like I consider just like ending it all. I'm like, if I end it all, I don't have to, you know. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Now, awful. This is just, I don't know what happened with this guy. I must have messed something up some point, and I just don't know. But you know what? I'm just going to move it. And if it looks bad, we can adjust it later. I can't deal with whatever the problem is here. It's always a problem here. All right. Which something's wrong over here, clearly. But all right. So now, where to from here? Now I think we'd stop with the lines. I think we stop with the lines, and I think we just make a row of stick figures. Okay, so if this one here is at 38.125. Now we're doing like 1.5, just a tad more than 1.5. So 38.125, we should go down to 36 point, like 5 something. So let's just move this over, 36.5 something. There we go. Still a little bit. All right, so that guy goes up there, and we're going to shrink him to 3.82. And he just needs to be a little bit above the head. All right, now we need to add 1.5. So 39.65. All right, it's not exactly, something's not quite right, but I guess the point here is to just have it even. Yeah, I mean, this guy's a little too far over, and that's the problem, the guy below, but that's okay. Okay, I want to get this even here. I saw something that bothered me, and it was, I saw a missing line. Or did I? Yes, here. All right. All right, so now we've got these guys here. And I'm going to copy them, and I want to make sure they're evenly spaced. This guy looks pretty good. I like that. I think it looks pretty good. I think they're even. So now we'll worry about vertical later. Let's just get the horizontal correct. All right, now we can. Okay. Now we're at 128. So now we're at like 1810, 1815, you know? I think Napoleon was doing his thing, or is that done? He was like around. So now we're in Napoleon's time, and there's 128 people around. Now, this is disturbing me a little bit. Why is this? Shouldn't these be even? I don't know. This, I guess that's going to happen in each of these. That's okay. I don't mind that. It's like a little discrete unit of the family. I can handle that. Um, hey, I'm glad you did your taxes. Oh, the music stopped. If we're gonna be here, suffering through this, we should have we should have some we should have our laid back lo-fi on. All right. I feel that we're making good progress here. I'm like, oops. All right, now, do we have 4 yet? No, we need 1 more. All right, I should have just done it after 2, but that's okay. All right, so now we got this here. Now we can highlight all of these. Oh. Can even them out. All right, so that's good. Now let's go look at the delinquent part of the family over here, which undoubtedly is a mess, of course, as always. It's a mess over here. I don't know what the hell happened to this side of the family, but it's just a mess. Now that was a mess. Now this is an even bigger mess here. All right. Okay, now let's just even the whole thing out. See, we have no gap. We have gaps everywhere else. That doesn't work for me. I'm gonna have to figure this out. See, it starts to look, it's fine until it starts to, you see there's gap, 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 no gap. So what is the problem, guys? You know what I could do? Just kill this whole side of the family. And we'll see who's the problem. That's what happens, guys. You don't do what I say, and now... Okay. Now everyone looks nice. All right. Hey. It's a family tree. It's developing. You know what I like about this? What I like about it is that it is wide and not high, which is what we want in this book. This should not take up a whole page. I do think there could be a tad more vertical space here. Okay. Now. So now the question is, what do we do now? I could basically have them side by side and do another row. Okay, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to do 5 more rows. Well, I'm not going to, obviously that's not going to happen. So the question is, when do I start stacking? And let me just look at the text here. And do I need to go 12 rows? Because it would be pretty sweet to not have to go 12 rows, although it's satisfying too. Let's just do 1 more row first before we figure this out. I think I could do a smaller row, and there's still like a gap in between, and then I could do one where they're all touching. And so I think we could get up to 9 rows before I have to start stacking. All right, so let me see if I can do this without, if I can just do some like broad shrinking. Save. Okay. Is this just going to be too small? This isn't going to work. this works. Let's see. Obviously, this needs to be this thickness needs to go down. Let's go down to 0.4. These guys are unnecessarily small, I would say. Although maybe that's what it takes at this level. Maybe we need to be really small. And then I could just do the whole row in one swoop here. Is that too silly? Is that going to be so small when we zoom all the way out in the page? I mean, it is, but you can see them. I think this is the way to go. I think this is this is the page. It's going to be like, so it's like kind of the smallest where you can still see that there's individual stick figures. But I think that's kind of what it's going to take. Now, what if I don't make them so short? Actually, I want to keep those guys. Imagine they'll be almost dots once printed. Yeah, but I think the printing, as long as you can literally just see that there's. Let me try something else here. What if I just make it smaller vertically, like that? And a little bit smaller horizontally, but so first 4. So what if I go like this, and I don't go so short? I think that's better, right? Okay. So in that case, I'm going to delete all of these, and I'm going to go make the whole row. I keep compulsively saving because it's like I can't even think about. All right, so let's try this. Wait. I didn't mean to. I don't want to say shift. I just want to do this. Yeah. So first we do that. Then we make it smaller font, smaller thickness. Then we shrink them down here. What would happen if I made it 0.3? Versus 0.4. I think 0.3 looks better. What if it even goes smaller? I think you get to 0.2, it starts to be just too small to see how fine that is. Like that, I could go really small like that. But now they're like, it's almost better when they're a little thicker. I think that's the sweet spot. Okay, let's just try that. So now let's lower this. And then what I might be able to do for the next row, okay, wait, hold on. I guess we want some vertical distance here so they can just see what's happening. At that point, you don't even, yeah, it's like people get the point. You don't need to have everything lined up perfectly. Although, let's just see here. So each one of these has parents over them successfully. Now here, we have a problem here. I see we just got to shift some of these over. And we're going to have, this gap is going to get bigger, which I think is okay. It shows like units. That's where it should be. Yeah, I just have to move all these the right side over. So then I could just, this once correctly. Now, one more, and then, all right, now I'm gonna go like this. And we're gonna go like that. It's crazy what's happening here. All right. And does this, okay, you know what? It all ended up where it should. Now I'm gonna highlight all of them and make sure it's vertically lined up. Oh. Okay, this is quite small, these guys, I will say. But, you know, should I make them taller? Would that be better? Let's just do one and compare it. Oops. Is that easier to see? But now they're kind of a weird shape. They don't look like a stick figure. And then what if I made it thicker? What's easier to read? I think thinner is better. All right, well, let's go with this. We can always like now affect whole lines. We don't need any of this anymore. Now, okay, now here's what I was thinking. It's a little crazy. I can't do that again, or it will just, like someone said, it will just blend. Reduce opacity the higher you go. It's interesting. Reduce the line size. Yeah, I mean, I kind of did that. Upside down tree. Okay. Yes, hello from Belarus. Yeah, we're still going. I told you, I'm going all day. I got to do this book. I got to finish it so I can get on with my life, and so it can get into your hands, and we can all be happy. All right. So now what I thought I would do, because you see, it might just be too crazy, but I was maybe like, what if I went like this, and then like, wait, no, that's not gonna work, is it? Well, I guess I could go like this. Here's what I would have to do. I'd have to go all blue and all red. And then what if I went like this? Is this just insanity? And the next row is smaller versions of this. This is madness. But what if I shrunk that, got this down to 2? I mean, kind of works. How would this look big? It just looks more dense. I mean, at that point, it is just going to look like a bar of text. So I don't think that works. So here's the question. I could do that. But you see, it's not going to look like much on the page. It'll look like a gray bar. Okay, so we don't want that. If you need to see the space between them or it doesn't look like anything, okay, forget it. I mean, I could always go like shorter and I don't know how to do that. I'd have to make them all thinner. And then spread, and then give them some space in between, like, you know. Like, I could do this. It's quite tiny. I think it's too tiny to see. Too bad, because it's just delightful if you really could do it. To just, because it's so fun, and once you start doubling up the rows, it just is less like cool looking. But anyway, here's what I could do if I don't want to do that. So wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 4 more to do. All right, I was gonna go see if I needed to do all these, and that maybe if we're okay with just 8. 8's pretty cool, dude. That's 200. That's 256. 256 ancestors back in the late 1700s. It's getting the point across. So I'm just trying to remember what I wrote here and why I thought I needed to. All right. I said, let's take a look at the last 12 generations of your family tree. If you just went back in time 300 years or so, there were thousands of people walking around the planet who were all your direct ancestors. Go back another few centuries and that number jumps into the millions. Millions of people combining their genes in just the right way to make the unique genome that is you. Millions of courtings and wooings and seductions and, unfortunately, rapes. And all the backstories behind each one. Let me go into more and more. I talk about how they were in every segment of society. Pluck just one of them out of your family tree and there's no you today, like I said. I don't think we need 12. Because I could just say, so here we're going back 8. And 8, go back, I could just say go back 200 and go back a couple centuries rather than saying go back 300 years or so. There were thousands. Go back a couple centuries and there were hundreds. Because this is hundreds. 256 is hundreds. You can't say that about 128. Let's just see how it would look if I did this. I kind of think I might just stop here, and I think it's kind of crazy. I think it's kind of cool as it is. 256, Each one of these little bars is 32 people, like full humans. Each one of them lived a full life where what mattered to most of them was their own little life. It's just really crazy. Okay, so we could go like this, and I could group that, and then I could go like this. So what I would do next is I would go like, I would probably give a little more space, and then I would go like this. That would be the next row. So that's now 9 generations back. 10 would be, that's 10 generations back. Now this gap is kind of, I don't love the gap now in this format, but so now we're at 12, right? What did I say? There were 8. Yeah, this would be 12. I have to get the spacing right, but you get the point. So what do we think of this? Do we like this? Should I go up? The spacing is kind of killing me. I mean, what I could do is I could, on this lower row here, I could just spread them so that there's no spacing. And then it would look better up here. Because now it's just this weird, what's this like, what are these vertical lines, So I'd have to fix that. But that wouldn't be a big fix. Let's see. Yeah. Dots. Looks like dots. Yeah, it does look like dots. On the page is going to be like, I mean, you can't see on your computer, but the page for me is like this big. I mean, really, this is the last row where you'll be able to see oh wow. And here if you look really closely, you'll be able to maybe see, but it will just kind of look like but the point is kind of to be like, it just melts into this impossibly. The alternative is I start stacking down here with this row, and they never get smaller than this. Or I do that thing I was going to do What if I went like this? Let's just move this whole thing up a little bit. Actually, I don't want to do this. I'm going to move the whole, I'm going to just do this. I'm going to copy the whole thing. Try not to crash my computer. Okay. So here's an alternative. Sometimes you have to audition multiple methods here and see if which one. The other thing is I'm not actually, well, I'm pretty close to using all the vertical space. Yeah, actually I'm using about exactly as much as I have here. I could move make the whole thing slightly wider. So what if we deleted all these guys? And then I just tried that thing I was gonna do, but with this, and I put them all next to each other. And I leave it at that. So go like this. And I make those all red. And then I copy it. I make those all blue. And I go like this. And then I make all of these thinner. Still probably better to give them a little space, but maybe I just try to do, these got really small, like too small. So maybe I don't actually make them, I was gonna shorten them a little bit too. I'm gonna try that to do one long row where it doesn't have these breaks. And see if we can get to that last row. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9's pretty good, but it's like, then 9 is a bit weird. So you'd say 10 generations normally, wouldn't you? You know, 9 is a little random. 10, you could say 300 years, you know. Yes, that's true. The more you'd have pedigree collapse, people appearing multiple times because of incest. Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this idea here. You might be done soon if I don't go that much higher. I thought it was gonna like really go nuts with this. All right. Okay, let's just move this guy out. I also think these guys could stand to be one notch thinner, maybe. Look a little better that way. So if these are one notch thinner still, maybe I just have to do this manually. 296. Or maybe the answer isn't to go that much smaller, just a tad. 361. Okay. Would that alone do the trick? If I just did. Okay, I think they're just a little wide still. Tiny bit too. I kind of think that's make it again, give it a little space. I think. These gaps are now still like a little, because I don't want gaps here, but then it's going to look like some people don't have parents, or some people have too many parents. But I also think it's kind of plenty. Okay, so that is 16. So I need 16 of those. So that's 1. $16.32. We're so close. We're so close. $16.32. Okay, now we're at 64. Okay. now, if I get rid of the gaps like I just did, I can make them a little wider. Let's even them out. I'm gonna stretch them out, and I think we can call it a day. Let's see. Even them. And then we can stretch this out. There. Yeah, I mean, it's super tiny, but you can vaguely make out individual stick figures. And it gets the point across either way. I mean, is it really different than what was there before? I mean, I guess they're bigger and closer together. Is that better or worse? Probably a little bit better. It's quite small. They're quite small, but... And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this whole... I'm going to group this and hide it. But now, just because it's an option, I'm going to just for decisions later, I'm going to go like this. And I'm going to say that's 9 layers, so we can do 10. Give it a little more space here. And then 11. It's not, you know, it does show like a fuck ton of people, which is kind of what I'm trying to do, but it just looks less like a family tree and more like groups of people. But I guess that's the only option at this point. There's no other way to do this unless you had a giant, it would be fun to make a poster board where you could go like way bigger, and I could do 12 generations where you could easily see each sticker. That would be a good poster. Maybe one day. No, too high. You know, something like that. And then we can give a little more breathing room to the bottom layer here. And then maybe a little more breathing room also to the... Yeah. A fold out page in the book to make it longer. Yeah, I do. I have thought about that. It's just like, it can't just be for this because it's so random. There's so many different topics. This is just one of 100. So like, why does this one get the fold out page? It would have to be like the big timeline that I'm extending every chapter till it gets to the full length. That kind of is the backbone image of the whole book. That's the one that would make sense to do the fold out page for. Unless it was a regular feature where lots of pages folded out, but I feel like that's like kind of a messy book. So I don't know. It's interesting though to do something like that. Okay, well now we have 12 generations if I want to use it. It's very easy to delete the top 3 of the top 4. What do we think? You like it? And then I would do... You. Are you? I feel like you should be a little thicker. Probably these guys should be also. See, now it's just like, you can just do touch-ups for a million years, but... It's a little big. But you know what? This is the success here is that it was not a huge vertical drawing. There we go. You. And then maybe I'll add some labels. Like parents, grandparents, great, but Oh, I fucked up. Wait. This needs another doubling. Yeah, there we go. So this would say I could maybe even just write across this in like white font. I don't know why that's diagonal. Your great certainly doesn't work. Well, it's not going to work over that, but I could, or I could just say it in the text. All right, well, the backbone of this is done. Now it's like the final labels, the final presentation can be decided, but the hard, thank you for getting me through the hard, long part here. I do feel like, unfortunately, this should be, the gaps shouldn't be here. It's okay if they're like here, there. It's like each of these should just be a little wider. But, like, like a hair. Oh. Then it like doesn't, it doesn't look right over on the left a little bit, but where there's no gaps, it's just one long row would be more satisfying, but I'm not going to do that right now. Because there's also, there's an argument that it is good because you can just see the discrete groupings of 16, but I don't think so. I don't see why those groupings are important. Yeah. And what's crazy is each one of these people, like this person right here, you are their great to the ninth power grandchild, but their ancestor cone looks the same way. If they had multiple kids, especially, but even if they didn't, if one of their descendants had a few kids, before you know it, 12 generations later, they have this many descendants. And you probably know a bunch of So this person here, whoever this is, she'll never know you, you'll never know her. She doesn't care about you, you don't care about her, but she is your ancestor. But she has hundreds of other ancestors walking around, and you probably know a bunch of them. And you're, that makes you, 10th cousins or something, and it's just total strangers, irrelevant. And, you definitely share, up on this big group, you share people with probably everyone you know. Has someone in common up on that top row. It's quite strange. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Hello? Oh, wait, hold on. Did this shut off? Okay, hold on. Let's get the music going. Okay. Let's just do the usual. Can you hear me? Can you hear the music? I need some confirmation. Yes. Yay. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. We are now in our 8th hour. And I'm doing fine. If you're doing fine, I'm doing fine. Not the music. Not the music. You can hear me, but not the music. Hold on. Why wouldn't you be able to hear the music? Oh, we hear music. Okay. Okay, good. There's music. Should the music be louder? I mean, I don't want to make it annoying for people who don't want it, but you can hear the music. Okay. If fresh wind, bright sky can hear the music, that's good enough for me. I made it a little louder. We're vibing. We're having a good time. Okay. So I'm like one of these people where I'll have a non-work day, or I'll have like a huge work day. This is a huge work day. I'm just going to keep going. I hope you're here as well with me. Still got some people here. You know what? I'm going to do a little, let's we don't need that right now. Let's do a little blast. Let's do a little blast out to X and just, what should I'll use this one here because it's kind of rad, right? This is like a good, oh, look what you're missing. Hold on, but let's screenshot. I'm just gonna, okay, hold on. Wait. No, put that away. All right. So we got our all right. I'm gonna send this over. I'm gonna do a little blast here. This is the kind of post that X doesn't usually, it's not the kind of post that gets a lot of traffic, but we're gonna post it anyway. Here we go. Okay, paste. Okay. I think we should do one more drawing before we procrastinate, and then we'll take a nice old. I'll do some show and tell. We'll do some procrastination. I have further activities. All right, let's close that. We don't need that anymore, right? We don't need that anymore. Okay, as promised. See, little tiny things. Let's just up there. All right, now save again. I can't save this too many times. I'm going to just take the artboard and I'm going to go like this. Oh shit, I'm still on my template. Okay, so let's just save as. And we're going to save as family tree. And then the template's all fucked. I'll have to fix that. Okay, I do that a lot. I just do it into the template by accident. Sorry, how many have we done today? It hasn't been like a ton, but they've been hard. We've done 2 comics. The Observable Universe and Months were easy, and this one was hard. I think we've done 3 hard and 2 easy. That would normally already be a very, that's a solid day. But that would be a very good day for me, normally. If I do 5 drawings, usually it's only because they're easy ones. If I do hard ones, it's usually like 2 or 3, maybe 2 hard drawings. So we're doing well, and as I said, we're here. So I don't see why we shouldn't just go huge today. I'm gonna give a huge shout out to anyone who's here the whole time. I don't know how many of you that is, but all right. So that's that. Now I'm gonna go over to. I'm gonna open the. Should we review? Sometimes I just do this to just review my progress to be satisfied. We started with Khufu. Okay, we did this. I think that was fine. I liked it. Then we did Observable Universe. As I said, I'm not going to win the Pulitzer for this one, but we did some months. This one is going to need something here. I can't handle April. Sorry, I really can't. I can't handle something so ugly. Okay, what if see, this is what happens. I shouldn't have come in here. Let's just try it. I've had this idea, and we've avoided doing this, but as a period at the end, it's just so ugly. Okay, now come on. All right, I'll have to move that up. We do a star. And then down here we do nope. Everything's wrong. Okay. Now we go like this and we do a star. And then we make this font smaller. Why this ends up there. Oh, this is still in the group. So let's just ungroup this. Now we go like this. And now we double click this. And then we can go like that. And then I can make it smaller and centered. Make it a little 8. Let's not, It's not great. It's not great. This isn't great either, but we have 2 bad options. We have 2 bad options, maybe even smaller. I don't like it at all. But I really didn't like it before. But either way, April's taking up a lot of space. We've established that. And we don't love that. But You know what I could do? Rather than uncertain origin, my fact checkers might yell at me about this, but I could just say, like, named after the god Mars. Named after Aphrodite. And then I could say maybe like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll leave this for now. Not pleased about it. Okay. All right. I'm going to leave this for now like this. It's just a bummer. Now it's too small, this text. This is just what we call a bummer. All right, well. I don't think this is better. I think it was better before. I'm just gonna leave it like this, because leave the tiff before. I think this is now really stupid. It's like, what are we doing? But you see my issue before, right? Here's what we do in this situation. What we do in this situation is we do this. And we put both here and we decide later. This is when it's helpful to have like Alicia, an editor, and just others to just be like, what do you think? And often they will think it's just clearly one's better or one's worse, or they'll have a different idea. But I like to at least put out the options. Okay. And then we have our Olmecs with the head. Now I'm looking here and I'm wondering if maybe I should make maybe the issue. Okay. What if the issue is this? What if what needs to happen is we need to lower the opacity of all these lines to like 80? That just makes it lighter gray, I guess. What if I lowered it to like 50? You know? I feel like that actually might be better. Might make it look more like a carving in stone. But no, I think what would be better would be like just, ooh, no, you're supposed to be locked. What might be better is just like this. These guys, the ones I was making thinner before. If that opacity is lowered, like, you know? What do we think of that? Oh, and then this obviously needs to jump in there. So does that. So does that. What if this has been the problem all along? Now we have some issues down there, but what do we like better? Which is more of the stone head? That brow is not working for me either. You know, I think it's better the other way. Because the other one kind of looks like an Olmec head, but this one here, yeah, I don't know. Drawing tablet. Yes, I've got this guy here. Hey, Tim, dumb question. If this is just text, why can't you use a text editor so you don't have to reinvent some wheels? Is it a quality of image issue? I think you were talking probably about the April one. And the answer there is, you know, if you're just trying to do aesthetics and move things around and get things lined up and get the color just right, like Illustrator's better. Text things are not the hard part. Texts are easy. What's hard is, see, I'm seeing things here that I want to change. Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the same thing I've done before here. I'm gonna copy this. Well, first I have to make that available again. And I'm gonna move it down. You see. Copy it, and then I'm gonna undo everything I just did. And then I'm gonna move this back over where I moved it. And then I'm gonna put this down there as an option so we can assess later. All right, moving on, and then we have this guy. Now, I made a promise. The space between the two stone heads and the frame are not equal. I don't like to hear that. What are we talking about? The space between the two stone heads and the frame. I see. These guys need to all move to this way. Yep. Good note. Who was that? Thank you, Elias Dat. That was a good note. All right. Yeah. It is what it is. Now, I made a promise, which was I was going to do 2 family trees. The first was this, which is the old school kind of family tree. That's your family tree. The second is these guys are going to haunt me. These breaks here are going to haunt me until I fix it, but I'm not going to fix it right now. I don't know why it says it on every... It must be in the template, and that's the issue. Well, now the template's fucked to hell. So now that's an easy fix. That we just go here and delete everything. And delete everything. Why? Oh, it's because it's invisible here. But we've got another problem here, which is my rectangle isn't showing. And it's really bothering me. The rectangle's showing here, but for some reason I can't highlight it. This is something Alicia would fix in a second, and she's not here. I think she's probably signed off. So I'll have to ask her tomorrow. Or what I could do is save this as the new template. Let's try that. SOE template. And then get rid of that. Okay, and then now I would, so I still should have observable universe here somewhere. Yeah, that still is fine. So now this I can delete everything. And I have my line. All right, you know, you hack it together if you need to sometimes. All right, now we've got our template. Now I can save this as, let's call it Polycule siblings. All right. So we're going to need our family tree here for this. And we're going to need the row that has 16 people. This could all get a little bigger. All right, so welcome to a commune of the future. And the future part of this book has I do think these should be a little bigger, these guys. If they're gonna be only 16. Oh man, it's gonna fuck it all up, isn't it? Maybe I'll do it later. So, in the book, I go through the past from the Big Bang till today. That takes 6-7 chapters. Or that takes about 70% of the pages, the words. The last 30 is all about the future. And I alternate between fiction and nonfiction in that part only. Because I don't just want to explain what might happen and explain how this future tech, how the current cutting edge tech works and what the predictions are for the future and what could be some, why some people think it's going to turn out well versus turn out badly. Yes, that is the frame printout of my life in weeks. This is a histomap above, and it's kind of hard to see, but this is a U.S. map. There's another histomap over there. There's a north. You know what? I'll show you a picture. Now this really should be part of show and tell, but I'm going to show you now instead. Okay. So here's a video of what's behind me because you can't really see it at all here. We've got here, note the Tabasco jug. I tweeted about how Tabasco's like, I'm a big hot sauce person. I have 40 hot sauces in my fridge. And I was like, I love all kinds of hot sauces. This one for this thing, this one for this kind of thing, this one when I'm in the mood for this. But in the end, the OG hot sauce, the GOAT in my opinion, Tabasco. It's basic, but it's like, if I can only have one for the rest of my life, Tabasco. So I tweeted that. And the Tabasco people, I guess, got wind of it, and they sent me this gallon jug of Tabasco. So it's a prized possession. Below that, it's a little hard to see. This is my Curta calculator. And I should do a full video on this at some point, but this was made by a guy from Liechtenstein. He was in the Holocaust, and the Germans spared him because they loved what they wanted him to make one of these. He was working on this as his project, which is a mechanical calculator before they had electronic calculators. And this was super useful, and you can do multiplication really quick with it, and you spin the thing, and it has all these things. And then, so they spared him because they wanted him to have, we have another intrusion of a very cute little person who shouldn't be on YouTube. So I'm going to move you out. It's so sad.
Not out.
Yes. Unfortunately.
No, out.
I know. I know. Well. Oh, I know. Actually, I think this is the worst thing I've ever done. The live stream has been a huge success, but I've had to like brutally reject my 3-year-old who loves to toddle into the office. And that's a fun part of the day. And that twice now I've had to be like, nope, out you go. It's very sad. Yeah, I just think, it's YouTube. So where were we? So anyway, the Curta calculator, they spared him because they wanted him to have one of these on Hitler's desk at the end of the war. And they, and then they lost the war. He was free. It turns out he was very close to finishing, but he didn't want the Germans to have it. So he just finished it right away. And they made a limited run for this basically in the 50s. And then electronic calculators came out and they went out of style. So now there's a limited number of these. So I bought one on eBay and I'm obsessed. So that's what's down there at the bottom. Now over here, what looks like a gray square is actually a million black dots with one red dot. I sell this. This is a Wait But Why product. It's the million dot poster. And when you're up close, you can see all the little dots, and it's a challenge to try to find the red one. And when you do, you realize how unbelievable someone being 1 in a million at something is, or how hopeless it is to play a 1 in a million lottery ticket or whatever. Because it would be like throwing a dart at that thing, and the dart has to land precisely in the middle of that red dot, and that's just no way that's going to happen. Up here is my North Korea propaganda poster. I got that in North Korea. Histomap number 1. My grandfather made this. It's like, I think it's some painting, Norman Rockwell or something. And then he would get like 7 copies, cut out and make 3D. And so like the foreground things would have like 7 layers on them, and other ones would have fewer layers on them. He made a lot of those. This is like the best US map ever. It's a really great, really detailed US map. Over here is the histomap behind me. A different kind. Histomap is just something that shows all of history visually, shows like the rise and fall of empires visually. We're making one for the book that I'm trying to make really good. It's going to take forever. Life calendar, yes, that's the life calendar from Wait But Why, to give me an existential crisis. This is the Curta calculator broken down. It's a poster of the 600 parts of the Curta calculator. And then we've got this map, which is my daughter's favorite thing ever. It was made by some guy during COVID with colored pencils, and he spent 2 years making it, and it's just this really high quality thing. It's called, I think, like Wild World by Anton Thomas. And the U.S. map is made by Imus Geographics. American Geography. I recommend both of those. But anyway, this is animals and where they live in the world. This over here is a cartoon that one of my favorite comics is Brooklyn Cartoons. After I finished my SpaceX post, the guy made this and sent it to me. So that was awesome. So that's what's behind me. You see? Now, what's the name or creator of the U.S. map? Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, just look up American Geography, IMUS, Imus Geographics U.S. map, and you'll find it. And yeah, so that's what's on my wall. That was kind of some show and tell, so maybe we'll do something else after this instead, but I have more to show you. Okay. So anyway, I alternate nonfiction and fiction rather than just explain all the things. I was like, I want to like paint a picture of what life could be like with all these technologies in the world. So we make stops in 2039, 2065, 2112, and 2275 before shooting off into the far, far, far future. When, you know, we leave humans behind at that point and just talk about how the universe is going to evolve. But you know, but I got those I asked the everyone I interviewed, you know, what do you think, you know, your particular expertise, your technology, what do you think, you know, what are the chances, where will it be in 2039 or 2065? So those years are based on, you know, I got not real data because it's just predictions, but at least it's the best we can do today, I think, to figure out what those years might be like if things go well. Then I also talk about if things don't go so well. It's much quicker and not good. But things could go well and it would be awesome. Anyway, when I say well, I don't necessarily mean everyone's happy or that it will even sound good to everyone. It'll sound dystopian to some people, the super tech future. But we're here, and we've conquered all of our disease and poverty and other things. So it's pretty good in a lot of ways, even if, you know, people might say, oh, how are we going to find meaning or purpose, or that, you know, we're so removed from nature, whatever. Maybe that's true. But I'll take it over the alternative. And I'll take it over today, too. I don't think people in a world where we don't have disease and aging and any kind of scarcity anymore, I don't think any of those people will want to come back here, regardless of whether they all need some therapy about trying to find meaning. So one of the things I talk about in that, in I think it's 2065, the fiction part, is a futuristic kind of family that could be around based on some of the amazing things going on in embryology right now. So right now we can, you know, we can do IVF, right? That's new, really magical technology. You can, you know, increasingly screen embryos for issues and getting more and more info out of embryos. I went to a company that's working on trying to be able to create an egg or sperm cell. They're starting with an egg cell from any cell. So a man could go in, you know, this company is founded by two gay men who want to be able to have children with their partners, biological children, without, you know, an egg donor. And to do that, they need to be able to produce an egg cell from one of them. So you would be able to go give some skin cell off your arm, and they would be able to, from that, turn it into, get a real human egg cell. And that's pretty crazy, you know, or like a woman who's past the the reproductive age, she would be able to produce an egg cell very easily and have children, or people who are infertile today. So I'm putting a lot of these together, and I'm like, okay, well, and I started asking questions using my imagination here. I was like, well, what about could two couples decide to, rather than have, we're going to have a child and this other couple's going to have a child. What if the four of them said, let's just have a four-way child? How would you do this? Well, the two couples would each produce an embryo. And then in the lab, they would extract an egg cell from one embryo and a sperm cell from the other embryo, and they would mate those embryos into a grandchild embryo. That would be their full grandchild. And they would have, that child would be the one that they bring to turn into a baby. With an artificial womb by that time, probably. And so now that those two couples could live together and have 3 or 4 children, but they're really grandchildren. Each child is equally related to each of the 4 parents. And, what's not for everyone. Many people will say, no thanks, I'll stick with, monogamy or to the normal way. But others will say, I want to do that. And then you can take it a step further. Well, what if 8 people or 16 people live together? And they, again, this is what we're going to illustrate now. They basically produce a crop of, 12 children for their commune. So there's 16 adults and 12 children. And each child is equally related, is an equal descendant of all 16 of the adults through what we're going to show here. And that's part of one of the fiction stories, is a commune that is like that. And all of those kids can be biological siblings, full siblings, with the same 2 embryonic parents. So let's look at how that works. So first, this is bothering me, as often is. Something is bothering me here. I want to just move that up a notch. It's just a little shallow. We don't need to be so shallow now, We don't have as much going on. Let's give a little more space here. It's just a little too scrunched for what we're doing. And I wish those stick guys were just a tad bigger on the top level, but we can address that later. So I'm going to highlight everything down here. And I'm going to highlight everything over here. And now I'm going to extend these lines a tad. There we go. That looks better to me. Yeah, it does sound scary AF. A lot of this stuff does. The problem is, it's like I might think that, I don't know about that future. And then I think about, what if we collapse our civilization and we're all hunting and gathering. And then I'm like, you know what? It sounds fine. That's how I feel. Okay. So there is no more you. And none of these people are here anymore. Well, actually, these people are here. Okay, hold on. We're going to leave that person there. Yeah, see, we have a problem here. I'm just going to have to deal with this, I think. Okay, well. Because there are no people in the middle, and I don't want the people at the top to be so small, because there's only 2 sets of characters here. There's the people at the bottom and the people at the top. And the people at the top right now are quite small, given that they're... I know there's some way to do what I want to do here without doing this so manually, but... just going to delete these. It's really like the whole thing could just be more condensed right now. It doesn't need to be so wide anymore. And you know what? We can do that because crunching the people doesn't matter because there are no more people down in these ones here. Okay, now I can go here, I can go like that. Go here, go like that. Am I going with big crunch ending, big rip, or heat death? All three, along with vacuum collapse. If you're going to talk at the end of the universe, you know, let's talk about all the possibilities. I go most in depth into heat death, and man, is it far away. If you look at, like, if that happens, the amount of time till we get there is, it gives me nightmares. All right. Get rid of this. Bring a couple of these guys down. All right. So now what we're doing is let's make these a little smaller because they're children. Let's like have them hanging out a little bit more. Okay. Now I need to draw an embryo. The hell does an embryo look like? Is it just like a circle with a smaller circle in it, kind of? I think so, but so big. I want like a 1-day-old embryo. No, this is too advanced. Yeah, I want like this thing. Let's see. 1-day-old embryo. Kind of just a circle, right? I think I can just do a circle here and not get cute. Like this guy here. Now I need to do something here. These are just going to be too wide now. Damn it. All right. You can probably go a little bit more. Embryos are a little bit like they're a little bit less dark blue than that. Go a little. Go a little lighter still. Why? Stop. Okay, I can just do this. Oh, that's so annoying. Alright, I guess I just have to fucking do this manually. Okay. Still darker than I want, but Illustrator's annoying. Alright, so now this isn't quite. now I can just replace these with that. How did this end up, all these end up angled? Oh, man. Okay. Okay. All right, so I was a little low. Okay. There we are. That's it. Much easier than the last one. So here's the idea: is that each couple produces. They go in. They each, each couple, or not even couple. They just pair. I mean, these can just be 16 people. I don't know if they sleep together or not, or whatever, or they're friends, or some. It doesn't matter in this case for what they're trying to do, which is that they go get they pair. They get each pair. It doesn't even matter who you're paired with. It's going to be irrelevant in the end. Goes off and gets an embryo. They get 4 female embryos, 4 male embryos. Not that you even need to do that. You can get a male or female gamete from any embryo, but and then so really these don't even need colors, the embryos. But for clarity. And then they get from those 4 pairs, they get 2 female and 2 male embryos. They pair those up, get the final female and male, who are the mother and father of all the children. But they're still embryos. And that's when you end up with 12 kids, all siblings, from the same mother and father embryo. But their parents don't exist. Neither do their grandparents or great-grandparents. They're all in a petri dish. All that exists are their 16 great-great-grandparents. And those people are only 20 or 30 years older than they are. So they're just like the normal age of parent and their kids. You see a bunch of 35-year-olds and a bunch of 5-year-olds, essentially. Or I'm sure they would stagger the ages of the kids, but either way. And those are all their great-grandparents. And it's kind of weird. And I talk about that in the story, so I wanted to show it, and here we are. And that's that, and it's done. And that was easy. I like when things are easy. All right, so that's 6 drawings. Pretty good. I'd like to go for more. Let's just wrap this one up. All right. Let's see where we are here. While we are okay, I have an idea. I have one more that involves stick figures like this, just like nondescript stick figures. And so I'm going to do that one. And then we'll take a break. And then I have 2 that are about the English language, that are mostly word-based. There's one drawing I have to do of a tree, but otherwise, and that would get us quickly from 6 to 9. That would be pretty sweet. So what was I going to do for this one? Let's just remind myself here. Yeah, I don't think we need text here. We'll see. I think the text explains this. I don't need to say something like 16 great grandparents raising 16 great grandchildren or 12 great grandchildren, and then arrow, all 12 children are biological siblings. I don't think I need that, but I can always add that later. That's easy. All right. So now we're going to back up. We're back in the present. We're not going to, this drawing is not in the future. And I'm talking about the butterfly effect. So the butterfly effect, as you might know, is based on the extreme concept that a butterfly could flap its wings somewhere in West Africa, and that causes a little tiny gust to hit another gust at just the right way, that it creates a little current, which then bumps into another current, and suddenly there's just like a little bit of more of a gust, and it hits another gust, and it was ramming against it. And before you know it, it is extending out into the ocean as a big wind, and it ends up as a massive hurricane devastating the Caribbean. And it's the butterfly effect, where the small tiny actions or changes can have massive results, massive ripple effects later. So I think that each of us is an example of the butterfly effect. Like, if you get in line at a pharmacy and someone else ends up behind you, and so that person is 5 minutes behind or 3 minutes behind where they were going to be in their day. They get home 3 minutes later. If you hadn't gone to the pharmacy, they would have been next in line. Instead, they had to wait for you to go, and then they went. So you delayed their day by 3 minutes, and they get home, and they haven't seen their spouse in a while, and they just go at it, and they have sex, and they conceive a child. And if you hadn't gone into the grocery line, they would have been home sooner. They still would have had sex. They still might have conceived a child, but it would be a different child, right? It would just be the same exact sperm would not have intersected with the egg. And maybe they wouldn't have conceived that day. It wouldn't have worked out because whatever difference is. But either way, there's 100 million sperm. I mean, the tiniest, quantum differences in anything would affect which sperm gets there. So 3 minute difference, totally different situation. Different sperm come out first. I mean, to get graphic about it. So then that's a different child that gets born, and that child ends up affecting people throughout their whole life, and then they have their own kids, and those kids are different, and it just goes on, and the whole world ends up different in 50 years because you got in line. I think there's a lot of examples like that. That's one example, but think about how many people you affect in your life, let alone if you have children yourself. Those children are only alive because of you, and then all the things they do. But now you don't even need to have children. Just the people you talk to, you affect, even if it's just delaying their day by 3 minutes or changing their whole career path because of something you said to them they never forgot, or you encourage someone to break up with someone they were going to get married to. I mean, throughout your life, you have impact, and everything you do affects the future. And the farther you go in the future, the more different the future is because you were there. So 2200 is a different 2200, probably all around the world, because you exist, versus if you just plucked you as a baby out of existence. I think 2200 is different in lots of ways. And I think that goes for all of us. And one of the most extreme examples is if you get married, how that changes everything. And I want to do a diagram that explains what I'm talking about. Thinking of the characters I need here. So let's just copy these people over to another. Probably just save this as. All right. I don't know what sliding doors is in this case. Um, okay, so we've got Brian, we've got Laura, we've got Noah, we got Leah, we got Danny, we got Chloe, and we got Ryan. So we're going to keep this smaller. Yeah. Yeah, basically it's that. It's a lot of things like that. It's about how much everyone affects everyone else. This is all, you know, this is all about this is all when I'm talking about how unlikely it is that you're born in the first place, how unlikely it is that humans are here. This is like in the today chapter where we're reflecting on the whole past before we move into the future. So we got these two. Okay. Let's make them all different colors. So we're going to make this one's green. No. This one's orange. This one's yellow. I don't know if I like that yellow. Yellow's a tough one because you can't just do full yellow. It's too hard to see, but you need I need the colors. I need all these colors, you know? Okay, and we got, let's say, a purple. Let's make that clear purple. I don't like that either. Mm-mm. And what color is this person? We'll do the light blue for this person. All right. All right. Close enough. All right. Oh, music. It just loves to like shut off, you know? And then we're not vibing at all. Oh, see you, Bradis. Thanks for coming. All right. Now I need some arrows. So we go to my library. Actually, I have an arrow here already that I had from an earlier version of this in the family tree. Way too thick. Is this too small? Is this going to be too small on the page? It's a little too small, I think. A little unnecessarily small. I'll just make everyone bigger. But in this case, I want the... Arm's getting tired. Okay. So now we're going to go like this. All right, so now we've got, see, this could be in the side, so I don't want to go too horizontal. Might be a tad small, the whole thing, still. And so what we've got here is who I'm calling Brian. And I think you probably see where I'm going with this, which is I wish I had a keyboard shortcut to toggle this on and off. I do it so much. All right. So there's a guy named Brian. He's married to this girl, Laura. And Noah is married to Leah, and Danny is married to Chloe. Okay? And that's what happens. But when you pluck Brian out of the world, he never existed. Well, Laura ends up married to someone else. In this case, she marries this guy Noah. Noah was in Brian world gonna marry, I should just label this. Now we have to decide if I'm going vertical or horizontal here, but if I am gonna go horizontal, I can just do Brian world. So the person who was going to marry Brian now is married to this guy. He was going to be married to the orange lady. He's currently married to the orange lady, but if you pluck Brian out, well, she ends up marrying him. So the orange lady is not married to him anymore, and she ends up marrying this yellow guy, who currently is married to the purple lady. But now without Brian, he ends up marrying this lady. And the purple lady then ends up in non-Brian world marrying this guy, who in Brian world, who knows? He would have been married to someone else. And you can see this can go on for hundreds of couples. Pluck one person out, and it can, if that person gets married, you pluck them out, and it can affect hundreds of marriages, which can affect thousands of kids are born, or hundreds and hundreds of kids are born in Brian world. None of whom were born in non-Brian world. Instead, there's hundreds of other people. Now, how does the first group of children end up growing up and affecting the world in a different way than the second group of children? You see the point. And then I make the point afterwards that it doesn't even, marriage is obviously a huge impact on the world. Who you marry and whether they would have married someone else changes everything. But even if you just go to the pharmacy is my point. I bring that in after that pharmacy example. You get in line at the store. And that changes the world. So that's all. I don't think I need to label all the names. The colors does the job there. So yeah. I think that's all we need. Yeah, if you don't believe in destiny, I don't believe in destiny either. Well, I mean, you can believe in destiny all you want, right? But if Brian is destined to marry the red lady, and you went back in a time machine and you plucked him as a baby, kind of his destiny to marry the red lady is just not going to happen. So now is she not going to marry anyone because her destiny was to marry Brian? I don't think it works like that. So yes, I guess if someone really believes in destiny, they would just say it's all written. Brian had to exist. Okay, sure. But that's not the point I'm making. I can't argue with that, but yeah. Can't both butterfly and destiny be valid? Two sides of the same coin, like laws of physics, God. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think that, the destiny argument seems fine until you consider plucking someone out as a baby in a time machine, in which case it kind of falls apart a little bit, because all this stuff that was supposedly destined doesn't happen anymore. So how could it how could certain destined things happen when you take someone out who would have been part of all those destinies? I don't know. But anyway, that's what I hope people read the book and then have thoughts like that and have arguments like that with their friends. And that sounds great. Space this out a little better. All right. I think we've earned some procrastination. Then I have 2 more, and then we'll see how we're doing. I want to at least do those 2 more. If I just was this productive every day, drawings could have been done in a month and a half instead of 3 plus 4 months. But I'm neglecting my family massively today. And I don't think it's realistic. But that's what like a psycho workaholic does, right? They just do this every day. Now, granted, this is an easier thing to do. A long drawing day than a long writing day. Long drawing day, I don't need to be awake to do this. It becomes harder and less pleasant to do drawings when I'm tired, but like the drawing will come out the same. If I'm tired and burnt out, the writing is not good. I can't pick out the words I want. There's no life to the drawings. To the writing. See, I'm you can see I'm waning, but it doesn't matter for drawings. You can power through. The one thing in the old Wait But Why days, I would be pulling on all-nighter before basically every post, and I felt tired. But adrenaline of being like, this is going up tomorrow. The adrenaline can override exhaustion and make good writing. And there are occasional times when exhaustion turns into great creative writing. If I wake up in the middle, wake up at 4 a.m. and I can't fall back asleep and I'm on 3.5 hours of sleep and I pick up the laptop, sometimes something really good would come out because I'm in some weird raw zone. Sure, but like, that's the exception, not the norm. And also early morning exhaustion to me is different than late night exhaustion. Now, sometimes you can get into a late night flow and write great stuff late at night, but if I'm feeling like weary and exhausted and it's late, it's hard to do anything good. Maybe younger Tim could have, but I don't have the same kind of. Now, again, adrenaline changes that. If this was all going published tomorrow, I would just be like, I can't even, you can't fake it. I can't feel that right now without it actually being true, because you have to have some fear, some panic, some excitement. About that, some like this adrenaline overrides everything, but yeah. But that's the thing with the blog post, you can do that. You can write on adrenaline. With a book, you can't, because there is no adrenaline. When I'm getting the writing from 31% done to, the first draft of the writing from 31% done to 32% done, it's like, adrenaline to get it 32.5% done and have a huge day. There's just no, adrenaline doesn't wake up for that kind of thing. Okay. I like this. 73 people still here. Sick. It's been a nice, steady crowd today. Very pleased. All right. I think I'm going to set a goal of at least 10 today. So that's the 2 I want to do and at least 1 more. 10 would be set. 10 is like, that's a big day. I think a 5 is a big day. I think a 5 to 6 is a big day. 3 to 4 is a medium day. 1 to 2 is a bad day. Unless it's a really hard drawing. Then I'm like, well, I had to do a really hard comic all day. Okay, that's kind of like, yeah, I'll show you one more drawing. A little spoiler. I'll show you a drawing that took me a long time. Okay, you want to see something that took me a long time? So first, let me just tell you what it was, and you can think about how you might do it. I wanted to illustrate the transition from fish that's totally in the water and is just a fish to lizard walking on land. And it happened over steps. And we now have found enough fossils. We actually know what those steps were, and we know what those animals looked like. And we know almost, we know to the million year mark, like, within a million years, like when they lived. But I was like, I want to illustrate that. Is it just a stack of animals? Is it fish, lizard? But that's pretty vertical. We don't like vertical, don't forget. And I was like, I think we can do better because that can also involve, I can have more information in one drawing. How can I make it horizontal and include information about just how much each transitionary animal was in the water versus really was out. Plus what they looked like, but also let's make it horizontal. So I thought about that for a while, came up with an idea, and here's where it ended up. So I was very pleased with my format here. So you see the animals, you see that they're emerging from water, you see how they look. I can put some little details in about each one, and I can show when they lived. This took me more than a day because now a good artist can just sit there and say, I'm going to draw a lizard, and they can just kind of do it, and it's done in 10 minutes. No, each of those animals took me over an hour. Plus, I had to research, what are the animals? Okay, now I see 12 different options. Well, what I want to pick 4 or maybe 5. Which should those be? What are the good representative moments? Okay, now I need to find what they looked like. There's lots of different skeletons. There's some artist renditions. We don't really know exactly what they look like. And I want to make them look like Wait But Why drawings, but also look real enough that you can actually get a feel for what they look like. Here's where we ended up. This took a long time. I'll show you another that is the counterpoint to this. I was like, well, later I was like, now I'm going to do a stack of animals that's going to show how a whale evolved from kind of like almost like a canine looking, like wolf looking thing. And I thought, well, now I don't have to at least come up with the format because I'm just going to do this in reverse. And I did. And where is it? Here. Same thing, opposite direction. This took me a long fucking time. I think you can see now, having watched me, you know why this kind of thing would take me a long time. Because can you imagine after having watched me how long those animals took me to draw? It was a lot of work. And that was, yeah. So anyway, these are some drawings that took me a long time. But they're nicely horizontal. They're going to take up like a third of a page each. So I was pleased with that, especially because, man, how about this one? Ignore that thing above. Oh, nope, don't do that. Nope, don't mess that up. This thing can go away. But I wanted to show the difference, their evolution of color. These are slow. Yes, I'll save that. Here, I'll show you one more. Those are all from chapter 2, which is about evolution and life. Um, I wanted to show that photosynthesis is just reverse combustion. Combustion is just photosynthesis backwards. Um, and again, I wanted to make it horizontal. Which actually reminds me, I'm about to draw a tree, and maybe I can just reuse the tree. Because is there any benefit to the reader of having a new tree? Versus this is what the tree looks like in this book. And I don't know if there is. Maybe I'll extend it a little bit because I want to write words into it, but I think I might steal the tree. See, this was a good thing to open right now. Okay, we'll come back to this once I'm done procrastinating. So we did a little show and tell, but I'll just do one more thing. Where was that thing I wanted to show you? This is a productivity hack. It is a chess timer. So I'll start the day, just say it is, I like to do 4 hours of deep focus on my book every day. And so on the left, we've got work time. So just say it's 10 a.m. I sit down, I want to stop for the day at 6 p.m. So I'll set 4 and 4. Now, if it's 10:30, I'll just put 3.5 hours on the non-work side. So the work side is always 4, but the non-work side is 4 hours plus whatever it takes to get to 5:30 or 6 or whatever time I'm trying to stop that day. And so then I start and I'm like, okay, I am checking emails. I am having lunch. Whatever. And the non-work side is ticking down. And now I'm like, okay, now it's time to work. And so I will hit this and I'll start deep focus work. Whether it's drawing or writing or research or whatever. And then I get up to go to the bathroom. There's no cheating. The 4 hours has to be work, all of it. So go to the bathroom. I'll just hit this and I'll head to the bathroom, come back, be on my phone for a minute. Then if I'm being a good boy, I will quickly get back to work. And I know I'm being good if this side ticks down with a good amount of time still left here. Because that's what I should do. I should work when I have the most energy in the morning. I should get my work done get the 4 hours done by 3 or 4. And then have a couple hours to do the less important work or just take a walk or hang out with my kids, whatever. Often, if I'm being a bad boy, this side ticks down to basically 0 or close to it with still a bunch of time here. And then I have to then I have to just deep focus and finish to just hit the deadline. Now I combine this. This is a good tool. I recommend it. It's like $20 on Amazon. I combine that with external pressure, where my friend Philip Detmer, I've mentioned him a couple times. He's German. He is the creator and script writer and original animator of the YouTube channel Kurzgesagt. And he now has a giant team of animators. They make the best science videos ever made, in my opinion, on YouTube. Kurzgesagt. I'm sure most of you have seen his videos. He's also one of my best friends. And we have been on a journey together since he started Kurzgesagt right around when I started Wayput Y, and we've watched each other's things grow. And we give each other feedback. He read a whole draft of my last book. I read some of his scripts, and one of the things we do, along with another friend, if you've seen the channel, CGP Gray, highly recommend it. CGP and then GREY Gray. If you haven't seen his videos, they're unbelievable. It's a huge gift if you haven't seen either of these videos to just go and just watch them. I've seen most of them twice, at least, on both of their channels. But he's also good friends with Philip. We do a weekly call. We check in about our work. We all help support each other. So one of the things that Philip and I are doing right now is we'll just each tell each other our thing. What's my plan? What's his? My plan right now is I have to do my 4 deep focus hours by 5:30 every day, every weekday. And if 5:30 hits, and I've done. I think actually we moved it to 5 p.m. because I'm like, there's no excuse to still. I should just be getting this done earlier, right? I don't want to go past 5 with work. If 5 o'clock hits and I've only done 3 hours and 42 minutes, okay, I'm short of 1 hour, right? I'm short of the 4-hour mark, so I owe him $200, and I PayPal him that moment. If 5 o'clock hits and I've only done 2 hours and 12 minutes, now I'm below 2 of the hour marks. I owe him $400. You can see it can get up to 800 total. Not good. Now I've paid him a few times. Probably, I think I paid him 200 marks, never more than 200. And then he came up with another thing because I was being a bad boy and not texting him when I was done, even when I did finish on time because I was just forgetting. And he said, I think we have to put a thing down, a law down here. You need to text me. And if you don't text me when you're done, you owe me $50. So now I've also sent him 50 a few times. And again, these are good because I want these things to happen so that I love paying him, to be honest, because paying him is like, yeah, that hurts. And the next day I'm better. That's the point. And I feel like a pressure. I'm like, shit, it's like 12:20 and I have 3 hours left to do. I better get going. Like I'm running out of buffer time, and sometimes unexpected buffer happens. A friend walks in, I chat with them, or someone calls me and needs me for something, or my kid walks in. Again, you saw me today reject my daughter twice. Usually I never, ever, ever do that. Like if she walks in, it doesn't matter what's happening. I almost always just will give her attention. And when you waste too much time early and you have all the deep focus left, you lose that buffer. It becomes really stressful. So I like that. Now, he had this much more strict thing, which is I have to do this, like I think his thing is 2 hours. He changes it each week. He tells me on Sunday what his thing for there. I'd have to do 2 hours today, and if I don't, I owe you $1,000. So I was going in the red, in the red, in the red, in the red. I was paying him more and more, and then, bang, he had to pay me $1,000 one day, and I made it all back. Now we're about even with each other. So anyway, it's a great system. If you're doing solo work or just kind of work that doesn't have an external deadline, work where you can't, no one's going to force you to do it on the outside, and you want to get it done. It's kind of that important but not urgent work, especially, and you're struggling to be productive, which is really common. Most of us, we're supposed to kind of be working in workspaces, I think, at jobs where we have to do stuff. And I think more and more people are working from home or working as freelancers or independent people or artists or whatever it is, entrepreneurs, and there's no one making you do it. You shouldn't feel bad about needing systems. You have to make the systems because work a job with a boss provides this. There's the system. Have the report for me on Tuesday on my desk. Okay, that's the system. It's going to make you do it. But if you don't have that, you build a system. So I recommend things like the chess timer, things like accountability with a friend. It has to be super honor code where it's like under no circumstances would you ever lie about what you did. You have to pay if you didn't do it because that's how. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So anyway, that's my system right now. That's the show and tell item. Okay, one more item. I have hundreds of fidget toys. Hundreds. I have fidget toys. I have shelves of fidget toys. I have buckets of them. I have trays of them. Here's a tray of fidget toys. Instagram ads. They're all fidget toys because I'm a chump and it knows that, and I will just buy a $32 fidget toy if it comes up. Anyway, this isn't supposed to be a fidget toy. This is a metal, like chainmail sheet. You can just on Amazon look up like chainmail dish scrubber. It's supposed to be for scrubbing dishes. But my friend Igor, he lives 2 doors down from me, very close friend. He likes fidget toys too, and he gave me a hot tip. He said that this chainmail that's supposed to be for dish scrubbing, great fidget toy, and it is. It's just endless kind of. It's good. It's heavy, satisfying. If you're a fidget toy person, you don't always go for the things that's the obvious toy. You can get something that's not supposed to be a fidget toy, and it can be great. This is another thing. This is from the company Specs, SPEKS. I have lost thousands of dollars to this company. I should really have them sponsor Reap a Y because I just evangelize them anyway. These are like silicon magnet things. All of these are specs. These are spec magnets here. This is an example of something that's not a fidget toy normally. It's caught up in my magnets now. But you know, these chains, these like little ball chains, those are a good fidget toy. Anyway, lots of fidget toys. What's great is now I have kids, and it turns out that my now 3-year-old has the exact same taste in things that I do. That's my level. So she and I overlap perfectly with toys. So she comes in here, and my office, instead of being like Daddy's boring office, it's like Daddy's. It's like a fun store. It's a toy store. She always wants to come in, and I give her a toy to play with, and so she likes these, and it's great. It works great. It doubles up now, so I feel less bad about the thousands of dollars I've spent because now I have my office is a fun place for her. So I'm not done procrastinating yet. I'm not ready to get back to work yet. Yes, learned about voting from CGP. You'd be shocked how many things you can learn on his channel, CGP Gray. I mean, every video is just so good. And I know, so the reason the three of us get along, Philip, Gray, and I, is that we all do the same thing. We all spend way too long on single projects to try to do like an A+ job on it. And it takes forever. And it's like every single project is like a massive undertaking. But like, I know for a fact, Gray will put in 100 hours on one video, one 5-minute video. A 5-minute video, 100 hours. Philip's team, with all the animation, I'm sure it's 1,000 hours on a video. Like 1,000 hours on one video. That's like a half a year of full-time work for one person on a single 8-minute video you can just pop on and watch. So the internet's cool like that, you know? You can make something forever that someone watches in 8 minutes, but there's enough people to watch it that it all works out. All right. So what are we going to do now? I think save. I didn't change anything. Oh, actually, I wanted to keep that open because I want that tree. So I'll come back to that later. I can't even look at this one. Let's go back to no, I can't look at this one either with the head. I can't look at this one with April. Okay, this is safe. Let's just stay here. Oh yeah, I find other people's jobs super interesting. I always find it crazy what other people are doing with their day. Like my friend is a pulmonary surgeon, like a thoracic surgeon. He does a lot of lung stuff too. But like, I'm sitting here trying to draw a stick figure head, and that's my struggle. And he's in the shit. He's in there, transplanting a lung, and this person's gonna live or die depending on how he does. And it's like, at the same time. So I'm sitting here doing this, split screen to what he's doing, and I'm like, it's just crazy to me what some other people are doing. I mean, any medical person is just, their job is so much more intense. I mean, the only thing more intense than being a medical person is being like a military person in war. I mean, that's the peak. But then medical is basically, you're in these situations that are basically like war. I mean, there's a lot of medics that are in the shit in the war. And they're basically doing that. And the person, it's life or death. It doesn't matter if it's a war or in a hospital. Like, it is life or death. No one's going to die if my stick figure head is not perfectly circular. I might kill myself at some point trying to draw something and getting so frustrated. But no one else's life is at stake. But yeah. Very interesting. I mean, really, anyone's job that's not mine is inherently interesting to me. Okay. Some Olipop. This is number 2. I usually just have one, but, you know, this is a special day. All right. What were you going to procrastinate on? Let's see. I have some other ideas. 11 drawings are easy. How easy was this one? That was so easy. Not only did it take 10 minutes, but it was nothing to think about. It was just so easy. Love it. All right. So I wrote down Google Maps. We did that. I wrote down GeoGuessr. Should we do GeoGuessr? Okay, let's do a couple things. I want to do global. So we already did Worldle. It's a terrible name. Worldle. If you missed it, you have to see a shape of a country. Let me see if they have a new one up, or if it might just be one a day. In which case, we can't. I love that game though. Worldle. Nope, not Wordle. Worldle. Is it worldle.com? Nope. How did I get to it before? Worldle. Yeah. All right. Oh no, yeah. I think we're just one a day. That's too bad. Because I would have liked to do more of this. But okay, here's a different one. Global. Basically, when Wordle came out, all these people were like, I want to make money. And they jumped and created other games that sound the same. But they're great. These are really good ones. So here's how this works. You can see this, that you pick a country anywhere in the world each day. So there's one country today that is the country. We don't know what it is. And you have to guess, and then it will color code to show you how far away the real country is. So I'm gonna start with Vietnam. Okay, Vietnam is, see, closest border is 8,000 kilometers away, so it's really far. But you know, it can be lighter orange or even white, and then it's really, really far. This is pretty far. Let's like triangulate here and do Spain. I usually start with those two, and then from there it's okay. So you see, it's closer to Spain than Vietnam. So we know it's not like over here, you know. That rules out east, so we know it's west of Vietnam. It could be north, but if it's north, it's over here, you know? So now it's either going to be, if we look at this, we basically can say it's 3/4 of the way or 2/3 of the way from Vietnam to Spain, which means it could be any of these countries here. So we have to see, let's see if it's north or south first. I guess I can do like, let's do Tunisia. Okay. That might have been a little too close, but okay. But see, that was closer. So now it's not going to be over here. It's not going to be Algeria or Morocco because that would be too close to Spain, right? So we know it's farther over here, but it can't be too far because then it starts getting too close to Vietnam. So maybe it's south. Maybe it's like, it's not right. It would be darker red if it was right next to it. So it's also not Libya. Egypt, but Egypt I don't think Egypt. I think it's going to be south. So what goes down here is Chad? What the hell is like right here's Chad? There's Mali over here. What's in between? I'm just going to try Chad. Hey, it's Chad. Pretty good. A 4 is pretty good, guys. A 4 is pretty good. I'm pleased with that one. Okay, so that's Worldle for you. And now, what do we have next? We've got, no, sorry, that's global, not Worldle. Oh, GeoGuessr. Should we do a GeoGuessr? Oh, it's just an R. Okay. Let's just log in over here so everyone doesn't see my shit. Hold on, how do I do this? All right. Log in. All right. Here we are. I've only played this twice. Once with friends, very competitive friends who play this all the time, and I just got crushed. And then once on the last live stream in 2022, which was someone's idea in the chat. I had never heard of it. Expedition. Explore the globe and earn medals with official maps. Explore the world of GeoGuessr. Challenge rivals. I just want to play a thing. Expedition. Chapter 1, Level 1. I don't know. They're being a little like... Okay, that's plenty, guys. I don't know what all this is. Wow, look at this dude. I do like this guy here a lot. I want to meet whoever came up with. Someone was like, I need to do a fun thing, and this was their idea, and like, good job, you know? Like, that's very funny. Okay. I don't. They're gamified it so much. Just give me a place. Okay, play now. Europe. I don't like how this game has evolved. Whoa, the music just got really loud for me. Hold on. Oh, that's this music. I don't want this music. We already are vibing. Get out of here. Okay. Okay, I didn't want to know I was in Europe, but okay, I guess I know I'm in Europe. Have Fruin. That is very German sounding. But I guess it could be Germanic, right? It could also maybe be a Scandinavian country. A lot of blonde people. But they're not like that blonde. Scandinavian people are really blonde. So what do I do now? I guess I can walk around and look. Okay, wait, hold on. What did that say there? Affald. West Affald Waste. Bad Tietret. I mean, it could be like Swiss German. Hotel Bethel. I mean, seeing words seems like it's kind of cheating, but Taylor Swift Eras Tour shirt. That doesn't help. Nijhaven Crowan. This seems so German. But the question just, is it another Germanic country, you know? Is it Denmark? Like, could this be Copenhagen? I don't know. I'm gonna, so far, I'm going with Germany, but let's just see some more stuff here. I mean, how German can you be? Like, what is this? Waffelbergen? Oh, that flag. That's not Germany. That's Scandinavia, right? Is that Denmark? Oh, we're totally in Denmark, aren't we? McJoy's choice. Oh, I thought it was cheese. I got excited. Okay, someone is saying Netherlands. I guess it could be Netherlands. I guess Dutch is a Germanic language, right? Is that flag? I kind of thought that was like a Scandinavian flag. I just feel like you shouldn't be able to. They should gray out. They should blur out words. Why is this same car behind? Oh, I guess it's because it's behind the thing. Yeah. Okay, well, now I don't want to be on this street here. Oh, God, 30 seconds left. I didn't realize that was time. Shit. Okay, what do we do here? How do I do this? So far I'm going with Denmark. 17 seconds. Okay, I'm panicky. So now what do? I click it here? Can I zoom in? Okay. Let's say we're in Copenhagen. Oh. 8 seconds. Where's Copenhagen? Okay. Where the hell is Copenhagen? Okay, I just need to pick. Oh no! I ran out of time. I'm so upset. Where is this? I'm gonna be so sad if it's Copenhagen and I was right. It's Copenhagen. That sucked. You knew. You saw that I got it. I got it. I didn't know like the exact place, but you saw. I didn't know I was timed either till the very end. Damn, where the hell is Copenhagen? I guess it's up there, huh? I was like looking down here. All right, well, I got the city, so I'm pretty happy about that. Now, don't tell me the continent, but okay. Is it a new place? Okay. We got a pride flag side crosswalk, but that could be anywhere in Europe. Oh, well, that's Ireland, so there you go. It's Ireland now. It looks like it's a big city. I don't know how many cities that are this city-ish they have, so I'm going to say Dublin. And I don't know where. I don't know Dublin well enough to know where, and I don't really care. What I wanted is somewhere where I don't know where I am in the world. I'm sure there's a way to do this. I'm just going to put in somewhere. I'm going to put in Dublin. This is not what I wanted. I wanted to know. I'm just gonna click into. I don't care to find out where I am in Dublin. It's too boring. Guess. Hey, okay, wow. That was lucky, but I got that within. You could walk from where I got that to where it was. I don't want to do next. No, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do... Can I get out of here? Single player expedition? I mean, whatever. What's next? No, I don't want to do this. How do I get out of here? You can't even get back to the homepage without... I guess I press back. That was stupid. I feel like this has gotten so, like... what if I just want to be somewhere in the world? Daily mission? I'm disappointed with GeoGuessr. I want to just be somewhere in the world, and I don't know where I am. Classic maps, maybe that's what it is. World. Okay. That's what I want. Let's do that. It's gonna be somewhere on the planet Earth. This is what I wanted. Okay. Now this is hard. Okay, cactus. Cactus. So obviously this could be Arizona. This could absolutely be Arizona. Now how the fuck am I supposed to know whether it's Arizona? Okay, here's a hint maybe. What direction am I facing? I'm facing the sun. Okay, so if I face directly east, the sun is in the south, which means I'm in the northern hemisphere. The sun is to my right, which means I'm in the northern hemisphere, right? Right, if I face directly in the sun, but I'm like not that high. I'm like low in the northern hemisphere. So like I don't know where else has like these old school cactuses like this. You know? Like I don't think like the Arabian Peninsula has these kinds of cactuses, do they? I'm just gonna guess Arizona because there's no way I'm gonna know a better guess than that. So, and it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I should probably okay. I should probably just a little more due diligence here. Okay, there's a street sign. Like I can get more info here. Again, I think street sign's kind of cheating, but okay. Yeah, this is Mocking Boulevard Lane. That is definitely. This is the U.S. I guess it could be New Mexico. I mean, Arizona just to me is so cactusy. Now, how the hell am I supposed to know if this is Arizona or New Mexico? Okay, what's this? Is it a little city? Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna get anything here, am I? Hey, what's this? Indian show. I think that still could be Arizona, right? I mean, I guess this could be Utah or New Mexico. There's palm trees. Like, I don't think this is Wyoming. It's too, like, I think it's too desert. I think it's too, like, hot. This could really be anywhere, though. I mean, I guess this could be New Mexico just as much as it could be Arizona. Wow, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and guess. I don't know if we're gonna get anything more interesting here out of this. So I'm just gonna guess we're in the middle of nowhere on the road outside Phoenix. There we go. Hey, fantastic guess. Hey, it was Arizona. Okay, it was Tucson. That's like much more in the city than I thought, but it's not. It's like it's in the. If I kept going, I'm gonna see more buildings and guess in the city. But okay, let's do one or two more. All right, 95 miles away. All right, now we are not in. We are not in an obvious place. I don't think. What does that say? It's like Google. Oh, Google Street View. Haha, it's just bouncing off the car. Okay. Wow, good for Google, man. Just like, you know, people complain about the big companies, but like, it's so cool that they did this. All right. That's either, so I mean, French cafe could mean a lot of places, but it seems like we're in Europe. Pizza, it's English. Things are in English. Venta a importer. Okay, vente a importer. That is Spanish, right? Or is it Italian? Vorte pizza original aparte. Vauban. Someone would definitely know from that, but I don't. Should be a lot of clues here. Sims, Joyer, PlayStation, Joyer. That doesn't seem. That maybe it is French actually. Maybe I was assuming it was Spanish and it was French. I took Spanish in high school, and I can like get around, but I'm really bad. I'm just bad at languages in general. Bienvenue. Okay, that is French. We're in France, right? Are we in Paris? This seems pretty urban. This seems Maison Blanc. Okay, we're for sure in. We're in France. Now again, I don't want to dig in and try to figure out where I am in Paris, but let's just try to get lucky. And I guess there are big cities that are not Paris in France, but you know, let's just take our chances here. I don't see any like. I'm just gonna go there. Wow. Hey, 3 miles away. You know, a little luck never hurts. That was good. All right. Okay, now where are we? Okay, that architecture seems like something. That does not seem like an American car. This does not seem like the US. Those zigzag lines are not American. Open 24 hours. Are we in England? This is addictive. I can see why people like this. Also, the thing I played was like it was like on Zoom with, you know, 4 other people, and we all had the same 2 minutes. And then you play a bunch of rounds, and like, you know, it's the total miles added together. The smallest number wins, and it was just extremely stressful. Okay, this sign can be helpful. Whoa, where did the sign go? Okay. Can't really read that. Can't really read that. I need some words. Okay. Bridgewater Hall, Manchester. Central Convention Complex. Okay, so are we in Manchester? England? Sure seems like it. Unless there's something else called. And it doesn't, you know, it's like... Well, actually, I can even get more info. I mean, Manchester Center Convention Hall. Patrol. I don't know what Patrol is. I think it's petrol in England. Are we not in England? Holy shit. Patrol? Mancunian Way. Weekend closure. I mean, this has got to be. Greater Manchester. Okay. We're in Manchester. So now, again, I don't want to like try to guess where we are in Manchester, but I'm very pleased. I mean, I shouldn't be pleased. It's not impressive to know we're in Manchester when the sign says Greater Manchester. Like, I don't like the ones where you see the sign, but I'll take it, whatever. Now, the good people now would be like, of course, we all know we're in Manchester, but now I know where we are in Manchester, and I don't, so I'm going to just put this somewhere. It's 3 miles, though. I mean, that's not that impressive. Manchester's like, it's just, I got the city, right? Okay, I'm a little addicted. I do want to keep doing this. Okay. What does that say? condominio via Palladius. Okay. Okay, well, there's an Italian flag. So I'm going to go ahead and say we're in Italy. But where? Again, I'll just say it's also Google Map the whole Earth, and you can just try. It's just like it's a minor version of traveling. You could just go anywhere on Google Earth, click anywhere in the globe, not quite anywhere, but like most places now, and you can just not just see like spin around, but you can just like literally take a walk down the street. It's just we're so used to it. This is not normal. This is incredible. Okay, so how am I going to figure out where we are in Italy? Let's see. Piano Reals con Spazia. We're so in Italy, but where? I don't know area codes in Italy. Napoli. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a find. Okay, let's just go with that. We were in Naples. Damn. Where was that when I was doing this with friends and getting crushed? Like, that wasn't that obvious. I had to search around to find that. All right, we're in kind of a centralish area, maybe. Let's just go there. 8 miles away. So I got I said it was not that central, but still. Again, I give myself limited credits given that the word was right there. Okay, this and one more because I have to stop at some point. Now, where the fuck is this? This could be a lot of places. By the way, so one of the things I did when I was trying to understand, so one of the chapters is on human evolution. And and we're trying to, like, you know, we think that our ancestors, like our ancient human ancestors, were on the savannah. But they weren't on the savannah. Or no, it's like, no, really ancient people. Like the earliest humans. And like our like ape ancestors, you know, once, you know, and it's like, oh, we left what I always thought is like we left the trees and started to walk and went to the savannah. And it's not really what happened. Our ancestors were bipedal for a long time before they had to be in savannah, and they were in places like this because actually our fact checker got a hold of a lot of like landscapes that looks like this dense woodland. This is the kind of place, forget the road, this is where like 4 million years ago you would find people in this like dense woodlands that looked a lot like this. You know, it went from dense forests, like where orangutans still live. Oh, what's that? That was helpful. Cemetery. Okay. That is information. It's an English word. Thomas TCE. I don't know about that. That's not very American. Let's get to this. Let's go down this main. It's kind of a main road, looks like. It's funny, there's a street sign here randomly. Wait, am I not allowed to go there? They're not letting me go down there. All right. What's this? This is not easy. This is one where I might be like 4,000 miles off. Okay, trash. Solar panels. How do you have solar panels but also trash is everywhere? I feel like it's one or the other. It's like you know? I feel like those things don't usually go together. What's this little windmill? Oh, man. I mean, this doesn't seem... Either this is the most rural American thing ever, or we're not in America at all, and we're in, like, somewhere really, really far from America. I'm going to say we are not in the U.S. But that cemetery street sign looked a little like... The sign itself Wow, I can't even go farther. Oh man, this is rough, dude. I'm gonna say this is not the U.S. I'm gonna say this is, where the hell are, we're somewhere extremely rural. Um, okay, I give up. What, can I read that on there? Man, maybe we're just in really rural U.S. Maybe we're just in a really rural U.S. What are these animals? Let's see what the chat thinks. Ooh, Australia. Ooh, Australia. Australian Outback. I like that answer. Because the TCE thing seemed very not American. And this seems very Australian Outback. That's a good choice. I'm going to go with that. We're totally in Australia, aren't we? Okay, let's see. Now, where the fuck in Australia could we be? I mean, the actual Outback is probably not very well mapped by Google. I mean, it probably is, but like, I'm just going to assume we're in a more standard region, but just in the middle of nowhere. So let's just say we're fucking, it's too green here. I'm just going to go right there. Oh my God. Hey, I don't take any credit for that. That is all Gabriel Albiero. Nice job. We were totally in Australia. All right. Good job, everyone. Your results. I don't know if that's good or bad, but hey, you know what? We didn't have any really bad guesses. It's really demoralizing when you're like, I know it. We're in Spain and it's like Brazil. Okay. See, this is what I'm not good at. Is like, if I'm a little weary and I can keep going, I can get on a roll and like just do drawing after drawing, but if I stop and procrastinate, right now, if I were alone, I'm probably just going to play more of that. But I'm not alone. I'm not alone. And so, I'm going to keep working. Let's just acknowledge what happened there, which was more procrastination. And now we're going to draw. All right, I want to do 3 more drawings. I know I can do it, and I know you can do it. I'm gonna brief bathroom break. Let me give you something better to look at here. What's interesting? Yeah. Oh, I'm really hooking you guys up here with this. I am hooking you guys up with this. Open image in new tab. Okay. I think we've seen enough of the land things today. Look at how big stars are. Back at 9:30 ET. All right, enjoy. Oh, good night, Gabriel, and thank you for your help. That was clutch by you there. All right. We trudge on, don't we? So let's just discuss this for a second here. I'm going to assume you can all hear me unless I hear otherwise. So I wanted to illustrate, I mean, this is crazy. By the way, this is old. This isn't even, the VY Canis Majoris is not even the biggest star anymore. We've discovered Stevenson 215. Stevenson 215, I think that's what it's called. Stevenson something. And the bigness is hard to... It says slow mode is on. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Can I be heard and seen? I'm paranoid. Because that one time when I started talking for a million years and then I was told that I couldn't be heard. Yes. All right, we got a yes. All right. So the bigness of the sun is impossible to wrap your head around. Like these little cells on the sun, these little, like you see over here, this is the sun. These like little things, like each one of those little dots is like the size of like Texas. I mean, even honestly smaller. Like the Earth is kind of the size of like one of these. This is the Earth right here, the whole Earth. And that's just nothing. Like Sirius is way bigger than the sun. And then look at Sirius here. Imagine how big this guy is. And then this one goes down to that. Down here. It's all quite crazy. So I did one drawing, because obviously I'm not going to write this book and not talk about this. And Stevenson, here's how I'm trying. I'm still in this is still like a work in progress here, but okay, so if the sun, yeah, I'm saying redraw. If the sun is, I'm like, this isn't done yet. These need to be drawn. But like, I think it was like, if the sun is a blueberry, then this is Stevenson. So I don't know if that's really getting it across. Maybe you don't even need the Statue of Liberty. I need to make sure you can see the sun in the book. But like, look, that's the sun. Look how, like, that's the sun. The huge, massive sun. And now it's like, just look at the arc. That's the sun. Look at this. So yeah, I'm still working on this one. I need to figure out how to, I don't think the Statue of Liberty is helping here. But, plus I don't want to draw that. What would happen if we fit VY Canis Majoris in the solar system? It would be bigger than the orbit of Saturn. The Earth would be in like the middle of it, in the core. Yeah, the orbit of Jupiter would be well inside of it. The orbit of Saturn would be inside of it. So yeah, it's big. How many suns would fit in VY? Well, let's find out. Let's do Stevenson. Yeah, 218, not 215. 10 billion. 10 billion suns. Imagine how daunting that is. 10 suns. Imagine 10 suns. 10 billion suns can fit inside of that star. It's stupid. By the way, little plug. The thing I'm most proud of that I've ever done is with Kurzgesagt, the YouTube channel. I've talked about them a lot today. We collaborated and did an app called Universe in a Nutshell. I don't know why we chose that name since it's already a book by Stephen Hawking, a very famous book. But we did this. So it's like if all these objects are on a wall and you're just zooming out and you're just going backwards from the wall and looking at how big everything is. So that's where you can see Stevenson and in relation to all these things. It's basically just comparing the size of everything. All the way from the biggest things all the way down to the smallest things. You can go all the way down to, you go down to quarks and down all the way to the Planck length. Highly recommend. They did the illustration, the visuals, obviously. You can see they're way fancier than mine, but I did the writing. So if you click on any visual, you'll see a description of what it is. It turned out to be 30,000 words of writing, which is like a 100-page book I wrote within the app. So yeah. All right. That's why I like making things that I want, you know? Like, that's the most fun thing to make. Something where, that's what I'm trying to do with this book. I'm like, what book would I be most happy to be given as a gift? And I'm like, well, I think it would be like this book. It has, and like, what would be in it? And I'm like, well, it would talk about this and this. And so I'm like, okay, I'm just going to make that book and put all those things in it. Because it's the part of me that would want to read that book is the same part of me that likes to write it, that likes to, I get to learn, I want to read that book because I want to learn about all the things that are in the book. And so I get to learn about all those things much more deeply. Now it's much less pleasant than reading the book. It's much harder, but it's obviously, but you learn all the things. So that's, I'm trying to do that exclusively, you know? Life is short. Like, I want to write, I want to make only things that I'm like, that's something I'd be excited to exist. So that's what we did with this app. Philip and I were like, we talked about this app and we were like, let's just make it because we wish we had it. So, all right, 3 more drawings. I know we can do it. Okay. So, where are we here? Let's open my little list. Okay. I don't think I can stomach drawing like another stick figure right now. So we're not going to do that. We don't need to because there's so many drawings that don't involve that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. The next 2 we're going to do have to do with the English language. The first one is kind of easy, which is part of why I want to do it right now. All right. So we're going to open. I don't like when it asks me to save when I haven't done anything, because now I'm like, well, did I accidentally do something? In which case I don't want to save. But if I don't save, like, did I do something and I forgot that I did it and now I don't save and I just lost it? What's this, like, box around here? Hell. Why do things have to be like this? Like, what is this box? Okay, whatever. Now this is the 50 most common words in the English language. Now, why are we talking about English language in this book? And the answer is, when you're doing like a chronological story, right? You don't want to just say this happened and then this happened and then this happened, right? That's not interesting. So you need to think of good structures. What are good mechanisms that you can use to tell a story through which all the things you want to explain come out, but it doesn't feel like you're, now let's learn this, now let's learn this, now then this happened, right? You want to like feel like I'm learning a good story, and by the end, I also filled in all these gaps in that historical time. So the big history chapter has 3 parts. There's really, there's modern history, which is a huge chapter of its own, but there's the history before that, which is, there's basically the first third of the book is all science. The second third of the book is mostly history, but also, some engineering, some science, some stuff like that. And then the last part of the book is future, which involves some science, a lot of tech. And the history part, the Medius history chapter, which is like 2500 BC to 1500 AD, it's chapter 5 of the book, called Empires. And there's 3 parts. The first part is like early empires, and we go through, the Akkadian Empire, it's the first empire, and the Assyrian, Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Persian Empire. Then we get to ancient history. So then, of course, there's so much to talk about there. The Hebrew Bible and the birth of Christianity. There's obviously, there's Rome. There's the Han Empire in China, the Parthian Empire, there's just a lot going on there. And then we get to like 500 AD, and so now it's the Middle Ages, the last part. And the Middle Ages, I tell in 2 parts. The first part is like, I think it's called like from Muhammad to Genghis Khan. And it's just going through a story that I think all goes together. You have the Arabs conquer a big part of the world. And then you've got that intersects with the, with the Muslim Golden Age, and then that gets obliterated by the Mongols. So a lot of history can be wrapped into that story. But then I want to talk about all the European history that goes on in the Middle Ages, and I decided that the mechanism, the vehicle I'd use to do that would be the history of English language, which is 100%. My interest in that was stoked by this great podcast, The History of English, which I talked about like 40 hours ago when we started this stream, with Kevin Stroud. Great podcast. I listened to on episode like 93 out of like 180 something. And it's just a great podcast. But anyway, it's gotten me really interested in, the history of English is so, the English language is like this melting pot, and so many other stories are baked into it. So I get into both the history of English and then also all the history around that story, how it came to be. There's the Proto-Indo-Europeans. I'm not going to get into the whole story now, but there's the Anglo-Saxons and the Germanic language, then kind of the Indo-European, earliest Proto-Indo-European language, branched off. It had descendants. One of those was the Germanic languages, like Old German, which Anglo-Saxon was part of that. And that alone became Old English. Old English is essentially Old German. It's not English. You would not understand it at all. Unless you speak German, and even then you probably won't understand much of it because it's like really old. Meanwhile, another descendant of the same root language was Latin. And Latin itself branched off into, Spanish, Old French, things like that. And Old French, with the Norman invasion of England, then basically it's like it's a distant cousin of Anglo-Saxon, and those two merged into kind of like the core of the English language we know today. And then more things happened to make it the actual language we know today. But I'm trying to, in this drawing and in the next one we're going to do, I'm trying to explain, because I always thought that I always kind of thought that English was kind of a romance language, right? It sounds a lot like as a lot of cognates with Spanish, and I took Spanish in high school, and I was like, it's just clearly very similar, but it's not a romance language. But it's basically a mating of romance language with Germanic language. But I was like, so where are the Germanic words? And it turns out they're everywhere. But most of all, they are, it's like when language evolves and changes, the words that are least likely to evolve and change are the most common ones. Those are the ones that really stick around. And so I want to show that while a lot of our flowery words in English come from French, the most basic core words, the most common words, almost all come from Old German. They're Germanic. So here is the most common 50 words in the English language that we're going to have to... First, let's just get this into the right font. Well, how am I going to do this? Okay. Now I think, again, in the spirit of conserving vertical space, let's try 5 rows of 10, 5 columns of 10. All right, so if we went like this, now obviously these numbers are too far away, but that should work. Damn, these numbers are annoying me. This is going to be one of those manual things. I'm just going to have to go and do this. I don't see any way to do this not like this. And if this seems tedious, recall the family tree we did. This is nothing. This is nothing. That family tree almost broke me. I'm also just so broken down by tedium that I don't even notice it anymore. It's just like, I'm just like something like this, and I'm just like, all right, there goes my life, and I'll just do this. Now, in this way, I'm sure someone who really knows what they're doing could figure it out. But this doesn't seem like something where there's an easy fix. I mean, I'm sure I could, yeah, I don't know. I probably could screenshot from the original list just the words and then just paste those. And then I could probably like create a numbered list really easily, but like whatever. The things that are bad is when it's like, and I'm realizing that I fucked up because I should have, while I was here, I want the numbers to be different color than the letters. I'm gonna have to go and do all this again. I could have just done this in one go, couldn't I have? Man, is that true? It is true, isn't it? But you know, like I almost did a black and white book, as I discussed earlier, and then this would be that. But it's just, now that I'm going to pay the price of color in having the book cost more, having it be slower, having it be thicker and heavier, I want it to be... Here's the problem now, is if I do this and I don't like the color, I have to go do this for each one. Oh my god. Holy shit. Can you just hold Alt-Shift down max to vertically highlight? Okay, let's see. That would be interesting. Alt-Shift. No, what the hell? What did you just do to me? Oh god. Oh no. Oh my god, what happened? Okay, hold on. I have a doc. I have a doc that I made. And it has all the shortcuts for Illustrator, and I know this is one of them. Illustrator notes. Artboard. Make artboard straight. Shift Command 1. There we go. Alt. I don't think whatever it is. I don't think there's a way to do this. Ah, that's funny. My issue is not that I have to go do this. It's that I won't be able to change the color without doing it again. So I want to get it right on the first crack. What should the color be here? I also, it's not just about what color looks good here. It's like, what have I used in the last drawing, you know? I want to like mix it up, but I think a nice green maybe? Is that similar to what we did here for months? I did do green there, but I think it's, this is in the months is in the ancient history. So it is before this. We could do something different, I guess. Let's just see. I mean, green's just nice, but we could do blue. You could do like a warm red. Should we do that? It feels a little like drastic to do red, but straight up orange is just kind of stupid, like this. And once you get more yellowy, it's nice, but it's like you can't see it. So that doesn't work. A dark blue looks too similar to, it's a nice color, but it looks too similar to black, I think. It's hard to know how this will look on the printed page, but that's just too similar, right? Doesn't pop at all. So I think it's down to, I'm between this and this. We'll see what the chat thinks. Let's have some chiming in here. Green. Okay, we have one vote for green. I like the B color. Blue. Okay. Google says you can group Command plus G. Okay, I'm all for it if I can. I don't really know what that means. Oh, Command G, agree. Yeah, that doesn't help me. That groups the if I have like three, you know, if I have the stick figure and I have the arms are separate objects and the face are separate, I can just highlight it along group and then it acts like as one object, so I can move it around together. I say the third one. Okay, this is not good, guys. We've got one vote for green, one vote for blue, and one vote for the orangey. You guys are not... This is not good. Okay, we have another vote for blue. Orangey. Okay, 2 blue, 2 orange, 1 green. Alicia claims I can do a poll. Okay, there's a poll. I will abide by the results of the poll. All the words will be in one color. The numbers will be in black, but 3 words are going to be in a different color. But that's not important because I can just make it contrast with whatever we choose. I know I should have put the numbers and words in separate columns, but I copied this from the internet. And then I didn't... This is a close one. Wow, this is brutally close. 12 votes and 13, and it's like almost a complete deadlock. This is awful, guys. Okay, orange is taking a slight lead. Okay. Okay. Looks like, unless something crazy changes in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to go with orange. %. That's 7 out of 16 votes for orange. Oh, no. Now we're down. Someone else voted for blue. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is disastrous. Blue is now tied. All right. Well, green's out. You know what I'm going to do? I think a bunch of blue with a couple orange is going to look better than a big wall of orange with a bunch of blue. So I'm going to make the call here. Thank you for your help. But man, that was tough. Okay. Thank you though. See, at least I have you here because normally it's just me and my decision fatigue. To me, I think if you're gonna do a lot of color, it is nice to have like it be a fairly like mild color. I guess then the last question is it the right blue? But I think it is. I think the bright blue is nice for this. I don't like it when it's like a solid thing in this bright of a blue, but I think this looks nice and juicy. That was tight though. Okay. Now here, I'm sure I could do something where I do a keyboard shortcut that just switches it to blue, each one. I don't know how to do that. I had gotten really good at Pixelmator. I had gotten really, after 10 years of using it, I had really nailed it. But and now I'm new, and I don't know. There's just a lot of tricks I don't have. Because there's 2 things you learn when you use software a lot. One is like the normal keyboard shortcuts, the normal way to use it. You can work your way with it. You can work with it. Then the second is the hacks. So there's always stuff that like you want to do that like isn't easy to do there, or it is, but you never learn that way. But you just hack it together. You find like find a way to use 2 of the tools in conjunction to do something you want. And I really had my hacks down with Pixelmator. But as I said, it was much worse in retrospect. Much, much worse. Lower res, and just harder to. If you mess something up, it's really hard to fix it. I always thought Illustrator was for just like perfect circles, which is I want my flawed stick figures, and I thought it was for like graphic designers, and it is for those things. It's great for those things, but really, it's also a great program for me. I've become a big Illustrator proponent after the last. If you asked me the first 2 weeks, the first week using this, I was on the edge of quitting so many times and saying, nope, not doing it. I'm not dealing with this shit. This is impossible to use. And now I want you to see if you can figure out why I'm doing orange for a couple of them. Command plus Y, redo? No, because it's like redoing something you've right? I think. Yeah, that's redoing something you've undone. It's not repeat something you've done. It's like if I do undo, and then I'm like, wait, I didn't want to undo that. I want to redo. You undo the undo. Anyway, we're almost done. All right. So, yes, but it will also just redo the thing you just did if you didn't undo something. Is that true? I want to see if that's true. I will be blown away if that's true. And I'm upset with myself. Nope. What? No. What did you just do? Oh, no. Wait. See? Oh, no. What happened? Ah. Okay, wait. Okay. Hold on. Everyone chill out. What did I just do? Command Y, Illustrator. Toggles between preview mode and outline mode. I see. Okay, that's not a problem. I can just go back. Woo! You almost fucked me there, but you are trying to help, and I appreciate that. That's not, it's not correct in this case. So outline mode is actually, I actually, now I'm remembering, I did know that. Like for example, here, if you go here and I do Command Y, it's just going to show me all the lines. It's all the strokes themselves. It's actually, I should use this more. It's useful so you can see the strokes. It switches between preview mode and outline mode. Okay. All right. No, this is what I'm saying, Bradis. Illustrator is not normal. It doesn't like to do things like all the other apps. It just is its own thing. And it's such a strong learning curve because you have to learn everything. That didn't work at all. Oh, because I have spaces, don't I? Oh, I have spaces on the other ones. The hell? There we go. All right. So now, I mean, you know what's interesting is this is so narrow, these columns, that this could actually probably be an aside, which is great. We love asides. Asides only take up half the vertical space that full length drawings do. Let's see if I can do that. It can't be too crunched, but yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I guess I can make the font smaller. Let's try it. I think this could work. I mean, I could also do, it's not even, but I could do 4 rows of 12, 2 of 13, and make it narrower. But I don't want to do that, do I? But I could pretty easily. You know, I could. I think maybe we can do an aside like this anyway. Okay, so Now the answer as to why some of these are orange is that the blue words, these are the 50 most common words in the English language. And the blue words, there's a distribute evenly buddy. Is that tired I am? There's a distribute evenly button next to the lentils. That could have been helpful during the, oh my God, that could have been so helpful during the family tree. Wait, that I need to know if that's true or not. Oh, why is this in its own world here? What is this big rectangle? Huh? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's try this. I need to know if this is true for the future. So if these are spaced unevenly, and I want to distribute them evenly, you are claiming, Jackie I, you are claiming that next to the, oh, what is this? No. Align objects, distribute spacing. Uh-huh. No. No, wait. Okay. Okay, that was not, I need to be able to distribute. Okay, I see this. This is what I need. Let's just go back here for a second. 1, 2, 4, 5. Oh my God. Holy shit. Now this would be useful. It looks here. See, it looks like it says here 0 point. Like you can choose how spaced to make them, but this is a revelation. This is a revelation. That is what I could have used. Oh man. Oh wait, let's try something. Let's go back to our family tree. And now I can't believe we're back here either, but because I want to get rid of these things that I said. These breaks and this one here are killing me. These, they don't look so bad because there's enough other shit going on. But what if I could go here and go, oh my God. Oh my God. Jackie I. You want to distribute objects, not spacing. Jackie I. Oh my God, I owe you a beer, Jackie I. Oh, you don't understand the extent to which you just made me happy. Oh, that is so much better looking. Wow. You want to use the distribute objects, not spacing. So what are we talking about here? So distribute space. Oh, distribute objects. Oh my God. Although in this case, it worked beautifully. Wow. That is glorious. And the fact that it's not like, you know, this one here is a little off. No one cares. And I'm fine. I don't need to fix the rest. That is glorious. I'm so pleased with you. Thank you. Fuck yeah, Jackie I. That is so big. That is so big. Because there's other times that I've needed that. Okay, so if I just undo this and that's one way. But how does this distribute objects? I see. I see. I think I did in that case want distribute spacing. But I guess this would have done the same thing, wouldn't it? Now, oh, then, okay, so what if I, now how would I make that spacing smaller? Like, here's what I want, is this button with, with a thing, with the ability to change the spacing. Like, I can just, it says it right here, to 0 point, I should be able to, like, go down, 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 and then get closer and closer, but in any case, that was fucking great. And delete that now. Now I can even get out of here. Now I can even try it here and make sure I'm fully distributed. See, I wasn't. And now I am. And I see, so I can align all the left so they're the same. I can align the center so they're the same, and I can align the right so they're the same. I don't actually like any of those changes. Wait. I think what I do want is distribute spacing, because once I do this, oh, I guess it's just not including the left one for some reason. I don't know why the left one isn't moving, but that's what I want right there. Beautiful. Yes, Kfedge 101, I am still at it. I am still at it. I sure am. So the answer is, these are the top 50 words in the English language. All the blue ones come from Anglo-Saxon, Old English. The orange ones come from Old Norse, which is also a Germanic language. Like, if Old English is cousin with Old French, Old English is a sibling of Old Norse. Like, they're even closer because they both emerged from a more recent common ancestor, which is, I guess, Old German. Both Old Norse and Old English are descendants of Old German. And Old German itself, along with Old French, are both descendants of, or Old German and Latin are descendants of like Proto-Indo-European. So Proto-Indo-European split into Latin and Old German, and by the way, also Farsi and I think Turkish and Hindi and like so many other languages. It's wild. But then Latin, then, if Latin is then the parent is one kid, and Old German, Germanic, Old German is another kid. They each had kids. French, Spanish, Italian, Romanian for Latin, and for Old German, Old Norse, whatever the more recent German is, and Old English. And then Old English and Old French had an incestuous first cousin marriage and produced Middle English, which then evolved into modern English. But the point is that so many of our words come from Latin via French, and also Latin itself brought a lot of words in via the church, because the old monasteries all did all their business in Latin, so there was a lot of Latin in England at that time. But the most common words are not French. They are all the core. Old English is the core of the language. And I'm highlighting, so 47 of the 50 top words are Old English, and the other three are all Old Norse, which again is a Germanic language. So all of these are Germanic, not from Latin. And that's what I want to show here. Now, while we're here, while I was looking up these words, I came across something else that I thought we should look at, because this isn't that interesting, because like they're all like connector words, right? These aren't actual like real words. They're like, of course they're common words, right? They're connector words. I thought what was interesting was also this is the top 50, the top 25 nouns in English, verbs and adjectives. And this just kind of surprised me, like some of these. Let's make this bigger. Time, okay, sure. It seems like, okay, that's a pretty big spot for time, but sure. Person, okay. Year. Why is year there? I don't really get why year is there. Way makes more sense. Like, no way, or you're in my way, or is there a way to do this? Okay, that's very common. Day makes sense. Thing makes sense. I would think thing was like first, you know? Man, world, life. Those all make sense. Year, I don't understand. Now, adjectives, those all kind of make sense. Good, new, first, last, long, great, whatever. By the way, 20 for noun is government? The hell? So super surprising. But none of these word company, none of these are that common anymore because nouns are just more evenly distributed. There's thousands of nouns and they're all, not that common, but all kind of common. And government, I guess, is the 20th most common noun in the English language. Government. Anyway, there's a chance that this is like taking from all documents, and a lot of these are government documents. Maybe that's why, but anyhow. Here's what's also interesting is that the oldest words, again, the most common are also the oldest because common words don't change very much. They don't evolve very much. So you'll notice something is that most verbs, the past tense, just as ed, right? Walk, I walked. Whatever. I'm extremely exhausted. But most, obviously, ed is the common way to make a verb past tense, except for the really common ones, because ed is a more recent invention. And so a lot of the words that are less common got shifted, switched and lost their inflections and just became simple ed. It kind of simplified the language, and a lot of the more complex things, convoluted things from earlier got standardized. But the really common words are just too common to standardize. No one wanted to, people are so used to saying them that never in history do people want to change those. So if you do the past tense of the most common verbs, you'll see they're all the weird ones. Be, went. What the hell is that? Have, had, do, did, say, said, get, got, make, made, right? None of those are, you don't say maked, you don't say getted, you don't say goed, you say went. You don't say knowed, you say knew. So all of these have weird conjugations. Same with Spanish. When you're learning like to be, ser, it's like, it's soy and eres and nosotros, somos, it's been a while. And so anyway, these are the weird conjugations because they are really old, and the reason they stayed is because they're really common. Even if you go down this list, you start to get to use, used, want, wanted, look, looked, right? Ask, asked, work, worked, right? Try, tried, call, called. So you start to see the ed start to creep in, and as you get less and less common, you're going to see ed almost all the time as the past tense. But the really common verbs have weird conjugations only because they all used to have weird conjugations, and those are the ones that were too common to change. Yes, exactly. Common words are old, therefore inertia as the languages evolve. Yes, which is also why, even though French came in and kind of conquered a lot of English language, it couldn't get to these because this was just too common, too much inertia, which is why all these words are Old English. So I'm going to show it here. Now the next thing I'm going to do, this is the next drawing, so we're done here. That's 8. 2 more to go before I can rest. So the next thing I want to do is a visual that goes along with this. I think we should steal the tree and decide later if that's okay. I just don't think there's anything wrong with saying this is the tree for this book rather than do another tree for some reason. The music stopped. Okay. We don't need that C. That's carbon. Okay. So, in the History of English podcast, he uses a nice metaphor that I think is worth, it needs to make it much smaller. Where he says, how did this get disconnected here? Where he says that, I think I want to make this a little longer, this trunk, or not. It's just a nice metaphor. If English is a tree, all of the green part, the leaves and the branches and the twigs and all that, they're full of flowery French words. There's so many French words in the English language. Most of the the trunk is but the trunk, the core, right, is Old English, is Germanic. And another way to put it is, when kids study for the SAT and they memorize all these big vocab words, those are almost all from Old French. But the words that a 2-year-old can say are going to be almost entirely Old English. The first words we learn as native English speakers are Germanic, for obvious reasons, right? It's the small common words. So I'm going to just use that. I'm going to visualize it here. This should be an aside, if you ask me. And the question is, do we make this just a little longer here, this part? I'm not even sure we need to, but syncretism? No. A religion that blends older systems into itself, i.e. Christians blending. No, I didn't, but I think I've seen that pattern a ton in history. In fact, almost everything is a blend of older things, right? Is anything just from scratch? Isn't all art kind of a blend of older art forms, or even someone being really original and doing something new? It's usually influenced by stuff. Culture, isn't every culture kind of a blend of older cultures that fed into it? But yeah, I like that. It's interesting. I should put that term in the book. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is let's bring these into this. And also, I think some other common Germanic words. See if there's others that aren't just these. No, this isn't what I want. This is more what I want, but this is also a nightmare. Like water, I know is one, for example. I bet that's in here. Yeah, water. Actually, is water not in here? Water's not in here, but it is a Germanic word. Father. Let's just make sure. You can see the etymology of any word by going to the dictionary and scrolling down. Yeah, Old English, Germanic origin. So I think we can add some that aren't just the things we just saw. Oh. white. Mother. Any others that are just really core words? Yeah, I can just go to our list here and that'll be fine. I think we'll stick with we'll just stick with these zigzag. All right. All right. All right, now I'm going to, let's make our tree. So we can lock a layer. If I don't want to, if I try to highlight this now, it's going to highlight all the tree things. So I want to lock this. So now it's in place, and now I can go and highlight these without it bothering me. And now I can move these around a little. Oh, let's use our new trick. Wow. That's just amazing. I love a new thing, you know? Okay. Usually it's like the guy doing the thing on the live stream is like the expert and he's like doing a tutorial, and this is the opposite where it's like the commenters are teaching me how to use my software. All right. All right. Now, the harder thing here is picking out the right French words to put in the tree. No, you cannot change your vote. And also, we're not, this isn't going to appear here. This isn't going to go, unless we do, I could decide to put these next to each other, actually, but And anyway, it wouldn't want to match the tree because the tree is it's the trunk that is the Germanic word. So if these were green, it would be confusing because it would look like they match with the tree, which is the opposite point. All right. So just make some of these. Okay. Now, what else do we have here? Parliament. Village. pretty good mix. All right. We have room for one more. All right. Satisfied. I think that's what I wanted to accomplish there. This can go. Now, just before I send it away, I could do this. Oh. We'll see. This is an option for later, but I could do this and make it all one thing, but I think I won't. But I'll leave it for now. All right. For now, I'm just gonna do this. All right. The 9. Get out of here. All right. I'm gonna go back here for one more minute. And I'll be back to do the last one. We are back. We are back for the final drawing. And I'm torn. I'm torn about whether to do an easy one, take the easy way out. This is a very quick, easy one. Or to do like a medium hard one. And I kind of think we should just, we should just go for it. Don't you think? Okay. Fuck it. Let's do it. So this is we're gonna visualize where all the Earth's water is. That's what we're gonna do. And how do I want to do this? All right. Earth's water. Okay. I painstakingly already collected all the data for this. It's different sources say different things, so I had to. Yeah, I think we want three squares. Now I can use my new trick here. All right. Do we want, this might be. Is this how I want to do it? If I need to label small segments of things, I might need. Well, let's start and let's just try something. I think we can do it. Okay. So, got some data here. 97% of the water in the world is saline. Of which 97 and a half, of which 96 and a half is ocean. Do I want to do like cubes or layers? Okay, let's see. 2.5% is. So let's just zoom in here. What do we have here going on? Let's at least get this level. get it to 100 here. There we go. Okay. 100, and it's going down to some hideous non-even number. So I should make this a little smaller anyway. I guess this is not going to be very even either way. Now am I going to need space in between to label things? Because there's no space here. Maybe I want to make these a little smaller. Not too much smaller. I find this very interesting. Because it's just shocking how little of the water in the world is the stuff we think of as being a lot, like lakes. All right, now how are we doing this? So the easy way is just to go like stack it, right? So how would that look? I probably would do a deep blue for ocean, so I would do like it's a little too. Okay. And let's move that behind. Let's move these to the front. Oh, get out of here. All right, we're gonna go like this. We're gonna go to the front. Oh, I want those to be like that. There we go. So if this were, so this is now, it should start at exactly 100. And it doesn't. Just at least like make our lives easier in this regard. Here we go. Now this is one of those places where I'm sure there are better ways to do this. Oh, let's also make these a little thinner, I think. Do I even want a border there? Yes, I think so. All right, so now this is now, so it's right at 100 there. No, it is not. No, it is not. Let's get it right at 100. Let's get this accurate here. This one's harder just because I don't really know how I'm going to do it. All right. So 100 there, and this goes down to 222. So 122. So 9.965. Times 122. So this should go up about 118. From where are we here? 222. So we're at 104. tad lower. There we go. That's ocean. Of all the Earth's water, that is ocean. Now the thing I'm trying to decide is, do I do like a thin strip and it's like fresh water, and then we expand that down? Or do I make like a cube? You know, that's fresh water here, and then I expand that cube down to this cube. Kind of think that's more, it's just harder to do, but, so look, this is this at least a square, please? 18, how is it not a square? All right, 122, yeah, it's a square. So 122 squared. And now I want times 0.025. And now I want the square root of that. And that will be the height and width of the freshwater square. So let's just see what that looks like. Freshwater will make like, you know, really it's even more like icy. I feel like freshwater is like problem is you can't really do like the kind of color I would want here in CYMK. CYMK is that's kind of what I want, I think. All right, fine. So now what did I say? I said 19. So 19 by 19. You know, but really, this should really be this size. And this should actually be bigger. Oh, it doesn't matter. Whatever. I was going to try to say that the border shouldn't count, but it's like, it's so small. So on one hand, I could say this is freshwater. The rest of it's like saline lakes. But that, in some ways, looks like, I mean, it looks bigger than, it deceptively looks more than 2.5%, I think. I think it looks like, it's like less cool that it's like, wow, that's all the fresh water, than just like a little strip at the top. But it also is correct, and it's kind of cool. And I have to do cubes for everything, I think. And that doesn't sound like such a great idea. I don't love it. I don't love it, having to do cubes for all of them. But maybe yeah. Because there's like, if there's just two things, if it's just like the big thing and the small thing, then the cube is cool. But there's also saline, which is 1%. So where the hell does that go? You see? See the ish? Where does that go? It's easier to see this though. I mean, I could just say, because it's not all oceans, you know? The Caspian Sea is a saline lake that is included in the other 1%. 96 and a half, 1, and 2 and a half is what we're dealing with here. Let's try it. Let's just try it for a second. So 1%. So 122 squared. Okay, well, that's 189. That's 149. So let's just do that divided by 100 and the square root of that, 12.2. So this would be that would be like a little bit less blue, but still really blue. I don't know why these are not perfect squares. That's annoying me, but it's pissing me off. Okay, 12.2. All right, and then the rest of this would just be just I don't have to label as much. I can like put more things in here. Now I don't know if I love the black outline though. Yeah, I think it's actually better without the outline. In which case we need to make sure this is, in fact, 122 by 122. Oops. That is going to be close enough, and then that's going to be close enough. Now I put this over here. All right. Let's get it right there. Now this is one where I'm sure there's a way to do it faster than I'm doing it, but okay. So, we would say something like oceans. That's not going to work. That's the smallest I can go. Still not going to work. I don't think you want to go that small anyway. I mean, I could barely, but I could. I just like cubes. And this would probably be better black. What if I made it like 5.7? Just a little crunched and a little small. Yeah, I thought about a glass of water. Yeah, liquid pouring over over the recipient. See the issue. For the love of God, use a table. I don't know what we're talking about here. Okay. Now here I just need a label, like. Saline lakes, it's like the Great Salt Lake, the Dead Sea, the Caspian Sea. I think I'm just gonna say saline lakes. We don't need to say inland seas also. But that obviously cannot fit there, so that's gonna have to be something like. It's a little unsatisfying. I was annoyed that it wasn't just ocean and freshwater. I could say saline, but like, who wants to see saline instead of ocean? I could do like an arrow, you know. Here. Where's my arrow? Here's an arrow. So we're adding vertical here, but I guess I'm gonna have to do that later anyway. And then I would do one of these guys, a dotted line. Oh man, trying to get it on the thing. All right. Oh, where'd it go? Where did it go? Here it is. All right. That's thick. Oh, it's not that bad. All right. Well, this would be way thinner anyway. kind of want to put this inside here in white and then say, I don't like it. It's really annoying me that I can't just have these two things here. It really is like uglying everything up for me, but that's okay. Let me do that, and then we go like this. Only because then I can say all surface water. The problem, I wish I could say all of the Earth's water, but my fact checkers had a problem with that because apparently only 5.7% of this, all of this is only 5.7% of the actual water, because 94.3% of the water is inside Earth, deep inside Earth's mantle and core. And that's exactly the kind of shit I'm talking about with my fact checkers annoying me. All right. Now I can say